All right. Hopefully. All right, let me just check on a different window. Can we hear everyone? Let's see. Well, it says we're live.
Okay. Make sure that they can hear you and then they can hear me.
Yeah, I also need to change the name of this stream back to what it should be. Okay, it's all my things are not muted in OBS, so I can see the bar on my end going up. And I
Yeah,
have,
can you see my bar
yep,
moving around?
I can. It's also
Okay.
captured on my microphone, but my setup's not exactly perfect.
Okay, just make sure that there's not reverb for the audience to hear.
Yeah. Oh, people are actually watching. Hello. I'll just ask chat. Can you all hear us?
Yeah.
Volume's very low. Okay. Bring that up here. Bring mine up around here.
Yeah, if you have to, just you could turn down your headset like I have, and
Yeah.
then just usually you want
yeah.
the average thing being said to be dipping into the red.
Okay.
That's what I do. Make it loud enough so everybody can hear us and nobody complains.
Okay, I'll do that. I don't actually wear headphones because I'm one of those unfortunate people who who build up earwax in their ears with prolonged headphone use. So I actually can't do that because it'll just block my ears. Because that's always fun. Yeah, so I don't wear headphones if I can help it.
Did you get that through earbuds?
Yeah, both. I think with earbuds it's worse. Headphones I at least had some breathing room, so to say. So I can wear those a bit longer, but yeah, it's not fun. Alright, everyone says we're good. I can hear you, but I recommend bumping your volumes up. I'll do that. To the
Yeah, like I said, usually when it's when the the audio is bumping around, you want it to be yellow on average for just speaking normally, and then when you speak up a little bit louder, then it bumps into the red. That's where I like to keep it, and people are usually able to hear everything. And then you just basically turn down my voice on your end for what you are listening to, but you keep everything high when it comes to Streamlabs OBS, if that's what you're using.
All right.
Yeah, that's the way that I do it.
Xander.exe says it's perfect. So, okay. Hello, guys. Today we're going to discuss the ethics and the viability of the weeb ethnostate with Louis Le Vau.
Yes, back to Le Vau, formerly Levi, back to Le Vau.
Yeah, well, I was a long subscriber. I don't know if you remember this, but in 2015, Sargon shared a video from your channel. This is when you were really new. And I actually tweeted, it was like, hey, Sargon recommended you, so I subscribed, and I'm like, yeah, you're a great channel. That was 6 years ago, actually. So that was a long fucking time ago.
Yes, it's been quite the ride, I can say.
Yeah, I was around when everyone thought it was Louis. But Sargon...
Yeah, it's when I was saying Louis. It's when I was saying Louis. But then I had Carl come down on me. He's like, you should be saying Louis Le Vau. And I felt like a fucking asshole for not saying it. And then here we are years later where I don't know if it was with the stream with him. It might have been that, but I just had a ton of people, including a bunch of Frenchies, come down on me. and say
Yeah,
you should not be saying Vi. It's not Vi. It's
yeah.
Vo.
It was a
And
it was a stream after he left, I think.
oh, okay,
I
yeah,
think he
yeah.
left.
Well, I do know that you are supposed to say Louis because I have actually talked to somebody who is French, and they say you should say Louis, but
Yeah.
it's not. It's
This is
not
why you
really.
don't trust Brits to know how to pronounce French names. They don't like them
Yes,
anyway.
yes,
So
exactly. Yeah, they have a stake to have it be said wrong just to put a little salt in the wound.
yeah.
But being that it is a pseudonym, it's not really. I'm not really that serious about it. Um, but I guess it pays to not embarrass yourself. Although, even in the case that it is somewhat embarrassing of a mistake, I don't know that I would necessarily really care that much about the mistake because I think that if it's really only the people that really get into sort of like playing up the character of like basically you invent a character for yourself and then you really start getting into it. It's kind of cringe.
Yeah.
So that's not really what I'm about. So
I just left chat.
it is what it is.
I just left chat a sneaky little present in the browser. I wonder if they'll find it.
All right. So for the topics, what would you like to get into?
Yeah. So we got a few topics today, but we're not going to be too strict as we go, and we'll I'll try to look at the chat as well because I'm actually sitting a bit far from the browser. So today we're basically going to talk about why gatekeeping is good, why Australia should stop banning light novels. That'd be nice. Thank you, Sterling. Anime. We're going to talk about some games. We'll talk about some politics stuff, so like conservatism and how to defeat the left and how we can hurt our progress trying to do that. And just stuff we've been doing lately. So I guess we'll start off with. We'll start on the topic I'm actually familiar with. We'll do the light novel bans. I don't know how familiar you are with this, Louis. What do you know about Australia and light novels?
Well, I am aware, obviously, through the the closeness to the source. I would imagine that there's a lot greater cultural exchange, and it may be one-sided because it seems like Japan, despite its many societal issues, I'll put it like this, even though I see people deny them, and I've seen people use a variety of people use Japan as basically like a superior state. I can say that
we're gonna get into how that's not true, despite my name.
Yeah, I don't really want to get much into that because I find it to be an incredibly self-defeating argument that if you take like a real objective look at Japan, like there isn't really much to it that it can actually brag about other than a very sudden and swift rise in cultural significance in the world. I think that's the only thing by which that you could actually praise Japan.
Their cultural exports are why we even consider Japan on the global scale. It's because they export so much good cultural stuff you would enjoy.
Outside of that, I don't really think there's anything more that Japan could brag about because despite what people like to say, like, oh, lol, they got a based domestic policy as it relates to immigration. That's basically the one area in which that people can even say is a strength, because outside of that, their government is really stagnant, contradictory, incredibly establishment, that they don't really seem to be doing much to sort of try to get out of the very clear decline that their country's in. Yeah. And this is coming from an American. Like, I'm well aware of the fact that our country is falling the fuck apart, but I'm not
in denial. Can't be any worse than Australia.
Well, I would say that if you say that, but I don't know if you really understand how bad it is here. Things right here today are getting really bad, and it's getting to the point now where I think that there is like, and I've heard through basically the grapevine of even friends and family, that the worry in the United States of like basically the like all the agencies underneath the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security, which includes a lot of domestic security agencies and the rest of it, intelligence agencies, that they are basically going into and vetting all of their agents. They're trying to sniff out anyone that is basically a Trump supporter. They are hounding them. They're going after them. They are raiding them. They are arresting them. They are investigating them. They're launching investigations on them. So basically, imagine America after 9/11, except for in this case, the enemies are Americans. Like, there's a lot of scary things that are going on here, and I'm not just saying that for the sake of like, oh, woe is me. Like, I've had friends and family basically say that ICE, like I have somebody that's a friend of the family that works in ICE. I have somebody that works in the DOJ, and it's like across the board that all of these agencies, and I'm making a point about DHS because that seems to be where it's significant, that they're basically doing what Obama did, except for it's basically like, we're going to set it up so that no matter what happens in the future, you know, if a Republican comes back in power, basically you're going to have nothing but just naked partisans as agents for the state that are never going to do anything you tell them to. So I would say that while I imagine that Australia has its fair share of problems, you know, people have all kinds of like defenses for the United States, like, you know, hella based Second Amendment and all that. But it's like,
I would say First Amendment personally.
no, that's going away. That's kind of like a piece of paper and a like a myth. I like, I am very glad that I, like, into college I made the decision to switch all of my social media from public, where I had my name out there, to anonymous to the best of my ability. I'm
Yeah,
very glad that I
I
made
did
that
that over time
decision.
as well, except on my Facebook, which no one that's a private account anyway, so no one can see it.
Right. But I can tell you that based on my own experience of when I was a private investigator all the way until now, like, we are in the United States, we are getting to the point where, I mean, it's scary. It's like, if you have any opinion out there that is in any way contradictory to basically the permanent narrative of the establishment,
The
you will not
monoparty.
be able to get a job anywhere, and you may be investigated by the federal government, and you might lose all your friends and family who are shit scared that they are going to be tainted by you. Like, you know, I can't compare exactly what other countries would be like, because I'm sure every nation has their own tale of woe. But in the United States, I can say that, at least from my position, things have really taken a turn for the negative, and I'm just talking about within 10 years. Like, the difference between 2010 and now is unbelievable. And the issue is that, like, people say, like, and there's this sort of like this general idea of, well, they can't fire us all, they can't arrest us all. uh and there is some truth to the idea of, like, they can't arrest us all. There is some truth to that, and Sargon and I, Carl Benjamin and I, debated that very recently,
Yeah.
because I think that he's actually a bit too black-pilled on this particular topic, and he's failing to understand the nature of basically the difference between power and the ability to wield it. That basically, if you have nothing but of an army of incompetence to enact what you want to do, that you basically set yourself up for failure, because if they're unable to do anything but fall on their face, and it provides the people you're trying to oppress a lot more mobility to move around them. So there's that advantage that I think he's not really taking on as a position. But it's really different to the point where now, to where the argument is basically, we need to try to take over the system before we're basically genocided, or freaking Tim Pool's argument that we need to move into the middle of the woods and pretend they're never going to come for us. Like, that's basically where we are. And I saw like a poll the other day where it's like some unbelievable amount of people in the United States, like tens and tens of millions of people, think that we are inevitably heading to a civil war. So yeah, all I can say is that things are not very good right here in this country right now. And like I said to you before we went live, it seems that there are, despite the insistence of people like Sticks Hexenhammer, who I think is a good guy, who is generally right about a lot of things, he constantly craps on the mainstream media for obvious reason that it's awful. But one of the things that I have learned over time, especially in the last year, are the amount of people that are that from our position would be normies, who have been basically radicalized by the mainstream media to view anyone who differs from basically the mainstream consensus, the narrative, as basically evil or domestic terrorists or insane. Or it's really amazing to me to the degree that it's people you run into on the street or even friends and family in my own, in my own place, where I'm not becoming, like, you could say that I've become more radicalized as an argument, and I wouldn't exactly deny it. But at the same time, it seems that a lot of people that are regarded as normies have really radicalized to where they are just, whatever they're being told, that is the truth, and they're not questioning it. And if you are questioning it, like, either you're going to be shot or you're evil. And all I can say is that as much as people crap on the mainstream media, it is indoctrinating and radicalizing tens of millions of people. So things in the United States, they're not good at the moment.
Sorry, I'm just getting a headphone out because I've been getting comments saying that you're echoing, and I know why. It's because of my microphone picking up the thing. But I don't know.
Put one ear on. That's all I can say. Put one ear on, because that's what I.
This is actually the only headphone that has one ear anyway, because it's a shitty fucking PS4 thing. So. Oh man, we could talk about Sony all day, but.
Well, yeah. I guess getting back to your point about was it just the state of
just
Japan's influence, or
no? So basically the story goes that in Australia we had last year we had this these politicians from a party called the SA Best Party, which is a South Australian party, and there was a campaign led by two politicians named Sterling Griff and Connie Benaros, I think is how you pronounce her name.
Griff and Con, okay.
Yeah. Connie the Commie, I called her.
Yeah. Okay. Is that her politics?
May as well be, considering what ended up happening. So they started this campaign to get the Australian Classification Board, which is a government-regulated body, not an independent one like the ESRB.
Yeah, I know.
They did a campaign basically to say there are all these anime and Japanese things that are quote-unquote child porn, and they're just slipping through the cracks, and they're being used to groom children by pedophiles, which is complete fucking bullshit, by the way. And if anyone dares say that to me to my face, I will punch their throat. So they had this whole thing where it's like, oh, anime is a blight on society, and you need to ban it because of incest and pedo and all that shit. So he started a whole inquiry about that, and it got to a point where the classification board, for some reason, was like, we can't just ban anime because it's not real, right? And I'm like, wow, if only you said that about literally everything you banned, right? But
yeah.
So they decided, okay, we won't do the anime thing. We'll go after the light novels instead. And one of the ways they went after light novels was Connie the Commie called a bookstore in a completely separate state in Sydney, New South Wales. So she doesn't even work there. She called them up, harassed them, and threatened them with government action to get rid of these books. and then they acquiesced and got rid of them. And then that same bookstore submitted those light novels to the board to get them rated. And guess what happened? They got banned because you submitted them. You didn't need to submit books to the board because there are so many books that would take forever, right? So books actually have an exemption from classification, which is very different from video games and movies.
Yeah.
So we just had fucking books being banned left and right. There's now a fucking third-party black market of these books where they go for hundreds of dollars each because they're banned, but they still have stock somewhere. And
right.
And as a result, the publisher for these books decided to just blacklist the entire fucking country from getting stock directly from them. So now all businesses in Australia have to go through third-party sellers or resellers to get any stock at all from Yen Press is their name. So that's just a whole clusterfuck of bullshittery.
Well, I can say, one of the things that I've found, because I don't really think that it's unique to Australia, although the particular dynamic of what occurred, the events that occurred in this are maybe somewhat unique, but I can say that the angle that the governments and the politicians primarily, I should say more of the politicians, because it seems that they take up this issue for the sake of, it's effectively a red herring for doing something, that they want to prove that they're doing something. So they'll do this because they know that if they basically know that the demographic of the people that are concerned about these things are going to be
boomers,
very generally white and nerdy and male. And they do not fucking care about those demographics. They don't care about like nerdy men and their hobbies. They don't care. They don't see that there's any money in caring. They don't see that there's any political capital in caring. And they know that if they attack these either hobbies or materials as media, that no one is going to defend them publicly. So it is the perfect topic, or what would be the best way of, it's basically a way of garnering, like, what would be like
free real estate,
the equivalent of, you're headed in the right direction. It's basically taking the meme of a crumb of pussy to a crumb of political capital. Like, they're so desperate to stand on any issue that they find this one, that it's so easy to attack it and say, well, like, listen, here's some like they'll take something where it's effectively like close to lowly, but it's maybe like something where it's something like, it is like a light novel where it's like sort of like manga, but it's not really hentai, like sort of ecchi kind of stuff where it's implication or innuendo, or it's not really like the insane shit that's out there. Like, they're not taking the most extreme examples. And I've seen this before, when they could take the most extreme examples and then it would make it far harder to defend that. But the thing is, they don't even do that. They will, and I've seen this a million times back when I covered this years ago, that they would take the most tepid examples and then lie about the material. But the issue is that, like, no one defends it. No one actually says, like, is this material, like, are you actually accurately representing the material?
Yeah, I actually
and the answer is no.
Yeah, I have a perfect example of what you're saying. So a lot of the light novels that have been banned so far all have lolly fan service, or at least lolly characters represented. But one of the shows that Sterling went after was Goblin Slayer. If you know what Goblin Slayer is, you remember that?
I didn't watch it, but I'm relatively familiar with it.
Yeah,
put it like that.
So you're aware of the stuff that drove SJWs crazy, where it's goblins raping people. Okay. Sterling decided, in a brilliant smooth brain tactic, to say that Goblin Slayer is about little girls getting raped by goblins and enjoying it. Specifically the words, enjoying being raped. He said that just in front of Parliament, no evidence given, just said that's what it was about, which is not at all. I own all the manga so far. I own several light novels from that. It's not banned, thankfully, because he just flagrantly fucking lied to everyone. So yeah,
the issue is that most people, and this has been my experience, just whenever I've talked about these kind of things, and it's one of the reasons why I basically stopped talking about it, and it's not for any real reason, like with intention, but it's because like I would say that basically the feminists, and that is basically the perspective of why these things are being attacked. It's the feminists that are largely going after those things.
Yeah.
In the United States,
Connie,
like we have.
Yeah, with Connie, actually, she is working with because they did a whole article, a fluff piece about it. She's in talks with this Japanese activist group that also is trying to get lolly stuff banned in Japan itself.
Yeah, I'm also aware of like there's like a part of Japan where I've seen this in the New York Times actually, that basically the American export of like woke and feminism and all that kind of like and even like not even like traditional like what you could consider third wave, but like fourth wave SJW insane woke shit. Like that is now in Japan. It's now spreading in Japan. They're getting coverage. They're getting promoted. They're going to get NGO money from somebody, and then it's going to be everywhere in Japan. And I think that the people that think that Japan is based in all that, they're very much in for a rude awakening, because as far as I can tell, Japan is they're very much clinging to certain ideas, and they're very much clinging to the idea of like what is Japanese and what isn't.
Yeah, they're very insular. Fact is,
yeah, they're going to find that eventually the NGOs are going to manage to thread the needle. They're going to manage to find a way to bypass that particular issue, as they have everywhere.
Yeah.
And then they are going to steamroll, because the fact is that there is no actual, as far as I can tell, like a right wing in Japan. Like it doesn't exist. Like there is no nationalist movement in Japan. It's basically
not explicitly. No, I think there's like some politicians maybe, or
there's a handful of
Democrats are in charge, but
a handful of fringe politicians and some random faggots on like image boards. Like, and this is the thing, like I've had a couple run-ins with Japanese nationalists, and they're kind of just like they're I don't really want to name drop any kind of audiences, but there's a certain audience that would consider themselves to be nationalists that are just awful. Like they're just really mean and really nasty, and they just talk a lot of shit. That's been my experience with Japanese nationalists. They're just kind of like, they're not like, I've had exposure to other nationalists, including like British nationalists and even some Polish nationalists and other sort of nationalists, French nationalists, Canadian nationalists. I've had exposure to Brazilian nationalists, and they all seem to basically like, hey, let's get along. We're all basically on the same team because we're not looking to interfere in each other's nations. We want everyone to be prosperous in our own nations. And so we basically can link up in that we want national sovereignty and other such things for our own nations. And we're not really opposed to one another. And we don't really shit talk one another. But I've had the opposite experience with Japanese nationalists. They seem to be particularly nasty.
Yeah. I've had a similar experience, not with nationalism from Japan, but from because should I just bring up the whole Twitter drama I got into? So basically, you mentioned the whole steamrolling thing in Japan, and they just won't be ready for it. I agree, and one of the reasons they won't is because in the online sphere, that a lot of Japanese users who cling to their laws like God, like Socrates, like God. They seem to believe that the whole SJW problem is just going to be limited to the internet, and therefore you can purity test.
They're insane.
Gatekeep foreigners who are trying to help you because, well, you don't agree with my particular copyright law, so you deserve to get kicked out, you savage. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, come on, dude. This is not the hill to die on.
It
Not the
went
hill.
from being like that was the argument of like we're going to eventually get to the topic of basically conservatism dying.
Yes. Yeah.
And I can tell you that in the United States, every freaking agency in the United States government, and I'm talking about Marines, Army, Air Force, anything related to the Pentagon, any intelligence agency, they're all woke. They're all actively promoting these things now. So what went from college campuses in 2010 is now in the fucking DOD. And there's nothing more taken more seriously in Washington, D.C. than the Pentagon, all the intelligence agencies. There's nothing more serious than that.
Which is
And
exactly what
it's
Joe McCarthy warned, by the way.
Yes.
I've been reading a book. It's written by M. Stanton Evans. It's called Blacklisted by History. And I've been reading basically his journalistic journey into clearing Joe McCarthy's name. Like, the more you read, the more it's like, oh my god, McCarthy was 100% right. We need to kick all these fucking communists out now because
I mean,
the infiltration
the fact
is so bad that, like, I remember a section where he's talking is like, there were communists in the US government that were deliberately trying to get the US and Japan to fight each other.
Yes. So there's
he
a
wasn't
million
saying that
examples like that.
Yeah, he wasn't saying that, they caused Japan to bomb Pearl Harbor, but what he's saying is there are agents, there are people in the government that want certain outcomes to happen.
Yes.
And it's so fucked up.
And
so
to deny that, I mean, the problem is that in the United States context, you have to understand that the idea of McCarthy and the idea of he was in the Senate, I believe, and there was the House Committee on Un-American Activities.
Yes, which he was not a member of. From what I know.
He was not part of. He was in the Senate. This was the House. They had two separate things, and the problem is with both of those examples. In our history. I was raised through my parents, through education, through the media, through movies, that the consistent view was all of this was nothing but a witch hunt. None of this was real. And the reality is that they kept catching communists.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't label something a witch hunt if you keep catching witches. And the only time where you stop catching witches is when you stop looking. And that's what happened. Yeah. And the perfect example is that in New York State, localizing to my state, I forget the name of the committee, but there's basically an anti-corruption task force that was created in New York State because this state is very much like Illinois, where it is insanely fucking corrupt.
Yeah.
And the thing is about it is that it is simply extremely incestuous, so that I know somebody, you know somebody, therefore you get the job, your buddy gets the job, and we all get kickbacks through taxpayer dollars. That's basically standard operating procedure for New York. It's that kind of model. And the thing is about it, they created that committee to take on corruption. It kept finding corrupt politicians, and it convicted, it like pursued investigations, prosecuted and convicted like over 12.5 politicians in a short span of time. And they eventually, Andrew Cuomo, our current insane governor, got rid of it single-handedly because in basically in cooperation with the other politicians in the state. The reason being, they kept getting on both sides of the aisle insanely corrupt politicians.
Yeah.
So they got rid of it. The reason being, it wasn't that they weren't finding anyone. It was because it was too effective.
It was finding them.
Yes.
That's why.
And what was amazing about it is that it was basically like looking at like you're playing a game and it's like one of the mafia games where you're trying to you're starting at the bottom with like basically the associates to the soldiers, to the lieutenants, to the captains, to the boss. Like it was working its way up to Andrew Cuomo. And that's when they got rid of it. So it's like a meme, but yeah, it really was. But that is the state of New York. And the point is, though, that with the nature of government, you should like the problem is basically trying to get people to approach the situation in a manner where apathy and just it's either denial, apathy, or I don't know, just I guess laziness, although it's like a synonym for apathy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, everyone is willing to accept the idea that the government is corrupt and these politicians are corrupt, but then it's like, okay, what should we do? And a lot of people just aren't willing to take that step forward. And I saw a few people actually, in the last few days talk about this, and it's something that I find to be true as well. That unfortunately, irrespective of what nation we're talking about, I think I could apply this just as easily to Australia or any other nation that's at least to some degree Western. I won't speak for Eastern nations because they have their own little way of doing things over there.
Yeah.
But to any sort of Western standard, it seems that what we could call the majority, when you say that you're speaking for the silent majority, you're not. You could basically say that, but a more truthful way of putting it is that you're speaking for the apathetic majority. That the majority of people may want some sort of change, but they don't want to fucking do anything. They don't want to have any involvement.
The low information voters.
It's not even that. I've had way too much exposure to the idea of, because the idea was saying low information voter. The implication of that is that these people are either ignorant, so they don't know, or they're just dumb. And I don't find that to actually reflect reality. I find it that people understand certain things, that things are going on, but they just I find the more true analogy to be they don't give a shit, or they don't really want to rock the boat. They don't really want to do anything. And it's like, well, you say Andrew Cuomo is corrupt. What is the response? Well, what can you do? Or, well, every politician's corrupt. And those two statements are two sides of the same coin, which is apathy, not wanting to do anything. And the problem is basically the thing that I've changed over time. If you were to say that I've radicalized in one way or another, it's through the idea, or basically you could say, evolved on my politics. It is to say that I think that the idea of wanting to win over the bulk of society is the totally wrong way to look at politics.
Well, yeah, because the majority would just vote for welfare states because it's just easier that way. They vote for convenience.
A form of it.
They vote for convenience, not
I would
real
say
politics.
For convenience. Yes, I would say that's the more likely way, or the more truthful way of putting it.
Yeah, which is why
reflective way.
Yeah, which is why in the Western Australia election, Emperor Labor leader Mark McGowan won a supermajority in like 40 minutes after the vote was counted. I did volunteering on the day for the election because I was doing it for the Liberal
good
Democrat.
for you.
Yeah, thank you. I was doing it for the Liberal Democrats, which is our Libertarian Party, our classical Liberal Party. Their name is not great because one of the problems is
you can associate it with
the Liberal Party. Yeah.
Yes, and the Liberal Democrats in the UK, which are not good.
No, they're the opposite. Yeah. So I was helping with that, and I had a few people who I offered pamphlets to. It's like, hey, would you like lower taxes? Would you like a mental health facility for the lockdown stuff? Would you like free speech? Some people said I wouldn't even waste the paper. Some guy said no. Most people were polite. I will say most people were polite, which is I guess is a good sign. But most people voted for Labour anyway because the narrative in WA is that when we had one case, literally one case of the Chinese flu, Mark McGowan just decided to throw the entire state into lockdown for 2 weeks for one case. And when the lockdown was lifted, it lifted on Valentine's Day. There was this whole fucking narrative going, like this whole sense of like, oh, Mark McGowan saved the state from the evil coronavirus, and oh, we get to be together with our loved ones on Valentine's Day. How romantic! I'm gonna vote for him. That's the kind of like strategy they went with, and it carried them into the actual election because, oh well, he did such a good job because of one case, so surely surely things will be better now, right? It's like, no, you just throw us back into lockdown again because of 3 cases. So that you voted for this, by the way. I didn't vote for this. You voted for this. And
yeah,
now we're
I've
dealing
pretty
with his
much
inconsistent policies.
Oh yeah, believe me, I was going to mention that in my own regard because man, it is so schizophrenic here. It is just all it's so all over the place in every regard, like of basically what's opened, when it's allowed to be open for, mask, no mask, vax, no vax. Like they can't make up their mind on fucking anything, and it's amazing because like you basically have people like my parents who are basically 100% believe it all pro-vaccine. Although my mother, for example, is just schizophrenic on it. She's pretty much like, you have to do it because if you don't, you're going to get Waco'd. Like that's her position. She's basically terrified of the states. But my father believes the whole deal. He believes 100% of what's going on. He thinks it's the bubonic plague, all this shit. But the thing is that I don't know if I want to speak too out of turn here, but
tags my channel for get more information
yeah, well,
about COVID-19.
it's not even that regard because it's getting a little bit too personal. But basically, I have people that are associated with my family who basically got the vaccine and died. So it's like, well, what can I say? You know,
yeah,
my friends aren't getting the fucking vaccine and they're alive.
Yeah,
what can I tell you?
It's not to say, it's not to say, Susan, that vaccines, like, oh, they cause autism. It's like, nah, it's not. We're not going down that route of skepticism. It's just
the
science is rushed.
I want everyone in China to be vaccinated. I want everyone in Israel to be vaccinated. I want vaccines all over the place. I'm sure all the different nations that Pfizer got kicked out of, they want everyone to be vaccinated. So we're pro-vaccine on this channel, Susan. Come on.
I'm pro-vaccine, but I'm also pro-sensible science. I like taking your time and testing things, and I'm not going to be a guinea pig.
Well,
so
exactly, I was literally about to say the same thing. Yes, that is also my position. That when I see the scary shit that even the mainstream news reports about, getting the shot, getting the quick jab, save
Dr.
the world,
Fauci,
just get the jab,
and
it's like, yeah, by the way. And I'm not like, what I love is like they turned that blood clot story into a big thing. And it's like, yeah, I don't know if I really buy too much into this, but it's all the things that are very quietly being reported on. And when I see stuff like that of the other issues that are going on, it's like, yeah, nah, I'm not getting any of this. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I'm literally waiting.
Well, even waiting, I mean, you can wait, but I basically, what's the normal duration in terms of testing for an actual, like a normal vaccine?
Yeah, good question.
It's years. It's years. So it's like, yeah, I'm not interested, because the thing is that I know of several people who, like, an example is my father. My father got the first and the second vaccines. He got sick on the first and was like fine with the second, so it didn't really faze him. But my mother, man, it was like she basically got the flu for like a week and a half, and it's like, yeah, if given the choice, I'd rather take my chances. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you and I are not in the risk group anyway. We're both still in our 20s, or actually, no, you're 30 now, aren't you?
And the thing is that, like,
you're 30.
If basically when it comes to the vaccine itself, and it's basically a roll of the dice of how you're going to react to it.
Yeah.
If you're like you're my grandmother, okay? My grandmother is very much in the risk demographic for COVID. She fits several categories for the risk demographic. By all means, if she says, yes, I want to get one, she voluntarily wants to take it, by all means, put her at the front of the line, have her get it done, make sure she's safe and all that jazz. Okay. Yeah. If it is a matter of probability and statistics, by all means do that. But when it comes to like, oh, we need to start getting vaccines to pregnant women and all these other demographics, were like,
no way.
Yeah, I don't think that's a very good fucking idea, guys. And now it's like, and again, too, they're all over the place about what you should actually do. Like they're changing it every other day about what the standard should be. And it's like, I said this last year during the summer when my parents were basically ready to shit themselves, and so were a few other people that I'm aware of, were ready to shit themselves over COVID. I was like, I'm not. It was like right after I lost my job. I was like, I'm not. I don't care. I leave me out of this. The government can feel free to pay me to do nothing, and you guys can go fight this fight. I don't fucking care.
Yeah. For perspective, I remember in 2020, I remember not liking the idea of lockdown, but I remember thinking, okay, I understand going into lockdown, but at this point, I am just like, no, just stop.
I was
You
opposed
created
to
a
it from
problem
day
that
one.
you're trying to solve, government, and I don't, and you're just
Yes.
ruining the economy and making things worse for everyone's mental health in the process. I'm not.
Oh yeah.
I'm not up for
Oh
this
yeah.
anymore.
Well, the thing is that like anyone that, especially the people on the left, that make a big deal about like, oh, we need to basically open up asylums, but basically my thing is like, okay, open them up. We'll start sticking some motherfuckers in. You know, I'm in favor of reopening the asylums because there's plenty of fucking people that need to be stuck back in them.
Yeah,
But
we got a few
they
in
basically
Australia. Yeah.
they basically, while I live in New York, so believe me, we got quite a few head cases here. but the point is that like they basically want people to be in arrested developments. Like they don't actually want anyone to get better in terms of mental health. They don't actually want it's just another sort of subsistence, bureaucracy that they can create and dominate, so they can get a permanent amount of money, a permanent salary, permanent career, being an apparatchik, accomplishing nothing.
Yeah.
It's the perfect kind of, the war. Basically, think of it as the war on drugs, the war on mental health, the war on poverty. It's a permanent bureaucracy that there is no light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah. I also,
your son, your grandson can all have a career in that same field and never accomplish shit.
I also think, well, especially in my case, I think I think a lot of governments are trying some conditioning, like the kind of conditioning you do for dogs with saliva, right? I think they're trying to condition us to basically enjoy lockdowns. But the thing, from my own experience, most people don't seem to enjoy the mask mandate at all, and it's like, well, you voted for it for one thing, but
yeah, it's actually strange. I agree with you completely. It seems like I would disagree to say, like, it seems like most people are in favor of the lockdowns. That appears to be the case. I would say, like, for example, I've always been against the lockdowns. As soon as they closed all the churches, I was like, yeah, I'll be on the side of the Constitution, and all you people can go kill yourselves because, I am demonstrably more American than every one of you. You guys can all feel free to get deported.
Yeah.
I am an actual American. You guys are not. And all I can say is that as much as people claim that America is basically a Christian nation, I have been very disappointed by the Christians in the United States who rolled over entirely on the issue of lockdowns.
Yeah,
they suck the dick of the state. And so I basically, I don't want to hear any more say that, like, oh no, it's God's law, it's not man's law. It's like, you guys suck the dick of the state and rolled over completely. And any of the Christians who didn't basically all went to jail.
Yeah. And that was that kind of mentality was the entire reason we had a huge left-wing pushback to authoritarianism in like the 80s through to the 2000s. It was because we had the evangelical Christians, or the more authoritarian strains of Christianity, just trying to basically force you to comply with their particular standards and ways. And it's like, well, sorry, but we just don't see things the way you do. Like, for example, free speech is like, okay, you don't like atheists, okay, fine. You think they're Satanists, okay, fine. That doesn't mean you can throw us in jail, for example, or, oh, these comic books and video games are causing violence, even though Democrats started that particular crusade. But we'll put that aside. It's like, okay,
it's amazing. I don't want to interrupt you, but it's so amazing about that, like that particular phenomena, because I think that in large part that the conservatives, at least in regards to like I'm getting a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, it's because it's my mic. I'm trying. Uh, the way to get to make sure you don't get on my mic is to just mute it and then unmute it when I want to
Okay,
talk.
okay,
So, I'll
okay.
I'll do
Well,
that.
it's just yeah, okay. Go ahead.
No, no, you're good.
Okay, so um, the issue as it relates to, I'm still getting feedback.
All right, let's see. The,
You got more than one mic plugged in?
I guess technically I do. It's this headphones. So
Yeah, go under sounds. Turn that off. I do that. I did that the one stream I did just
yeah,
recently.
I am. I say I learned OBS, but I am still a fucking boomer in a lot of ways,
No, you got to
and I
do
love it.
that on your own settings.
Okay. All right, let's see. Sounds. All right,
It's
let's fucking get some tech support going, guys. This is the best part of the
well,
stream.
the way you do it is you go under recording and don't speak. Tap your mics.
Let's see. Like that. What do you mean, like tab? Like turn them off or?
You go under recording under sound.
Yep.
And you see your microphones that are plugged in, that are enabled.
Okay.
And you tap each of the microphones to see which one you want to turn off.
Okay. I only have the one mic though.
Well, you're getting pretty crazy feedback now.
Alright. How about now? I just disabled a couple.
Okay. I don't hear anything.
Okay, so you don't have any more feedback, or can you still get that?
No, I don't hear anything anymore.
Alright. Alright, cool.
That was
we
weird.
fixed it! Yay.
It started up. Anyways, where was I going with what I was? Oh yeah, the
Sorry
conservatives.
for the technical difficulties, guys.
So, to the issue of check OBS that you can still hear me.
Yep, I see your thing going up.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
You're good.
Okay, perfect. Just making sure. In any case, with the particular issue of the conservatives during that time period, so we're talking about like the whatever it was called, like the Satanist panic or whatever it was called in the 80s.
Panic, yeah.
Satanic panic into the 90s, into the 2000s, the aughts with the anti-video game stuff. That a lot of what the conservatives were arguing, like basically if you take the end results of the argument, you basically have to have several presuppositions in order to actually get to the end argument of these video games are harmful, this music is harmful, and they did it about like violent video games, rap music, anything relating to like Satan, so like going all the way back to like Black Sabbath, that sort of thing. Like anything that invokes like the Antichrist, Satan. Like the end result of the argument is basically several steps and several presuppositions. And the problem is that at the core of the argument, there actually is some truth to what they're saying. But the problem is that they basically have gone into their own echo chamber and have basically created the foundation of through these presuppositions and then launched their campaign into the public. And the problem is that one of the main problems, especially then, was that because they were so ascendant to the coalition that they had coming out of the 80s, and that's what happened, was that you basically had the Christian movement come together in the late 70s that formed like this unholy union with basically the internationalist right, like basically the Reaganite types that are around today that everyone fucking hates. Like despite everyone sort of like kissing the ass of Reagan in the United States, and there's still a lot of that today, including with Trump. Trump and Ronald Reagan had nothing in common. Like Reagan was like
he was one of the three presidents that who were they? They were called Morality and Media. a long time ago.
Yeah,
Reagan talked with
yeah.
them a lot, trying to get a lot of
Well,
anti-pornography legislation
that
passed.
was the coalition, and
Yeah.
that's making a resurgence today. That the anti-pornography movement is coming back. But the problem is, even with that, the underlying, like, one of the presuppositions of pornography is effectively that it is a vice, and I would say that that argument, that presupposition, is effectively true.
Hmm.
That, like drinking or like smoking, like any kind of thing that can become a habit, that is a vice, or could in fact be a vice. But the problem is that they don't really debate anyone
Mm.
until they actually get to the end result of the argument, which is porn is bad, shut it down.
Yeah.
And
Their biggest problem
they
is what they do is they take these vices, and rather than just applying it to the individual and giving recommendations or suggestions to the individual that they can overcome it in their own terms, they want the government to do it. And that's the biggest
well,
problem that they run
that's
into.
there's a variety of reasons why they get to that end result. But one of the things that I've talked to a few people about, and I've pushed back on a few people about, relative to several vice issues, but I have changed my mind over time on several different things. Most importantly, like prostitution and drugs.
Hmm.
I have moved from basically being effectively what you could call a libertarian on those
Live
issues
and let
to
live
just
kind
be
of thing. Yeah.
basically becoming like an actual conservative on the issues.
Hmm.
But it's through a lens of just pragmatism, where the question is this issue going to empower the left or empower us? Is this issue going to make society better, or is it going to make it demonstrably worse? And so the issue of prostitution and drugs, I see the left being empowered and our society just getting worse. So fuck you. How about that? How about that's my argument? You're going to help the left. You're going to weaken our position. You're going to make the society closer to Gomorrah. How about we just don't do it? And fuck potheads, the stoners. You're useless. You contribute nothing. You claim to be on your side. You don't help us.
Hmm.
So the libertarian movement has collapsed. And this is one of the reasons why. That the arguments that they have don't actually have any real thrust to them, and they're not actually contradicting the left. And that's one of the reasons why I think you're accurate to say that one of the topics we could get into is basically the collapse of conservatism.
Yeah.
And it is because that they have underlying truths to some of their arguments, such as, forming a habit around pornography or drugs or a variety of issues is not good. But the problem is, or even video games, I'd be more than willing, like, if I had a choice, do you want your kid to be basically as invested as a hardcore gamer as you were during your childhood? And I would say no.
Hmm.
That would be my argument. No.
I wasn't really
Because
hardcore growing up because I sucked at games when I was a kid, so I kind of would rage quit more often, or I would just not play as many games. But yeah, the
well,
thing with video games is the kind of like coping mechanism with video games
yes.
is more of a symptom of a deeper mental health issue for those people.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. That the issue with so many of these issues of whether it's pornography, video games, I don't know, heavy metal music is a little bit of
A stretch.
or like rap is a better example.
Hmm.
But so many of these things are actually downstream from a source, that these are actually symptoms of something else. And I
Yeah.
would include many things. Drugs, the more hardcore drugs, I would say, and pornography, video games to some degree, although I think it's a little bit of a different issue.
Hmm.
But pornography, I think, is a big one for the right, that they're moving in that direction of basically opposing pornography. But the issue is that you're actually skipping past so many of the things that you should be addressing. And the right is actually very good about this as it relates to crime, of
Yeah, well,
fatherhood,
actually,
and a variety of
funny
other
you mentioned that
issues.
because I've been trying to find an opportunity to mention that I actually have a degree in criminology, so I have some
Oh, good.
understanding um of what actually causes crime, or like the biggest factors. And I can tell you, and you'd agree with this because you've worked in that kind of sphere as well, from what I understand.
Hmm.
Basically, adverse childhood experiences, so like domestic violence or sexual abuse, etc. What's it called? FASD. It's like fetal alcohol syndrome, something or other. So basically, basically you have a shit childhood. Your mother drunk alcohol while she was pregnant with you, and you associate with really bad gangs and groups. Those are a lot of the big reasons, and single motherhood as well, that lead you down a path of delinquency and deviancy. Those are the big ones. It's not solely porn. It's not solely video games. It's not solely anything. There are so many factors to go into one person.
My argument is that the addiction, like if you were to say like addiction to video games, addiction to pornography, addiction to drugs, that
which is what China.
I would say that many of these things are actually symptoms, and the problem with the right is that they understand this as it relates to crime. Mm-hmm. And they're more than willing to get into the arguments of fatherhood, responsibility, growing up, your environment, your role models.
Yeah, it's like the only conservative value they have that they stick to, basically.
Yes, but the issue with pornography, and I've seen a lot of this from a lot of people, that one of the main problems of, especially as it relates to young men, and this is one of the, and do whatever is the thing that they want them to do. But the problem is that they've arrived at the conclusion. They've arrived at somebody who, let's say it's not really a nice equivalent, but let's say the guy's on drugs. Okay, the guy's a cokehead. You've arrived to the so-called addict when he's years into his addiction, and you're coming up to him and you're saying, "Oh, well, you're a piece of shit. You're lazy. You're this. You're that." Then it's like, well, all those things may be true, but you're not actually saying the things that you would be if you're speaking to somebody who you actually think had a bad childhood, or is somebody that you want to reform or get on the right track or do whatever. Like, you're not speaking to them in a sympathetic manner. No. You're not or an empathetic manner. That would be the better way of putting it.
Yeah. They're not corrections officers. They don't really know. They don't really understand the kind of process of talking to offenders who are looking to get out of the prison system. Basically, they don't really have that experience.
Well, the issue is though is that I think that the conservatives are actually fairly good on the topic of criminal, deviancy. Let's just put it like that. It's like a broad issue. Yes. It relates to criminal behavior, that they've basically figured out the source. They figured out a good idea of what's going wrong to begin with. So that's what they're sticking to. But as it relates to the issues of, and I think that this is where you see the alliance, because there is an alliance as it relates to pornography, as it relates to, let's say, anime, as it relates to video games. There is an alliance that exists between the left and the right. And it is the left's, from the left's perspective, we want control over these issues. We want control, whether it's video games, we want control. And from the right-wing perspective, it's, we're not getting the results we want. We want these people to behave in these manners. And they're not getting married. They're not getting kids. Yeah. They're not working 80-hour weeks. They're not doing what we want them to do because they're too busy playing video games. They're too busy jerking off to pornography. They're too busy doing this or that. And we want them to do this instead. But the problem is that they're not actually addressing the source. They're addressing video games as if they were a source.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and
I imagine the scenario in their head. They're just saying, you need to stop playing video games, just doing this, this, and this, and they can't answer the question, why should I not?
Exactly. Yeah. You got it exactly right. They're not actually addressing it. They're trying to say that you can find a more fulfilling life in, let's say, being a father or being a good worker or starting your own business. I think that's a good example.
Or creating something in general. Like,
doing something that is more fulfilling.
Yeah, I won't announce what I've been working on for the past few months, but I have been working on a personal project, and I'll tell you after the stream, Louis, but I won't announce it here. But I've been working on something because I need to. Basically, I need to do something that doesn't make my life feel worthless, basically. Yeah. 2020 was just a time sink of, it's like, okay, well, what do I do now? I can't hang out with my friends. I can't do anything.
Yeah.
I'm paralyzed with choices. So
yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, and that's good to hear because I think it's better to go down that road than others. But the point is that while the right wing has a lot of, I think, well-intentioned and in many ways actually true arguments as it relates to what you should do with your life, the underlying issue that they have with addressing these particular topics of categorizing basically vices or things that are probably not good for you to fixate about or develop a habit around.
yeah, like I think most people, and we can tell by the crime rate going down globally, although maybe that's on the increase because of Antifa.
Not true for the United States. In the United States, it's across the board, it's rising.
Okay. Well, I'm talking more about the Ferguson studies.
I know in general, what you're talking about. We're talking about the general rate. In the American context, we're talking about 657. That's what we're talking about. That's the actual statistics that are changing. Would be like the actual right now. IGN is hosting a stream anti-Asian hate. Anti-Asian hate. Welcome to IGN. We're talking about anti-Asian hate. It's like, yeah, we all know what that fucking demographic is. That's
stop Asian
all
hate.
across
Censor the Japanese
country.
video games. They're all the same.
Let's play some Japanese video games that we want to control and censor, and not talk about the fucking elephant in the room who's bashing in the brains of fucking Asian women with a cinder block. And that's an actual reference.
Yeah,
that's an actual reference to something that just happened, I think, in San Francisco.
Oh Jesus. It's bad enough that they shit on the streets, and now they have cinder blocks flying. Jesus Christ. Just flying magically, by the way. Just like pigs flying in the sky is like a cinder block. Like, ooh, just magically appeared on this Asian lady's head. What can we say about that?
Well, it really is that sort of Joker moment of you get what you deserve.
That's a fantastic movie, by the way. I watched it twice in theaters. It was so fucking good.
I wish I had a second chance to watch it in theaters. I watched it with my good friend, and oh my god, dude, I couldn't believe it. I was watching it, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this movie's so fucking good. And it's been a very long time since I was in a movie theater where I had that kind of reaction to a movie.
I think the last
one
I had
it's been quite a while.
Yeah, before Joker, for me, it was Pacific Rim, because I'm a fucking weeb, and I love giant robots.
Okay.
So that was like the last moment where I was like, oh my god, that's so fucking good. And then I watched Joker, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so fucking good too. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I bought it on Blu-ray, the special edition as well, because I like that movie so fucking much, yeah. I'm a buy fan.
I haven't actually bought it yet. I only watched it the one time. I said a while ago that I was going to watch it a second time, and I mean to, but I haven't had a chance. In the meantime, I've watched
worth buying, I think. Yeah.
What's that?
It's worth buying. Like, not like
absolutely. I plan on buying it.
I'm an advocate for sailing the high seas, but when something is genuinely good enough to be worth your money, I'd say go for it. That's me.
It's worth it even in the case that you're supporting a bad studio, because it really grinds the gears of the right people to have somebody like Todd Phillips massively succeed at a movie like that.
Yeah, I'm glad Todd stood by his film and against that woke culture. So this will get into the topic actually of strategies to defeat the left, and one of the things you got to do is be based, and the original definition of based is to basically stand your ground and be true to yourself. You have to do that more often. Stop apologizing ever to these people, because they don't do it in good faith. Like they're not like they like to say, oh, I'm offering criticism or I'm offering feedback. No, what they are doing is pressuring you into agreeing with their presuppositions and their particular standards. And if you say no, they can't do anything to you except try to cancel you. And if they try to cancel you, you can drum up a campaign. It's like, look, these people are literally trying to destroy my career. And you will have people who go up to you, and it's like, okay, I will give you money and support you because you're standing up to the right people. I don't like these people either. And then you can make more money than before, arguably. It depends on the case as well. Like, not everyone can care about every issue that comes up at the same time. But but it's better doing that and not getting as big of a rallying cry in support of you than just apologizing and going to them, because that's not going to help you either. It'll be worse even.
Yeah, I think that this issue ties pretty neatly into also the topic you want to address of like what was it, like basically internal policing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
or whatever the phrase you
purity
used.
testing. Purity testing.
Purity testing.
Yeah.
An example, I don't really want to segue into that, but I wanted to touch on that.
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit of echo again, by the way.
Oh, fucking.
So check that again if you don't mind.
Yep. I will 650
Your
the
mic
shit
might be
out of
re-enabling itself.
Yeah, I'm just checking now. All right. Enable, disable. Enable, disable. Okay, I'm just gonna black out my mic for a sec.
Okay. Well, I don't hear it anymore.
Okay.
Don't hear any echo.
And I'm back. Okay. That's better? So, we're all good. Okay. Oh. I was 650.
Well, now I can't hear you at all. I don't hear anything.
Oh my god. Hang on.
So you might want to re-enable at least one of those mics.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
It's probably a bad idea if you disabled all of them.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now or not?
Not really a good idea to do that. If you have, I would say check Discord to see if you accidentally disabled it for that and switched it to something else.
Did you hear that? No.
Oh man, is this it? Is this how it ends?
How about now?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yep. All right. I figured it out. It was on Discord.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway,
25-year-old boomer here, not knowing how technology does. Oh my lord. So sorry, everyone.
Well, getting back to the actual topic of policing, I'm trying to remember exactly the point I was going to make. Oh, an example of where it becomes an issue of like internal policing and basically like effective strategies against the left. Basically the sole argument of like how do we defeat the left, and basically the main thrust of where we are is, one, we need to organize and coalesce.
Yes.
Two, we need to basically find all the people that are on our side who are working for our enemies and eject them. And if we don't eject them, we need to neuter them. So that it's basically the analogy, or I guess the metaphor that I would use is, you have a snake. You can have a snake in the room. That's fine. The issue is the snake going to bite you. And if you don't trust the snake not to eventually bite you, rip out its fangs. Now it doesn't matter if the snake's in the room at all. The snake can't do anything. And so basically what we need to do with the people on our side that we don't trust is effectively, metaphorically, rip out their fangs so that they can't bite us. They won't be able to bite the other side, but no one expects them to do that. We expect to get bitten. So
in other words,
it's basically finding the people. Go ahead.
In other words, we need to cancel Chris Reagan.
I don't know why you want to cancel somebody who's irrelevant.
No, I'm just joking. I'm not actually calling for canceling. I'm just poking fun at Chris.
I know it's a joke. It's the, what is it? Oh God, what is the line? There's two people who said it. It's from a movie, I think, or a television show, and then Ayn Rand of her opinion. I think of, what was it, Reagan? Of like, I don't even think of him. Like, that's the opinion. So that's my opinion of Chris Reagan, is that I don't think of him and haven't for quite a few years.
Okay. I apologize.
So I wish him
well. That up.
Yeah. Anyways, the point is that to the issue of right wingers and what to do on our side, those are basically the main 2 points. Of, we need to organize, and there's a variety of things that need to be done, and part of that organization is coalescing. And I see some of that. There seems to be some of that going on now. But the problem is that we basically need to identify the people on our side that are not actually working towards what we want. And it's not necessarily like, need to start purging those people. Like if it's effectively, okay, they're Republicans and you're a Republican, you expel them from the Republican Party, even though I have called for some of that in the past.
Yeah.
The issue is basically you effectively need to neuter them so that at the very minimum, they just can't backstab you anymore. They can go do their own thing. They can exist. They can say whatever they want, but they can't backstab you. And that's the problem, especially in the American context, that we have a problem with, is that there are a variety of people on the right who are actively working with the left wing, trying to defeat us. And it is a massive fucking problem in the American context. And I think that whether it's Australia or the UK or the Western world, you go around and it's probably true in each nation. Because I've seen people say similar things about Canada as well, is that the problem that they find is that there's people on the right that claim to be is more conservative than both of us who are actively working with the left wing to pursue the left's agenda. And the problem is, once you start effectively fighting the left wing, once you start having a chance at winning an election, suddenly at 4 o'clock in the morning, a bunch of ballots are dumped on a table, and then all of a sudden a blood red state is going blue. And then 2 Senate seats are lost because no one's trying to win. So that is the problem that we have on the right, at least in the American context. We need to organize. We need to coalesce. We need to get around one agenda, fight for that one agenda, defend everyone who's actually working towards that agenda, and rip the fangs out of the mouths of those who are actively waiting to bite us the minute we start actually winning at something. The minute we start seeing some kind of small victories and all that are going to be going behind the scenes, trying to get people banned off of social media, which definitely happened. People supposedly on the right back channeling the people that are actively working with people getting banned. That clearly went on with some of the people who have banned off of social media. That is clearly going on.
This is why this is why I mentioned purity testing, because I consider purity testing a flaw as opposed to gatekeeping. With gatekeeping, I see it more along the lines of like, okay, like, welcome to the Office of Immigration. How can I help you? I'm a fucking cisgender furry communist. Get out, please, kind of thing. As opposed to purity testing, where it's like, within the context of the drama I had, where it's like, Japanese copyright law is superior to yours, and you're a savage if you pirate, that kind of shit. Like, that kind of, like, petty little pet issue shit, that just causes
I don't even know
infighting.
if that's purity spiraling. Like, I think that's even worse than purity spiraling. That's just like being like an antisocial retard. And I don't even regard that as purity
it's
spiraling.
Specifically within the context of trying to fight the left, right? It's like, I would rather, it's the kind of attitude where it's like, I would rather die on this one particular minor issue that doesn't actually matter in the long run, and let the SJWs win than compromise on that particular issue. Like, that little thing, not like a big strategy
the
thing.
Arguments, I know what you're saying, but the issue is that the way that you get around that issue is basically, if somebody stomps their feet and says, no, I'm not moving, you need to come to me, you literally just ignore that person.
Yeah.
You don't try to convince them. You don't fight for them. You don't fight with them. You just ignore them and do your own thing.
Yeah, that's essentially what I
is the best thing that I can provide, because I had a stream or an argument on Twitter. I don't remember what it was. But basically, I did something where I criticized libertarianism and libertarians.
Oh, is this about the tampons in male bathrooms thing? I think that was it.
It may have been that. But yeah. I basically got into like a big scrap with people who were actually, I think, my own audience, who were libertarian, and I really came down on them. And I basically was saying that your movement is not helping us, that I can't exactly remember the gist of it, but it was basically like you are lost on cultural issues, and that you've been taking major L's and you won't recognize that. and you're basically you're splitting off, and you're doing so by your own volition. Like, it's not us doing this, it's you.
Yeah.
And you're basically making big issues out of things that are not worth me fighting for, and
Lead
I
weagle.
don't align with. Yeah, it's
Lead weagle.
lead weagle kind of things,
Yeah.
where the question is this
Thank you,
actually
Chad.
going to help us? Is this even going to help the cause of liberty? And my answer is no. My answer is simply no. Like, I view the issue of pot as you're basically increasing the longevity of states like New York, who are the classic example of tax and spend so-called liberals. You legalize weed, they tax it at 30%. They use those taxes to give breaks to their friends and increase power for themselves. You're not actually increasing the cause of liberty. You're not actually helping the right wing. You're not actually bettering society. You're just perpetuating the left wing, who are basically using you as a pay pig.
I just wanted
and
to
you're doing it
address
for your own hedonistic desires.
Yeah, I wanted to address a quick question in chat. It's like, how is weed not legal in Australia? I thought we were leftards. The thing about Australia is we are paradoxically leftist and also ultra conservative, and I think part of that is because of our geography, which is why we have a pretty good immigration system. Because we're isolated. We don't have the issue with America, for example, with Mexico, where we literally just have a line separating the countries. For us, we literally have entire oceans separating us from everyone else. So we have this conservative mindset of like, fuck off, we're full. That's a very classic Australian slang. It's like, fuck off, we're full. We don't want you here, kind of thing. And that would kind of extend to weed as well. Like that particular kind of, I want to say ethos, that particular like spirit. I mean, we have seen some progress legalizing marijuana specifically for patients, like medical people, because it's like, oh, I need to deal with the chronic pain, for example. We have some progress in that regard, but generally the government is very boomerific. We have a very very specifically boomer government in Australia, and weed is one of those things that they will pretty much not budge on, honestly.
Yeah, I would say that in part with that as well, and I think it's especially true for the American context as well, and I don't think it's any different, is if you get rid of that, you've basically just eliminated a bunch of jobs for permanent apparatchiks. And that's not the nature of the state.
Yeah.
It's not the nature of the state to simply eliminate enforcement over a controlled substance, because you just eliminated a lot of jobs. And I think that, like, oh no, now instead they're going to go pursue heroin and all this other shit. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's not how it works. You don't understand the nature of the state.
Yeah, I think with the problem with libertarians, within the American context, I'll say, because we don't really have whenever
you're talking about libertarians, it's basically either outgrowths of American libertarianism or just American libertarianism.
Yeah.
Because we are the worst example.
Yeah. With the biggest problem with libertarians in America is they are fighting for an issue that I think generally people don't really care all that much about. Like, I'm kind of applying this with my Australian thing, but I don't really see that many people caring that you smoke weed, for example. Like, I think that there's always a difference between legal attitude and social attitude, and I think weed is one of those topics, which is why I think libertarians are kind of falling to the wayside in some respect, because they're trying to, like, we need to make lead legal, but it's like, okay, why don't we talk about corporatism, or why don't we talk about the border, or why don't we talk about something that's actually more important than your fucking your grass?
They can't. Yeah. Like, the problem is that I have spent a good amount of years talking to people that are self-described libertarians, and the problem is that you basically have three shades of libertarians. You have your well-meaning libertarians who are actually reserved in their actual, like, belief set. Like, they are libertarian and they are philosophically libertarian. Like, that is their worldview and they believe in it, but they're not utopian. they don't think that like we should live in basically a right-wing commune, which is essentially what libertarianism is like we're going to live in a capitalist commune, and we're just going to have like, I'm going to bake this and you're going to grow that, and like it's stupid. And most people like the idea of that, but they don't see it as ever happening, so they don't actually want to pursue that. It's just we want limitations on this and that and the other thing. So it's basically the spirit of the thing rather than the ultimate ideological pursuit of the thing.
Yeah, because the thing with ideology is it's never perfect in practice anyway. So
well, you say that, but the problem is that people nonetheless believe in it.
Yeah.
And there's a gradient on that. Like I would say that still, even at this point, I am a philosophical liberal. Like that hasn't changed, but I am far more practical in terms of that liberalism than I am, somebody who believes in the idea, well, true liberalism is basically having a society where no one has anything in common and we all live in our separate ethno-states. Like that's true liberalism, which is something that some people believe. And they think they're morally superior to me. And it's like, well, it's just, they're basically, those kind of liberals are what I would describe as pacifists. Tim Pool would fit neatly into that category. He is a pacifist. He does not have the actual wherewithal to ever pull the trigger. Like if you're ever in a life or death situation, he is the guy that would not pull the trigger. He is the guy that would hesitate.
So he's the virgin. He's the virgin to the Chad who would kick out the fairies from the Weeb ethno state, is what you're saying.
It's not it's in a meme sense maybe, but I mean basically that the Chad in that sort of metaphor or maybe even analogy is the person that doesn't want to pull the trigger, but getting some echo.
Is it Discord? Is it Discord that's doing it?
I don't know. I don't know what's the issue is.
Oh my.
But in any case, the point is though that now it's fine.
Okay. It is Discord then. Fucking Discord. This is why I didn't want to use Discord, but whatever.
Yeah, sorry. I don't have Telegram.
That's fine. It's not your fault. It's just Discord it's full of furry pedos and they're also bad at technology, so
Yeah. Well, in any case, this relates to the issue that it relates to that metaphor or I suppose analogy, depends how you want to look at it, but
it's mostly just a meme. I'm just poking fun at Tim, really.
Well, it's really the issue of the ability to actually back up what you believe in a real matter. That, like, again, I've debated this many times, and I've actually argued about this and talked about this on my own channel and in streams and with other people. That it's the entire concept of law is that you can pass any law you want to, and you can write any law you want to. Let's say, and I like this sort of analogy because I think that it really speaks to real politics. It really speaks to
real politics.
The actual concept of power.
I like how your accent kind of accentuates politic. I like it.
Well, thank you, thank you. But it's to do with the nature of power. And if you're on an island and you say, well, you know what, guys, we're on this island. We need to survive. And there's ways that are important that will drastically increase the chances that we survive and that we're content and so that we can thrive and all the rest of it. It's okay. We need, latrine. We need food. We need
men who hunt,
clean
women who
water.
gather.
Well, it's more about the basics of like resources.
Yes.
Time, need, survival, like all of those concepts, and also order. That once you have the water, and it includes, I should say, the breakdown of labor, who does what. But even if you get past the point of, like, let's say you got the system in place of this person hunts, this person gathers, this person fishes, this person is responsible for construction, this other person, digs latrines and is responsible for managing water.
We need structure. to
Yeah,
get anything done.
it's organization, that you're basically setting the foundation of what is a state.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're going from a group of individuals that have nothing in common to people that are actually working cooperatively, forming a community, and then basically the more structured you get, the more comfortable you get, the more resources you have. The basic disposition of humanity is then to bicker, or to, you know, once you create luxury or once you create comfort or convenience, it doesn't stay cohesive. The cohesion that you have doesn't remain past that point. You then have to have something else to latch onto. You have to have some other factor that keeps that community together, that keeps the cohesion and matter.
This
that
is
scarcity
why,
is the thing that binds us together, but it's not the thing that keeps us together.
I agree. This is why in the Weeb ethno state, not only will your free speech be guaranteed, but the government will give you a free waifu body pillow and host a panel where you can discuss who's trash.
Well, I would say that would be good for entertainment, but I would say that
that's the whole
problem
joke of
that you
my
have,
name, by the way. That's the whole joke. My
sure.
name is a joke. Yeah.
Well, the problem that you're looking at it from is that it's the difference between rights and actual responsibilities. And I would say that rights are nice, but the problem with rights, and I think it's actually important to what I'm saying here, is that like rights, before you can even get to rights, let's just create rules. Okay, so now let's say that you are basically nominated by everyone else. Let's say there's 12 of us on an island. You know, it's you and I and 10 other people on an island.
Based.
And everyone but me nominates you to be the leader. And you come up with 10 rules of like you want everyone to follow. And everyone agrees to them but me. Okay? And okay, we'll stay there. How do you convince me to follow those rules? Because I didn't elect you leader. I didn't agree to these rules, and I didn't agree to follow them. So the question is, how do you get me to follow these rules? And to the pacifists, which is an option, and I agree with, that the first thing you should do is, and this is the moral thing to do as well, try to persuade that person to agree to the rules for like the beneficial aspect to actually getting along with the group, following the benefits of the rules. Like these rules could benefit you in these ways. Like you try to persuade that person who disagrees as to why these rules are important. And that can also demonstrate through that conversation why you are the leader. And that is the first thing that you go to, is persuasion, or at least you should if you're actually a moral person.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head, in that particular scenario, what I would do is I would offer certain responsibilities that they could take care of, like something that would benefit them but also benefit everyone else. Because it's like, oh, like let's say, oh, I put you on gathering fucking shells on the beach, and you're like, I don't want to do that. Well, the persuasion aspect would then be, okay, well, how about you look for this other thing then, for example. It's like,
and a good way to play off of what you're saying, that a good leader as well would know that if this person is, you know, I don't want to go gather shells, like is, you know, to use your example, and instead they go gather coconuts, you play up the importance of gathering the coconuts because it's a source of food or whatever it would be, I guess.
Coconut
nourishment
water,
of some
I think,
sort
is one thing you could do, yeah.
But
and
you
also
play
make
up the
bras.
importance of that, and you can use that to give that person a sense of pride in actually doing it. That that could be the persuasive thing for them, that it actually is an ego boost to them, that they feel good doing this thing because it's important for, you know, everyone's relying on them, and it, you know, that could be the thing that pushes them from, you know, not wanting to do anything and not listen to you to actually just joining the fold.
This is why offender rehabilitation is a good idea, by the way.
It is, but the problem is that the only way that that's going to work is them actually understanding that what they did in the past was wrong, and that's the problem.
I've been thinking an awful lot about why we have such high recidivism rates with criminals. I think it's like what was it, 25% chance you reoffend, or is it the opposite? It's
That sounds pretty
significant.
fucking low.
It's it was like some sort of significantly high number. I can't remember. It's been
As
too many
far as
years.
I remember, the actual statistic, it also depends on the actual crime committed. But as far as I remember, it was like something like physical crimes of some sort.
I
I
think it's a
remember
violent
taking
crime.
courses in college.
Yeah, I think it's violent
It's
crime,
it
maybe.
is it's like 55 to like 65%
Yeah,
is somewhere around there. Like it is the majority.
yeah.
It is the bulk.
Like one of the things with, I know we're going on a tangent, but I really like the topic, right? So one of the things violent offenders lack is the concept of consequential thinking and decision making skills.
It's
These are
impulse
things they
control.
lack. Yeah, impulse control, exactly. I remember one of my lecturers talking about a story where he had this one guy who got out of the prison system. He was a violent offender, and one thing he was taught about is there is a window before you act violently where you can think to yourself, I don't need to do this, kind of thing. Like there is a moment before that
Yeah.
where you can control yourself. The guy ended up punching the other guy anyway, but he told my lecturer at the time, hey, you're right, there is a window of opportunity. I still hit him, but it was there. Kind of thing. So it's like,
Well,
hey, progress.
all I can say is that I'm very realistic in terms of my thinking as it relates to the issue of deviancy,
Mm-hmm.
which is a word that you do
Criminal
pick
lives
up
don't
when you
matter.
take
Yeah.
courses. Yeah, it's the issue of the problem is that you're not dealing with normal people.
No,
And I think
exactly.
the recidivism rate is actually a good example of what I mean by that. That if you go to prison or jail for a while and that is a bad place
Oh
and
yeah.
you're not free, if you
Mm-hmm.
get out of that place and you say that it's worth doing whatever and you stand a very strong risk of going back and going for an even longer time, if you're more than willing to do that, because the thing is with recidivism, it seems to be very quick. You get out
Mm-hmm.
of jail, you get
Yep,
out of
it
prison,
is.
you reoffend pretty fucking
Yeah,
quick.
it's like within the first 2 months, maybe.
Yeah.
It's very fast. Yeah, I
And
agree.
so the point is basically that you basically have of two models to go down, from my understanding, as it relates to this, which is I guess the more Scandinavian model or somewhere
The
close of
village thing,
basically
yeah.
treating them, or you basically have the school of thought that is now very much out of fashion, which is basically uh, we will scare you
Mm.
to not do it, and we will threaten you to not do it.
Yeah.
And I would say that that's pretty much the school of thought where I am at, because it seems that the people that like, from my perspective, the people that are in favor of rehabilitation have given up.
Mm-hmm.
They've just thrown in the towel. They have just given up. They're not serious anymore. They're just on the side of criminals, and that's about as far as it goes.
Mm.
So if that's going to be the case, then my position is if you come out of prison and you violently reoffend, you should be shot and killed. And now we're done. Now there is no more recidivism.
Well, that's
And
one
if it's,
way. Yeah,
well, you're violent, and I stand
I
by
know.
it.
I
I
know.
think that
I
if
think
you
my
a dangerous,
I think me owning
go
a
ahead.
degree prevents me from agreeing one way or the other on that particular
Well,
topic.
I would say that again. I will reassert that the side in favor of rehabilitation have given up. They have given up entirely.
I
They are
mean, you're
done
not wrong.
arguing.
Like there was a big wasn't a literature review. It was like a big mega study in the 80s, I think it was. And the guy basically concluded that everything that we are doing to try to rehabilitate people, or everything we have tried to apply, doesn't work. Nothing works, kind of thing.
The only examples that I've ever seen where rehabilitation has actually worked has been incredibly unique, really intimate cases. Like
Mm-hmm.
I worked with this particular offender personally for 6 fucking years
Hmm.
and did literally everything for him and basically was his father, and he stopped offending.
Hmm.
But outside of those examples, there's a bunch of examples like that, but those are the examples of basically I played the role of this guy's father for 10 fucking years or something like that, and he stopped being a deviant.
Yeah,
But it's like
I think
outside of examples,
the
you go
yeah,
ahead.
I think the level of the kind of offending that they do also is a major factor. It's like, oh, like pettier crimes, they're easier to kind of lower the recidivism rate on compared to violent crime, because violent crime stems from a deeply disturbed psychological state that they developed because of child abuse or a bunch of other factors growing up.
I would say neglect is probably the biggest factor.
Well, yeah,
I think I know that like there is a good argument about like sexual abuse and physical abuse that leads directly, like it's a direct correlation to deviancy of a broad variety.
Sexual abuse
I've seen a bunch of people
like 80. Sexual abuse accounts for like over 80% of pedophiles.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Is that like it's not just that particular issue, but it's like a variety of different symptoms that come from that of sexual abuse as a minor, and as well of physical abuse. That basically it splits off into different sort of symptoms that come from that. But I would say that one of the big things when it comes to like the general criminal, I don't think it's physical abuse. I don't think it's sexual abuse. I think that it's neglect. I think that is the biggest category. But
there's an argument. There's an argument there.
I mean, just
I can see
ignoring them. I think it's just ignoring the child. I don't mean like even like not feeding them or shit like that. I think it is simply ignoring the child, and the child is like, well, my parents or my parent literally does not give a fuck about me at all. Does anybody? And I think that's what it is. I think
why
that's
they go
the
to
majority.
Gangs. That's why they join gangs.
Well, I think that it's not just a matter of gangs. I think it's an extreme issue with either, I don't know what the psychological categorization would be, but it's basically the kind of mindset of my life doesn't fucking matter. Like whatever category that would fall under, that is the way by which that those people operate.
Yeah.
Is that it's a go ahead.
Yeah, someone mentioned in the chat, Zstar, he said the current criminal justice system basically imprisons people until they age out most of their aggression. The average age is usually 35. That also applies mainly to teenagers, because what you find is with minor crimes, like more minor offenses with teenagers, when they turn 18, that's when their aggression levels and their offending levels kind of drop over time. That's not the case for more violent offenses.
Yeah.
And violent offenses is like you need to be over 65 or something, I think is what the studies say. Because you're 65 years old. That's why you're not violent anymore, kind of thing.
I'd agree with all of that. I agree with that. Based on my own individual research, and not even from what I remember from college, but even just my own independent research on my own time, I'd agree with that entirely. But the issue is that everyone, and this is what I mean about rehabilitation is given up. Like even my own professor, when it came to corrections, he was a corrections officer, and he introduced this idea to me, and I talked to my law professor about it when I was like in my senior year, where he called it, he spoke to incarceration. He referred to it as warehousing. That's how he referred to it. And my law professor, who is not, this is like a high level guy who in this area gives regular interviews to the press because he's like the expert of the area of certain legal issues. He like laughed to himself and he put his head down and he said to me, he got close to me, he goes, "Don't say that during class, but you're right." And I was like, wow. Like, and that's what it is, man. That's what it is. Is that the thing is that I honestly think that the kind of thing with that is that the people in the know are the people that are involved. I think that the people who are deep thinkers about the issue of crime and corrections, criminology just in general is a broad topic, or deviancy is the way that I'd phrase it, that it's that the people that are serious have, like, they realize that the side that even if they see themselves as wanting to be in favor of rehabilitation, that side has basically given up. That the arguments that did used to exist when I was in college, and there were arguments being given, serious arguments from a variety of sources as it related to rehabilitation, they're even in the news, that those have disappeared. At least in the American context, like they've just given up.
Would you say
And
it's because a lot of the field around rehabilitation is full of leftists? I kind of get that feeling
it,
that that's one of the reasons.
I would say that that's broadly the reason, but it's because it's in the American context, it's because of 650.
Yeah.
It's because every single year in the United States of America, the crime statistics as it relates to black offenders grow worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, it's the same
And
with
the
Aboriginal
last time
offenders in
yeah.
Australia. Yeah, very similar.
Well, the thing that I don't really, I mean, I don't really want to speak to the Australian context, but in terms of like my position now, it's well, who founded the country? Who
Hmm.
founded Australia? Was it the Aboriginals? Did they found your country?
Well, in Aboriginal culture, they believe Australia is made up of like 250 different countries within the continent. From what I remember, it's like their interpretation of Australia is basically their little segmented tribe is basically their own country, which is why if you look at a quote unquote Aboriginal map of Australia, like it's just all over the place. There are so many fragmented pieces that are like a country
Is it
in their mind.
is it based around ethnicity?
I think it's based around. I think it's based. Mm, well, if they're all Aboriginal, is it really? I think it's mainly their. They believe their particular communities to be the state itself, which is why I think one extension of that is because in a lot of Aboriginal tribes they still do something called spearing, which basically when you're punished in an Aboriginal tribe, they literally throw a spiky wooden spear at you and it goes through your leg. They literally throw a spear at you
Jesus.
for punishment, which is why you see quite a few Aboriginal offenders ending up in hospital because they had to get rid of a spiked up spear that has a bunch of like splinters and stuff in it, and it's fucking nasty, right?
It's
Yeah,
any wonder why it's any wonder why that civilization didn't survive.
yeah. It's why Prince Philip asked when he was alive. He asked one of the Aboriginal men in Queensland, I think it was. It's like, do you still spear each other? And he said, no, we don't. And I'm like, actually, hold
Yeah,
on
it's
a
a
second,
lie.
mate.
Yeah.
Maybe
All
in
I can
his
say
tribes
is
they
that
don't, but in others they still do.
all I can say is that in the American culture, the Indian victimhood nature, like
Oh
it's
yeah, yeah. You
basically
talk a
the
lot. Yeah,
equivalent to what of your Aboriginal issue.
yeah.
Although I don't even know who's worse because the suicide, drug addiction, and alcohol problem among Indians in the United States is worse than any demographic.
That's the same here for Aboriginals, with the addition of sniffing petrol.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I don't really know the
I mean,
statistic around that in the United
sniffing
States,
petrol
but
that's a drug related problem because it gives them a high. That's why they do it because
yeah,
they're too poor to afford
it's what's it
drugs.
called? Not whiffing. What's it called? Huffing? Is that what it is? It's called
Hmm.
something.
Yeah,
But anyways,
but
uh,
yeah.
the
Aboriginals
issue
are similar
is
to
that
Indians in that particular like community dysfunction.
well, I can tell you that as it relates to that, that's where I think if anybody's based and ahead of the curve on those particular issues, I know that I am because
Yeah,
man, I can only begin to tell you how unsympathetic I am as it relates to that particular issue
yeah,
because it's like A, there was a war, you lost. B, this is our fucking nation. We fucking founded it. You didn't found shit. You didn't build shit. We gave you what you got.
yeah.
And C, you're dysfunctional as fuck. D, you're fucking ethno states. You have no moral leg to stand on. You're nothing but ethno states. So fuck you.
Hmm.
And my view is, and I think I'm ahead of the curve on this, is that all of the reservations in the United States and whatever you got over there should just be dissolved.
Hmm.
And my position is if you don't like it, get the fuck out of our nation. Because that's the difference. That's why it's the difference between saying country and nation.
Hmm.
Because the fact is that I don't know the history of Australia that well, but I know the American history decently, and I can tell you that it's our nation.
Hmm.
It's my nation. And if you want to say, no, we're on our own little ethno states and it's all that, well, it's like, okay, well, it's still our nation. You're in it. And I wait with bated breath for the day that we get somebody in the Republican Party or somebody on a national stage who basically says, you know, because this is the difference. I mean, maybe this is the difference between like basically you're sort of like nationalist light versus like an actual nativist. But it's like this. I mean, this is definitely out of left field for what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to find a segue back into the island analogy.
I guess we can just go back to it. But that's my whole argument. Is basically I'm an American citizen. I'm a proud American. I live in the United States of America, founded by a particular men that were not Indian, and none of the Indians actually did anything to actually found this fucking nation outside of in a limited capacity playing the role of mercenary. That's about as good as we got here. But outside of that, we founded this nation. It's our nation.
Yeah.
And if it were your nation, you still wouldn't have invented the fucking wheel. And that's the fact. They were, dude. And the fact is that not only do they have their own ethno state, so they have no moral ground to judge anybody, but they were the most barbaric fucking slavers in this entire continent. Okay, the Indians in the United States were barbaric fucking slavers. So all I can say is that the English colonists who became Americans, and it wasn't just the English, but that was the original colony or the British, whatever, that they created civilization in this area, in this region, and they spread it from coast to coast. And thank God they did it, because what they replaced was nothing more than disgusting barbarism, immoral barbarism.
Yeah. I think the whole idea of will extend it into white guilt, basically. I have no reason to apologize for anything that happened to Aboriginals back when Australia was in its like infant years, because my ancestor actually, he was I think he was an Irish soldier. He was sent by the British Navy to go to New Zealand, and he was ordered to kill the Maori people there, and he said, no, I'm not doing that. So he was sent as a prisoner to Tasmania for not killing Maoris. So my heritage is the least racist of them all, basically. No, I'm not killing this other people. Okay, well, to prison with you, kind of thing. And that's how my side of the family got started here. So it's like, yeah, I have no reason to feel bad for anything that happened before, because I have no I have no responsibility for that from my own heritage, if we must go down that kind of road.
You say heretical, but that is the perspective that they take on it.
Yeah,
that is the fact. They see it as, I mean, I can't really speak to them, but for the Indians in the United States and for blacks, it's blood guilt.
Yeah.
That's how they view it.
Absolutely.
That is how they view it. And if you look on the other way, they would call you like every word they could come up with.
Yeah.
But the fact is that they treat it as blood guilt.
Yeah, in Australia, there's a lady named Jacinta Arndt. She's a, I don't know if she's half Aboriginal or full Aboriginal. I know she's an Aboriginal like activist, politician kind of thing. And she was at the forefront of discussing a lot of issues within Aboriginal communities, like surrounding child sexual abuse and drug problems and violence and all that. And she gets called a coconut for criticizing.
I mean,
it's
no different here.
It's like fuck me. Like this is why this kind of attitude is not the path to integration. Like you
it never will be.
Lament your own circumstances being shit because white man kind of thing.
And
then when we offer you help and when we offer actual suggestions, you're just like, no, white man, I don't want your help. It's like, okay, well if you keep going down that route, then what can we do?
All I'm saying is that in the United States, that the way things are going, especially here, and I don't really know how much you read into American news. It's very presumptive of me.
Twitter shows me a lot of news, regardless of how I feel about it. So.
But like I mentioned before we went live, the Asian hate crimes that are going on here, like it's brutal. It is all over the fucking place. Every day there is another fucking brutal story. And the fact is that like there's a difference between you punch somebody to rob somebody and what's going on.
Yeah. I guess they got tired of attacking the Jews. I guess that's what happened.
Yeah, basically I talked to somebody the other day who lives in Brooklyn about this.
Yeah.
About the Orthodox Jews, and as far as I know, it's still going on.
Yeah.
It's just not making the news.
It's fucking terrible, honestly. It really is.
Well, the thing is that basically either you basically have two paths to go down, and this is kind of the debate that I just had with Sargon, aka Carl Benjamin, is that his position is basically it's only ever going to get worse. And my position is, and this is like I say, I am a liberal, but it basically comes down to the fact that, like, well, you're limiting my choices. You've binded my hands, so now we're limited in choices of what we can do about this problem. That you can't go around beating, old Asian women in the head with a concrete block.
Yeah.
That you can't do that. I'm sorry, but that's immoral and it's illegal. You can't do that.
I can just imagine a movie scene. It's like, you can't just drop cinder blocks on old Asian ladies' heads, nigga. What are you doing?
Well, the issue is that we kind of get back to like the metaphor that I was really taking a long time to draw about us being on the island.
Yes. Sorry it took that long to get back on.
Yeah, I know. So here we go. We're circling all the way back to that. Yep. But it's basically, you got these rules. And the question is whether everyone's going to, enforce, whether people are going to agree to the rules.
Yeah.
So the problem is, what do you do with the one guy who doesn't want to obey the rules, who will tell you, I'm not going to obey these rules? So they're just overtly telling you, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to obey these rules. Well, that then introduces the actual, like, it gets down to the very, like, basically, what would it be? I forget what it's called. It's basically not osmosis. What's it called? Like the original pool or whatever it's called of like, what's it called?
Chat help.
It's basically, yeah. What's it called? Where it's basically the origin, like the spawn of something.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's basically
also, thank you to
spawn,
the guy who said hereditary. That's the word I wanted to say. Hereditary.
Yeah. Well, that's not the word I'm looking for.
I know. I just wanted to acknowledge chat. You're not invisible.
Yeah. See if somebody says it in the chat. If they say it in the chat, it'll be nice.
Primal soup.
Yeah. The primal nature of humanity. Like you're getting to the very bare basics of what makes human. Yeah. Primordial. Thank you. That is the exact word I was looking for.
Hell yeah.
It has to do with the exact basics of humanity. Is what if somebody doesn't agree and you can't persuade them?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the answer simply is force. That is the answer. That is the only option that you have left. And the opposite of that is, we're on an island. You set up the rules. You're the leader. You've been elected. There's 12 of us, you and I, all the same situation. But you got your rules. There's everyone against me. And it's you as well. You're the leader. But I have a gun. Who has the power?
So basically, this is beyond the realm of civil disobedience. This is now going into
the question.
Violence.
The question is the actual nature of power. It is violence, but that is it's already accepted that no matter what it is, if you're exerting power, it is force. It doesn't make it always me punching you in the head. But it is always in some form coercive.
This is why Starship Troopers is a good film, by the way.
Yes. This is it very much played out in that. It's actually explained, I would imagine, more so in the books. But
yeah,
the nature of power there is no real debating it. So you can claim to be the leader. All the people can claim, no, we voted him the leader. We voted on these rules. These are all the rules. But I have the gun. Mm-hmm. So that means, in truth, I'm the one in power because I'm the only one that can actually execute their will.
Yeah.
And that is the thing that, as it relates to what's going on in the course of the world, especially in the United States with the Asian hate crimes, with what blacks are doing in general, with, the debate around policing and all that, it's a variety of things. A lot of things that could be talked about. It really gets back to the basics of, You might have laws, you might have rules, you might have social norms, but it is the question of power. Who has power? Who can actually wield that power? And do laws really matter? And it's why, I'm pushing back against the concept of you talking about rights, because you can claim rights, but can you actually enforce those rights?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, especially in the American context, that is the thing that is now being called into question, the way things are progressing, because you can claim that, like, oh, there's all these laws in the books about violence. There's all these rules in the books about, hate crimes. There's all these rules in the books for the police and all these things. But if you are a black man with a cinder block in San Francisco or New York, and you are caving in the head of some old Asian lady,
Mm-hmm.
who actually has the power? And it is the black man with the brick, or the cinder block, because he knows that there's no bail. He knows the charges are going to be dropped. He knows that there's not going to be any repercussions to his actions. And that's why we have seen this rate of violence skyrocket.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can guarantee you that it's basically all one long road, from the permissiveness towards crime, the permissiveness towards criminals, the permissiveness towards looting, the permissiveness towards violence. Like, it's all one long road to where they're violating more and more and more and more laws, and it's getting more and more and more violence. But there still is no actual repercussions outside of isolated incidents of prosecution.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the things I remember hearing a lot of. I think leftists, like left-wing people, are particularly fond of saying this, and it's like, well, the deterrent effect doesn't really work, kind of thing. And in a really specific context, if you're talking about deterrence is a mixed bag, right? Like, yes, there are
No,
like I'll try to explain. It's like okay, the laws themselves are not going to deter a violent criminal, right? Like, okay, yeah, in that sense, like, obviously deterrence doesn't work because they are not operating on the same rational framework that everyone else does when they follow the law, kind of thing, right? What we're talking about here mainly is like, your rights won't be respected unless you exercise force to protect the rights, right?
Yes.
Which is why we
Yes.
have prisons. We have to imprison people who are a danger to the community in such a way that their rights will not be respected, kind of thing. And that it's not really deterrence, but it is incarceration. Like, you need something to keep them away from everyone else. And that will...
Yes, that is the practical
thing, yeah.
effect. But actual deterrence would be public displays to inspire fear.
Mm-hmm.
That is deterrence. And that's what I'm more in favor of now than so in the past, because I think that, if anything, I've been proven absolutely right about that, because everybody's talking about their rights. Everyone's like has a big dick about being free and all this.
Yeah, they
and then
say
COVID
they
comes,
have rights, but they don't want to protect
the government
them.
shuts down.
Yeah.
Well, the government shuts down every fucking thing in the world. And what do people do? What do the bulk of people do? They put their fucking head down and they submit it without a second thought.
Yeah.
So I think that the real phenomena is, if you want to have a real effect on stopping certain criminal behavior, you need to have a response that is public, that people see,
it has to be
and
immediate.
that uses immediate, and it uses overwhelming force.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if you have, and basically this would be my example. I am, what would it be? Is a county commissioner. I can't remember what it is for my area, even what I had to look it up.
No
but
worries.
It's basically, you're in charge of the county, but you're whatever. You're the mayor, you're the governor, you're whatever. You're in some executive position. So something separate from a legislative. You're in an executive position. There's a riot in a city. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have two choices. You can either enable the riots by basically having a soft touch and allow these businesses to be burned down, thinking that that's going to pacify the rioters and that it won't happen again, or you can have a level of deterrence.
Mm-hmm. Someone mentioned
And the level of
someone mentioned in the chat. It's the same guy as Star. The actual deterrent is to crime is to catch criminals and prosecute them. Research from criminology shows this. That only really works when you're talking about someone who operates on the same rational framework of deterrence. If you're a violent criminal and you go through the court system and you go to prison, that's not a deterrent.
They don't give a shit.
Yeah, they don't care.
Don't give a shit.
They have no reason to care.
Watch
so
these people. Some of these people get sentenced. Watch some of these people get sentenced. They don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're talking about like relatively normal people, yes. If we're talking about deviants, no.
Yeah, like a deterrent would be for a normal person. Oh, I got a speeding ticket, and I have to go to court to explain why I haven't paid the speeding fine.
Your insurance goes up because you lost some points off your license. You go, God damn it, I got to slow down now. I'm lost points on my license. My insurance going up. You know, I got to stop speeding. That's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I used to speed all the time until I lost points on my license and my insurance went way up.
Mm.
But
I've been really fortunate. I've never received a ticket. I've never been pulled over by the police, and I'm 25.
I used to have a lead foot.
Yeah.
In any case, getting back to the issue of deterrence.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, bad echo.
Again. Yeah, it has to be Discord. Let me just.
Yeah, straighten that out real quick. Keep that window open.
Yep.
Anyways.
Better?
Okay, so as it relates to the issue of deterrence, and especially as it relates to looting and sort of the crime that we're seeing, you basically want to go above board or over the top. Like you like I don't know what to say. It just seems like I'm just surrounded by people that just have given up, that they've either given up or their morality is inverse.
The idea is
like, you want to stop looters, okay, shoot some.
Yeah, I mean they go on about proportionality.
You want to stop people.
Can you still hear me?
Proportionality only works when it comes to violence if you actually meet it with overwhelming force.
Yeah. Yeah, like they say proportionality, but I think when they apply it in practice, they really just think, just leave him alone for a bit, he'll be fine, kind of thing. Like that. Like, that's not proportional, kind of thing.
It's like,
what are you actually doing to help them?
You basically get two kinds of stupid people that look at criminals, like bona fide violent criminals, as basically children throwing a tantrum. You just need to wait them out, and they'll eventually calm down.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other ones are basically the fucking cocksuckers who just want to let them go. Those are the two ways of the people that have inversed their morality, that feel sorry for violent criminals. They're having a tantrum, so look at them like a child. You know, like somebody like George Floyd, who's like fucking 60 years old or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the other side where they just want the criminals to be let go. And it's like, if you, by the way, here's
so
my whole position.
Like that. It's ridiculous.
By the way, here's my position. If you actually are on that side of, we should live in a society where criminals are allowed to, they should just be allowed to do whatever they want. Fuck this society. Fuck this country. Overthrow it. Straight up. I'm not joking remotely. I like, we live in Gomorrah. Then we live in a biblically evil fucking place. And fuck it. We all deserve to die then. We all deserve what we get. I'm not even joking.
I know you're not joking. It's just so funny.
Like, we live in a legitimately immoral and fallen society at that point. Because like, I don't like to live in a society where you're going to watch some kid be raped in the street and you think that it's wrong to stop that rape. Like, that's your moral beliefs. Like, oh, there's a little kid getting raped in the streets, but we don't want to interfere because that would be wrong to use violence against that violent rapist criminal. Like, we're getting there. We're on that road. And I don't know why so many people have been seduced by this mindset, but it is basically a mindset of weakness. And all I can say that what we should do are those of us with any kind of moral clarity just need to assert ourselves and say, all of you are fucking weak. All of you are either passivistic, amoral, like morally relativist fucking weaklings. You need to shut up and actually stand up for living in a decent nation. And the fact that it's just like, again, it's like the issue of tiptoeing around like, oh, well, prostitutes are sex workers and like you need to like, and there's a lot of right wingers that are tiptoeing around these language games. It's like, no, fuck these degenerate criminals. Fuck these fucking people that are irredeemable, that are evil, that are sadistic, that would kill you and take your shit and not even blink and would laugh as you are fucking rolled into the pit. You know, these people are not worthy of any fucking sympathy. And I don't understand why that I do see some positive development from our side, at least, in standing opposed to the people that have basically inversed their view as it relates to this particular issue, that they are sympathetic with the criminal and that they are actively antagonistic towards the innocent or the police. Like, it's, you know, they use the police as basically the scapegoat of like, oh no, the police need to do X or they need to do Y. And no, I'm not really sympathetic with this violent felon. I'm just very critical and skeptical of police power, whatever fucking shit they want to dress it up as. But the fact is that in that you are also condemning the innocent.
was just an innocent victim after all. She she tried to stab a girl, but that's just like totally normal, guys. Fucking teenagers always try to stab each other with knives and in the streets. You gotta just stop being racist, bro. Kind of thing. Ugh. Those people.
That issue itself. That issue itself, I think, is actually not as offensive as the George Floyd issue. I think the George Floyd issue was far more offensive because so many people allowed themselves to be seduced by such a fucking horseshit narrative, and they're standing up for this cocksucker. I mean, you can paint all the murals you want to this guy. This guy was a fucking piece of shit. If this guy had survived that interaction, he would have gone on to be a piece of shit criminal. He was irredeemable.
Yeah,
he was like 16 years old.
Yeah, I remember when the George Floyd thing happened initially. I wouldn't say I was like, oh yeah, Black Lives Matter. No, not even the slightest bit. But I remember thinking at the time, I was like, oh, his knee was on his neck. That's pretty fucked up. That's not good. But as the evidence rolled out after the fact, I've since changed my mind on the whole thing. It's like, no, he didn't have his, like, yeah, putting your knee on your neck is not a good idea, obviously, but he didn't do it in the first place. It was between the shoulder blades.
Right. Yeah.
So,
but the issue is that you and I are actually having, like, even if we really got into it, which I don't want to, as related to that particular incident.
Yeah.
There is actually a debate there and all this and that. But the problem is that, like, you're one of 5 fucking people on the face of this earth who are like, hold on, let me look at this video. Let me look at the actual facts. Let me look at, like, most fucking people, like, they haven't changed their minds slightly as it related to the issue. And I haven't either, because even while there is an actual discussion to be had about that particular interaction, the fact is that, like I say, my beginning and end is George Floyd was a piece of shit. His life didn't matter. Fuck him. You know who I'm concerned about are all the people that he victimized during his lifetime. That's who I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the innocent in society. And I don't give a fuck about the criminals. I don't give a fuck about them.
No,
I don't care how unjustified the shooting was or how unjustified the throttling or the knee was. Fuck them. Because I just don't understand. It's like, I try to debate people about this. And it's like, and I've had limited interactions with this, and it's just like, I don't understand how far gone people are. It's like, if we were in this situation where a criminal is about to cut your fucking throat, would you like me to stop them? And it's just like, even people can't even address
it.
They can't even acknowledge that if it was even their life being threatened, that they would be like, yes, please stop them. Like, that's how far we are. And that's why I say, as it relates to our side, we need to totally just fucking pull back, just like decouple from this argumentation. And just say, if we are going to get into the nitty gritty, fine, have the nitty gritty, but that is the minutia that doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
That is the minutia that doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. The nitty gritty that you and I could get into if we really wanted to, which I don't really for this one, but most people don't operate under nitty gritty circumstances. They say they do, but really they
No,
a
it is a
reactionary according to what
fringe.
Twitter feeds them on their timeline. Like,
It
it's a
is a
first
fucking
impression thing.
fringe.
Yeah.
It is a fringe of people that are actually concerned about the facts of what occurred. And we're getting a little bit of reverb again.
Okay.
It might be my fault for yelling. But...
Maybe. Hang on, let me just mute the mic again.
Yeah.
And we're back.
But yeah, okay. The important part is though that the nitty-gritty, while it is persuasive to like the rational actors and the people who are actually concerned, the problem is that it is such
not what the culture
a
is.
considerably small amount of people. And the problem is that basically, while the other side is basically saying criminal lives matter, fuck the innocent. I want to live in Gomorrah, rape the fucking angels. Like, that is the other side of this, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and this is why, just to kind of sort of mention another topic. This is why Billy did nothing wrong. This is why One Angry Gamer was right.
Yeah, if we want to get into that particular issue, then that's fine. But I think that I do think that is a good segue, because it is basically the same point. I'll end by saying on the point of the George Floyd matter that if the other side is basically saying rape the angels, fuck the innocent, we're living in Sodom. The problem is, on the other side, you can't be the piecemeal, let's get into the nitty gritty. You can't do that. Because it is a matter of truth.
We tried in 2014. We tried since 2012, and it's since been like, because the communists are just refused to debate you on anything unless they can just shout their opinions at you. That's where we're at.
I can't remember the Italian phrase of it, of like, we don't care. I forget what that Italian phrase is for the Italian fascists.
Fredo something, whatever. I remember.
Yeah, we can look it up. But that is literally their position. Yeah. They don't fucking care. But so, my point is to say that what we need is the overarching narrative for our side. That is what we need. That is the essential. We need the overarching side. So when the left comes out and says, "Oh well, you know, like I say, rape the angels," and I'm not even exaggerating. Rape the angels and let's live in Sodom. Fuck God and the rest of it. Like, we can't answer that with, here's the facts, here's the statistics, here's this. That's fine. Let's do that as well. Like, that's fine to have. I'm not against actually proving a point using the truth and demonstrating the truth. I'm not opposed to that in slaves, but that is secondary to having
no idea what the fucking phrase is.
It is what we need is the overarching narrative. That should be the primary focus.
Yeah. Basically, what you're saying is we need like some form of muscular liberalism, I think, is one of the things Carl mentioned from a UK politician. Was it David Cameron who said it or something? No, not David Cameron. I don't know. It's just the idea of like, yeah, we like our individualism and we like our American values and all that. And if you go against that in such a ridiculous way that you want to overthrow the state, fuck you. We're going to take you down, kind of thing. That's what we need. We need that particular overarching narrative. We need to stop being friends with them, because we have people who are trying to be friends with them where they want us literally dead, kind of thing.
Yeah. Totally agree. Fix your reverbing again real quick.
Oh my fucking Lord.
Yeah, what can I say? But in any case.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'll mention with Billy, because I think
I was going to get onto that.
Yeah. With Billy. I wanted to say with Billy, most probably don't know this, but I don't know if you've seen me in the comments, but I was a very frequent commenter on One Angry Gamer back when they had Discus.
I think so.
Yeah. I was very particular about my mission when I would read these articles and I would share them. I am very anti-censorship, especially of the kind of things that I like, even for things that I don't care about, I don't care about F1 Grand Prix racing or whatever shit, but the booth ladies, for example, should not have lost their jobs, right? Like, I'm very against that kind of like getting rid of the culture of a thing.
The obvious is basically that's the first step.
Yeah. So that's one thing I always wanted to discuss with Billy when he was still around, and I would always make sure, like, I've never had a problem of disagreeing with Billy on something. Like, he would talk about, for example, like, with propaganda in media, right? Like he would make arguments along the lines of like, you're propagandizing children and you're teaching them this, and this thing. And I would always be very particular to say, look, we can argue this stuff, but as long as we don't go down the route of video games cause violence, that kind of like thing, because they'll use that against us. As long as we don't go down that route, then yes, I'm in agreement. But I'm always careful to make that kind of argument, for example. Or if he, for
Sure.
example, if he's like, oh, Michael Jackson was a pedo, and I'm like, I don't agree with that he's a pedo kind of thing. It's like I'm not an echo chamber kind of guy, but a lot of the people who went after Billy seem to think that it's just a fucking alt-right echo chamber. I've disagreed with the alt-right on many things. I've always stood my ground that I'm not a white nationalist and I'm not this or that, even if we have one or two issues that we agree on just because we're talking about video games kind of thing, right? Never ever have I ever been alt-right, and I never will be alt-right. Um, and another thing with Billy, I don't think he was alt-right either, because I don't remember him ever blaming Jewish people for the problems. It's always been in the comments section that did that.
Yeah.
Like yeah, he would talk about Neil Druckmann going on about, oh, I'm Israeli and I'm a Jew, and he would talk about
Sure.
in an argument like that. And it's like, well, that's because Neil racialized himself. It's not Billy doing
Yes.
that. Neil did that. Um, yeah, I think the whole the whole thing our side did with Billy was absolutely fucking deplorable, because he was basically the only news outlet we had that actually talked about one of the things that made Gamergate what it was, and that was video game censorship. He was the only one that would actually stand up for video games, even if it's one he didn't necessarily agree with, like some fucking yaoi visual novel or whatever. If that got banned on Steam at any point, which almost none of them do, by the way,
Right.
but he would say like, no, okay, this thing was censored, kind of thing. This is still bullshit. But everyone's like, oh, but he said fucking the nigger word, and he said, it's like, oh my god, fucking, we really got to purity test people for their language when fucking we're gamers. We're going to purity test people, even though we as gamers say some of the most horrendous shit to each other anyway, and we want to promote that culture. So it's just the utter hypocrisy just
Well,
drove me insane.
I would say that you gotta fix yourself again, reverb.
Okay.
All right. Anyways, so the the problem with that particular idea of like what happened, because I'm not 100% sure of what happened at the end. I was aware that basically the people that there was plenty of people that were originally happy with it, One Angry Gamer, that turned against it. There was things that apparently went on in the background of the actual website that I'm unaware of.
From what
But
I understand, because Billy surrendered ownership to these new SJW people, and they're explicitly SJW. They say so. And the last thing he retweeted before his account was shut down was my tweet saying I'm withdrawing support from the website because it now no longer has the mission statement I agree with, kind of thing. And then he just disappeared. That's basically it.
okay.
There are theories that he was sued or the feds got him. There are theories like that, but literally we have nothing on what happened to him after that.
Yeah, I don't know either. It might be just one of those cases where he just bowed out.
Yeah.
You know, because there's been a few people that I've known in the past that just happened to, where they're like, you know, a few people from the GG days who basically that didn't flame out and then basically said "fuck you, Louis," like plenty of people. But one of the rare cases where they're just like, yeah, I'm kind of done. So they just message me and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna get off of Twitter, or I'm gonna get off of this. I'm just kind of done. I got my own life to live and all that. It's like, yeah, no problem. See you.
Yeah.
You know, there's been a few people like that, and I'd rather have that happen than for people to flame out and basically just like destroy a friendship, because that's happened to me quite a few times, man. All I know is that at this point, it's just like I do not care. I just I have like the small circle that I have, and I'm not the only. There's like a few people that I'm close to, but it's not really that big of a deal, because even now, like the closest person I'm to is probably Sargon.
Mm.
and I haven't seen him in forever because like we haven't been able to do any events or anything like that. So
Yeah.
I can't go hang out or meet him or do anything. So it's not
I've been
really.
trying. I've been Sargon used to follow me on Twitter back in 2015, and that was like, oh my god, Sargon's following me, and I always wanted to keep in regular contact with him because I actually have a book with his name in it that I'm trying to
Oh
deliver to
yeah.
him. Yeah, I got it's a book on Section 18C in the Australian law, like in the Australian legal system. It's basically like you're not allowed to say offensive things about race or whatever. And I met the authors because it's written by my university's professors. Um, and I got the authors to sign the book addressed to him, and I've been trying to get in contact with him, but he's just so impossible to reach now. So
Yeah, I guess the thing I could mention is if you got that book,
yeah, I
I
still
could
have it.
probably get you in contact with one of his henchmen.
Hmm.
I believe it's Callum from
Yeah,
his show. That you could just maybe get like a PO. I don't know if he has a PO box or a
not
mailing
yet.
address, but you could.
I've been following them on Lotus Eaters, and they said they haven't set up a PO box yet. So
Okay. Well, then there's not much. I don't know if I can. You'd either have to find him in IRL or whenever they get that up, then you could send it to him that
yeah,
way.
that'd be nice, but I
But
need to be able to travel, and I don't have the money and the legal permission to travel. So that's always fun. Yeah.
Yep. Well, the only good sign, I can't really get into it yet, but I have I thankfully after a fucking year, I have a job lined up, and I'm
Hey,
basically a
that's
few
good.
steps shy of actually starting out, and I don't want to jinx it just yet because man, it has been nothing but hurdles the whole time. But it's
Yeah.
just there is an amazing aspect to it that I will likely never be able to admit, but I will be moving from the private sector to the public sector.
Hey man, like seriously, good luck to you because you've had a really rough 2020, and well, we all have.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah,
My last year for me was freaking terrible, man. It
yeah.
was abysmal. And this year hasn't been much better, but I basically like I was in such a bad mood during beginning of June
Mm.
of last year 2020, basically when uh the riots were kicking off and
Oh
all
yeah,
that.
dude.
Like I
Me
thought
too. With the whole virtue signaling from all the gaming companies, including the ones that are supposed to be from a Japanese branch. It's like, oh my god,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was
Well, it
so
wasn't
fucking
even that,
blackpilled.
dude.
I was so blackpilled.
I I legit thought like it just kept escalating and escalating, and I thought like, wow, this is. I thought literally at that point, based on the way things are going, that there was going to be a legit chance at a breakdown. Like
A civil war
it
kind
was
of thing.
at the point where I don't
Mm.
know if you could even call it that, but basically the BLM like types, like a combination of activists and rioters were starting to march on the suburbs, and people in the suburbs. And this is the argument that I had with Sargon that he wouldn't acknowledge that literally suburbanites were forming lines
Mm.
and blocking their neighborhoods, like blocking the roads with like checkpoints and forming arms lines. And like it was just a question of like people made a big deal about that boomer that
Yeah,
had that
the
really, really
couple
nice
that
house.
waved guns around at their personal
That was
private property, by the way,
absolutely
which is
nothing.
legal. They did
That
nothing
was
wrong.
absolutely nothing compared to some of the fucking things that could have occurred.
Mm.
Where the marchers, you had activists and rioters basically marching up to the suburb and being blockaded by armed suburbanites. And all that needed to happen was for them to say, fuck it, we're going forward.
Yeah.
And I thought like, holy fucking shit, this is it. Like I was so on edge, dude. I
Yeah.
thought basically they were gonna march on the suburbs, and the people in the suburbs were gonna basically, because again, these people aren't armed or aren't like militiamen. They're not like trained
Well,
soldiers. Like
yeah.
you have armed, panicky people thinking they're about to get fucking jogged,
Yeah,
and
that's so
it
fucked
was
up.
such
Yeah.
a volatile fucking situation.
Yeah.
And even in my own area, there was a woman in a piece of shit Blazer, I think a Chevy Blazer, who was in the middle of Buffalo who just drove through a line of cops, just straight up drove through a line of cops and ran over 2 cops and seriously injured 1.
Fucking hell.
And the whole city was like sucking the dick of the activists, and that never went away. And in Rochester, which is not that far from me, it's like an hour and 20 minutes, pretty big city, like black people were just straight up targeting whites. Like they were just straight up looking for white people to attack. So I literally thought like, oh my fucking God, like it's like we are so on the cusp of it being over. Because the thing is if it was getting down to basically, to put in the context of Eric Cartman's "It's a Race War" sort of thing, I'll put it in that context so you don't get your channel banned. I thought it was going to be basically, I'm not sure what you call it, not really a snowball effect, but basically
escalation,
like a snapback effect or whatever the actual phrase is, but basically a reaction, a chain reaction that couldn't be stopped, where the activists march into effectively what is a white neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
The white neighborhood is basically like, they're coming to burn our houses down and kill us or loot us or whatever, rightfully afraid.
Yeah,
and
they literally said on video as well that a lot of those activists were,
I mean, dude, there was
hell.
when the Jews were getting attacked in New York City, one of a legit activist was like, "I'm going to the Diamond. I'm going
the Diamond
Street District."
Fucking hell, yeah.
And that guy was an actual activist who was in New York City, and he spoke to somebody on a camera, and he's like, "I'm gonna go to the district and burn it down." And the Diamond District is like a disproportionately Jewish commercial place that deals with like precious gems and that. And so basically, it's not the point is that it's radicalized black identitarians who are engaging in violence. And the question is, well, basically they're the grandchildren of the Farrakhan movement. Like these are people that are way further down the line from the origin source of Farrakhan, and the same ideology and the same basic like black nationalist sort of ethos. But basically the fear that I had was they're going to walk into the white neighborhood. The white people were going to draw a line. And I don't think in those particular scenarios that I saw, especially what happened in Philadelphia, that the white people were not going to back down, that they were literally going to stand their fucking ground and open fire or just fight. And
what happens is justified, by the way. Self-defense is perfectly
no. See, that's
within the thing.
That's fine. And problem is, you and I are sane. The issue is, you have that happen. You have it's in Philadelphia or it's in Arizona or wherever there's these instances where the whites basically stand their ground and say, "Fuck you, you're not going to attack us. We're not backing down." And we've basically effectively drawn a line. We've created a border. You're not crossing it. You're not attacking us, or we're going to use violence. All that needed to happen was for one city, for those activists and the rioters to say, "You know what? Buck Whitey, we're going at him," and the whites shoot back. And I was so afraid that it was like the media is like basic, because I swear to God, all you would have needed to happen was one of those actions happen. The media goes, "It's race war time," and I thought this country was going to be over. I thought this fucking country was done. I was terrified of that happening because the media, they were so ready. I swear to God, dude. I was watching cable news every day. And I swear to God, dude, the cable news were ready. They were ready to freaking like throw up the Roman salute and declare them in favor. I'm not even joking.
No, I know.
Like, say that they're in favor of the black ethno states. Like it was so bad. And I was so afraid, because that's all that needed to happen.
Yeah.
That's all that needed to happen, was for a group of black writers and black activists to say, "You know what? Fuck these guys. We're ready to die." And I swear to God, dude, because the media would have just, the very second that happened, they would have said, "White supremacy has risen in America and this country's over with." And basically pick a side. You're either on the side of these white supremacists, or you're on the side of the blacks. Pick a side.
Yeah.
And I was ready. I swear to God, dude, I was ready for this country to be over at that point. I thought it was legit going to be over, because I figured that they were going to do it. When the white people were basically drawing the line, I was like, this is it. They're going to cross the fucking line. They're going to attack. and these people are not going to back off. They're going to open fire. And I knew that like the combination of social media and the cable media were going to spin it into like, because I mean,
well,
you have
this is
to
the same people who
understand.
thought World War III was going to start because Trump was mean to Iran sometimes. Like, it's the
Sure,
same
but
kind of people, yeah.
it's not even that. Like, that's actually the sensational part of it that they can capitalize on. So there's that. But you have to basically understand that the whole point of like the 1619 project and a lot of stuff that is basically akin to that. Like, have you heard of that? The 1619 project of like America started in 1619 with the first slave ship, and all that. You've heard of that?
Not that particular one, but I remember
Okay.
seeing a BLM activist holding a sign as like, it was like, what year was it? 1448 or whatever. It was like, oh yeah, we killed Whitey back then and we can do it now, kind of thing. And it's like,
Well,
oh, it's something different, yeah. But it's like, oh my god,
the
the rhetoric was
the
so bad.
the point of the 1619 project is basically to say that basically America is evil.
Mm-hmm.
That the foundation was illegitimate. Like the
Yeah.
founding of the United States is illegitimate.
Yeah,
so the nation
we have
itself
something in
is
Australia.
illegitimate.
Yeah, we have something similar in Australia where they classify Australia Day as Invasion Day, even though
Well, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. I guarantee you, it's New Zealand, it's in Australia, it's in the UK, all over the UK, it's in the United States, it's in Canada, it's in all the white majority nations. Let's
Yeah.
just put it like that.
By the way, for those who don't know, like 60% of Aboriginals are okay with Australia Day existing. Just wanted to put that out there.
It doesn't matter. You don't never ask for the consent of the people that you beat in a war, or that did not found the nation. Like, either they basically,
I'm mainly
this is the
saying
thing.
it to
Like,
put it to perspective for some people. It's like it's only the left that are trying to say it's Invasion Day, kind of thing.
well,
Like,
the problem is that like they say it, and the normies buy into it, and they say it too, and it's like, well, you know, my position is pick a side. I'm on this side, they're on that side. If you want to be the fucking useful idiot and go into the meat grinder for the leftoids, by all means, I'm not going to stop you. But you're going to be on the side of fucking bullshit and lies and ideology. So good luck. Have fun. And so what I enjoy about this, though, the powerful thing that it actually gives us as a tool, and it's the thing that has been failed to capitalize on by what is effectively our side, is that, and it is, and this I think ties neatly into Billy D and One Angry Gamer, which is the actual realization that these people are evil. Like, these people are evil. They're not misunderstood. They're not, you know, it's not just like this casual kind of malice. Like,
we all thought
these people,
they were just, you know, a bit dumb and we could maybe argue with them to see things a certain way. No, they don't actually care about the arguments. They care about winning, which is something I've been really pushing, at least on Twitter since last year. It's like, look, these people literally don't care about anything except winning. This is all they want. And that's why they could just steamroll us and ban us on every platform, because it's like, I don't really care about what your opinion is. It's just, I just want you gone. That's it.
Yes, it is literally the same disposition as like the Italian fascists or whatever other fascists. Like, I mean, it doesn't really help them. They got Biden out there saying, you know, we the
government.
we the government. Yeah. Shit like that. Where it's like,
that was
literally
so bad.
Yeah, it was. I thought I don't remember whose stream I watched it on, whether it was Carl's or it was Steven Crowder, because they both covered it.
I saw it on the Lotus Eaters. That's where I saw it.
No, actually, I don't think Steven Crowder did cover that aspect. I think it was just Carl. I think Carl and the Lotus Eaters were the only ones that covered that.
Yeah.
But it is true. Like, whether you think, you can debate whether you think he actually, I think genuinely that Biden does believe that.
Yeah, I think
like
so
that
too.
is an accurate representation of his worldview. But if you were to ask him, like, hey, listen, dude, I'm with you. I'm DNC insider. I want us to rule, blah, blah, blah. Like, are you a fellow fascist like me?
Yeah, you can tell it's his genuine opinion because he wants to basically rescind the Second Amendment, or Well, he says, "Oh, I want to do this, this, and this." He's basically just infringing
Well,
it. Like it's not. It doesn't matter
it's
the
not even
proportion of
it's
it.
not even that. It's basically it's switching from the position that the state is the only purpose of the state is to in effect enforce your rights versus we the state give you your rights.
That was the point I was. Yeah,
That
that
is
was the
the
point I was going to
switch.
lead up to. Yeah, it was. Oh, rights come from the
That
state and not from the individual. Yeah, that's what
yes,
Australia has
yes.
to deal with all the time as well. Like we are embedded with the philosophy of rights come from the state. We don't have the same spirit of Americanism where it's no, the rights come from God or the individual kind of thing. We don't have that here really, and it's such
Well,
a
all I can
disappointment.
tell you is that the the real question based around arguments about our rights and about basically the nation state and
Hmm.
like even that like philosophical arguments um one of the problems that we face, and this is actually I think one of the direct benefits of listening to someone like Nick Fuentes,
Hmm.
is that he manages to cut through a lot of the arguments as it relates to the more liberal perspective, and I mean the actual genuine liberal perspective, down to the actual nitty gritty of is what you're arguing actually a self-sustaining argument for the actual nation? Is this actual argument around rights and around like the Constitution, let's say? Is this actually a self-sustaining argument to keep it in effect? And I think that the real hole that he has poked in that argument is that it isn't. And I think that Sargon has recently come to this conclusion as well.
Hmm.
Is that you need to have something more than just the argument for liberty, freedom, rights, and it isn't, it even transcends the idea of your own responsibility, which is like standard boomer conservative argument.
Hmm.
I think that we're basically getting down to the actual primordial basis of why we should have a nation.
Hmm.
Why should we actually have a nation? And I think that the problem is that while the point of rights and liberties and wanting to live in a free society is right, because in basically practical arguments, it is more moral to live in that society because more people being free does probably lead to a better result in a variety of factors of not just having more moral, tolerant, whatever system, but at the same time giving the people the opportunity to make different choices that could lead to actually better results than it would be if it were a more controlled society, even if it were more right wing.
Yeah.
But
We're basically at the
the
yeah. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
go
But
ahead.
I just
Well,
want yeah.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
We're basically at the point where we have the tepid man wearing the suit who is like, well, actually, I think individual rights are good, and the communist standing there, it's like, that's very interesting, but you're so fucking bigoted, and now I'm going to destroy your country. That's where they're at. Like,
Well,
we're on one
it's
level, they're on I want to destroy your country kind of thing.
yes, yes,
That's the
that's the point, but
disparity.
it's the thrust. It's the thrust of the argument, and I would say that that's where our side is failing.
Hmm.
Like we can win on the sort of like nerdy factoid, like listicle article kind of like we're right about this, like libertarians are right about economics and that sort of thing. It's like, yeah, that is true, but they don't fucking care. They
Yeah.
don't fucking care. And the problem is your argument actually persuasive to the people that matter to pull that fucking lever?
Hmm.
And the answer, as far as I can tell, is that while it does work with a small amount of people over time, the bulk, it is not persuasive. And so what is then imperative on us is that if we want to win, we have to come up with a grand narrative or a grand thrust for our side. And the problem is, although that I do believe in the concept of championing freedom, I don't think that that is the message that is actually going to win us the day. I
Well,
don't think that
freedom's
that's
not a
actually going
tactic; it's a right.
to have us
Yeah,
beat.
there's a difference.
Well, it's no, it all as it relates to, well, this is again getting back to the arguments of having the right and having the enforcement mechanism. Back to the island analogy,
Hmm.
the problem is that what we need are two things. We need someone like you or someone that can generally make an actual well-reasoned, well-articulated, principled argument for the rules, for rights, for the system, for the variety of things. But in actuality, what you also need is somebody holding a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You need that too. You need it. None of it matters. It doesn't matter what God has granted us, natural rights or the rights of the individual. None of that matters unless you have the power to enforce it.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
the thing that we are learning is that
this is not a call to violence, by the way, Susan. Just want to say there's not saying we want violence.
We're talking about philosophical concepts.
Yes.
And I mean that. That's actually what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. But the issue is that on our side, our side does not have the actual narrative and the actual thrust, the actual argument that can get people to our side outside of, and this is the one area in which that I see cohesion, I see cooperation, I see gathering and power, and I mean that in the sense of actual political strength and actual moral basis and actual ability to campaign and actual messaging and actual ability to fundraise. Everything right now is gravitating towards nationalism. Everything. At least, especially, I mean, I can't speak to your context because I don't know, but at least the American context.
We have a Labour supermajority where Emperor Mark can just do whatever he wants. That's that's my situation.
And in terms of how you get out of that rut, I can't answer that question without a sizable amount more information.
Basically, we just have to become sick of Mark's shit enough to, during the next election, just vote him out. And I think some people realize...
It's amazing that your country is going in that direction when you have the UK basically, where there's another election coming up in the UK and they're about to, Labour's about to get their shit kicked in again.
Yep. Yeah, we have... Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
We fetishize government overreach a bit too much over here. I think we have a unique problem with that as opposed to the UK and even America. I think we're too pragmatic in that sense, where we're like, oh yeah, if this problem exists, just legislate it or just let the government handle it, and we go back to the pubs that we have to close at midnight. And
I guess it's like an appeal to technocracy.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what it is?
Maybe autocracy, maybe.
Well, meaning these people are the specialists, these people are the experts. Well, I'm saying that, the general idea that people have is, well, these people are the experts, these people are the specialists, let them handle it.
And I read John Stuart Mill a while ago. I haven't finished the book, but I've read most of it. And he mentions one of the problems with electing the elites is they will elect themselves further and further into positions of authority. That's something he actually mentions, and I 100% agree with it. This is why you can't just elect the experts or the right people.
Well, that you're starting to cut in and out, but that wasn't really the question that I asked.
Okay, sorry.
But the question that I asked was, is the general feeling among Australians that the appeal is, the reason why people appeal to the government or vote in, more government power is that the people generally feel like, oh, well, they're the specialists, they're the experts, let's let them have it and do it.
That is a pretty accurate representation of most of the urban Australians. Maybe the farmers probably don't agree 100%. Maybe the more the low key southern or northern villages and cities probably don't agree with Mark McGowan's politics. But the problem with WA is most of our population is located within one particular section that's actually habitable or habitable. So we're too urban in that sense to really see it. Maybe the government shouldn't be involved in everything. Why not? They're in charge of the infrastructure of the city. That's the smallest isolated city in the fucking world. It's why would the government be a bad thing in that sense? A lot of people are just too blue-pilled, basically. In our country.
I know what you mean, and that's one of the problems of having too much urbanites demographics. in a particular country, and I think that's why Europe is the way that it is.
Mm.
I think it's because it's got a lot of urbanization compared to even if you look at the UK, there's a lot of like middle of nowhere, but in
Yeah.
the United States is exactly like that as well. But
Mm.
it what was I gonna say about you're still cutting in and out.
Yeah, I noticed you dropped out as well. Let me just try again.
Okay,
Just be my internet because Australian
restart the
internet is
call, see if
garbage.
that fixes it.
And the call. I mean,
Yeah, they're slowly fixing it in the United States.
Yeah.
But
All right.
yeah, it's getting really bad.
All right. We'll end the call and then
Here, let me
we'll
I'll
reconnect.
call you back.
Yeah. All
Be
right,
back.
guys, we'll be back.
Something.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a tick. Okay. Sorry, guys, we're just having connection issues. Probably my fault because Australia's really fun. Sup, niggy? We're back.
Yeah, okay. Let's try this. Let's keep this going. Anyways, what was I gonna say about? I know it's about the voting issue. Where I was explaining the idea of having like a general thrust for our side.
Yeah.
The
series, like an overarching narrative.
The nationalism. That's what I was talking about. Like the fact that is the one area by which that like the right is gaining strength and has and it's so natural too because for a variety of reasons, but at least in the American context that is gaining strength, and it's not just the United States where this is true, but it's a variety of nations. But I think in the United States with Trump that this was the big one. And I think with the Republican Party now, like it is just the inevitable outcome of the way politics are going for the right in the United States. Like everyone is basically going from being like middle of the road, well, I like immigration conservative, to basically being like the most nationalist they can be. Every person who I listen to on the right, with some very limited exceptions, has dramatically switched to becoming more nationalistic in the last few years. Just everyone.
Yeah, I think with America, you have the unique situation where you have the nationalists taking over the Republican Party in a big way, whereas in Australia we don't really have that. In fact, the liberal, quote unquote liberal party here just kind of gave up. Well, in WA specifically, they're in power overall federally, but we don't. Yeah, what would I kind of subscribe to the idea of a third party, like voting alternatively, at least in Australia, because we're just so fragmented in a lot of ways. But I think America is unique in that you can actually claim the Republican Party for yourself, which I've come around to thinking that way because of you and a bunch of your videos where you talk about that issue. So I think you're very unique in that. Yeah.
It's happening because I've been right about this the whole time. There's been a few people that have been out there making the case of splitting off, and it might be different for different countries. I know that, and the UK at least, they're in quite the bit of a conundrum because Labor is basically falling the fuck apart, and they got blown the fuck out. The Conservatives have some kind of large majority. I can't remember if it is a super majority, but they have a large percentage of power in the UK.
It increases dramatically, even in formerly Labour areas. The Tories are fucking smashing it right now. And good riddance, by the way. Fuck the Labour Party.
Yes, but the issue is that basically the Conservative Party is basically the Labor Party.
Yeah,
like it has become the Labor Party, and it's like, well, now what do? You basically are turning into a one-party state where you have the Conservative Party who can serve fucking nothing.
They could serve the Labor. They could serve Labor laws and stuff.
Yeah. It's like, what do you do then? And so that's a very unique thing. And I honestly, as an outside perspective, I'd even like to say what I could offer if I had any kind of solution to that. But honestly, it's so unique of a problem that I don't know what you can do. Like, what do you do with an almost indefinite super majority of one party that is ostensibly your side, but they literally govern only as the other. Like, what do you do from there? And that is a really interesting phenomena. And I only wish that I could get Carl to not be as black-pilled as he is about that situation. Because it's like, he's so black-pilled, but it's like, dude, you have your entire fucking country voting for the right wing. I mean, come on, man.
The problem is
Like,
it's the same right wing that banned spanking in pornography kind of thing. Like it's just those,
right.
those
Well,
minor issues. It's like,
well,
of course we're back to the 80s again because these guys couldn't let that shit go.
The problem is that the British. The problem is, and I say this for everybody who's British, practically outside of maybe the working class, is that they're fucking snobs. They're all fucking snobs. They think their shit doesn't stink. They're like, oh, nationalism, national pride. How gay is that shit? Oh, it's so beneath me. You know, I am a patriot and a nationalist, but waving the flag, what are you, a fag? Like, it's like they're so smarmy and they just don't get it. Like, and I'll include everyone on Sargon's show. I'll go on Sargon's show if I had the chance, fly to the UK. I'll go to Swindon and I'll shit on everybody on that show and say that, like, you guys need to fucking humble yourselves because your focus should not be spelling out black pilling news and then laughing every now about this. If you actually want to win this fucking fight, then you need to take it a bit more serious than the way that you are. And what you need to do in the UK is stop eschewing the working class that are proud to be fucking, English or British. Like, they actually are more like Americans than you, or like a working class Brits, as far as I can see, have more in common with the working class than they do with you. And it seems to me that, like, a lot of, like, the middle class Brits who claim to be on the right are desperately afraid of actually leaning into nationalistic politics because that's so uncouth. And in the United States, all I can say is that we lean into it, and the problem is it directly leading to, like, people throwing up Roman salutes and saying, "Oh, we hate niggers" or anything like that. No, it's the absolute opposite. More black people are joining the fucking Republican Party. More Latinos are joining the fucking Republican Party. So the fact is that we're not losing by this. The only demographic that the Republicans are losing currently are affluent white women, and that is a fact. Go look it up. Gaining with blacks, gaining with Latinos, and we're losing affluent white women.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
The question is, who are we losing?
Well. Yeah.
That is the question. Who are we losing to? Who are we're gaining? The reality is that the women we are losing are the same people who like Kevin McCarthy in the House, who like Mitt Romney, who like Liz Cheney, who like Jeb Bush. They like Caitlyn Jenner running in California for governor. They like these shit candidates who are destined to give the best conceivable concession speech you ever heard. Oh, this is the best concession speech I've ever heard. Listen to it. Listen to that language. It's so heartfelt. Listen to the best concession speech I've ever heard. They are fucking losers with a loser fucking mindset. And that is the question. That is ultimately the question. Because if you look at the difference between, especially for the difference, the breakdown of the nationalists in America versus the neocon, neolib, internationalist elements of the right wing. They are dyed-in-the-wool fucking losers. They don't care if they win. They don't care. And, in some cases, like it was in Georgia and other places, they are actively helping the other side win. And it's like, that is that. And again, that's the metaphor that I have about the snake, where we talked about I don't know if it's right when we went live or right before we went live. Yeah. That was the metaphor that I used, was the snake of you. It doesn't matter if you want to be part of the Republican Party or be a part of the right wing, and you are an internationalist, or you are basically a sellout to the left wing or to corporations or whatever, that's fine. I don't care if you're here and you're voting Republican, that's fine. But the problem is that when you're actively strategizing with the Democrats to make Republicans lose elections, now you're the snake that's biting us.
Yeah.
Now you're a threat to us. Now you're just inhibiting us. And I'm not saying, oh, we need to do anything crazy. We just need to rip your fangs out. However we do that. Because you're literally hurting us. You claim to be part of our side, but you're not even you're not fighting. I mean, this is the thing. When you look at all these the former dyed-in-the-wool anti-Trump who helped Joe Biden win, quote unquote.
Yeah, fortified his victory.
They're not advocating anything for the right wing. And this is the challenge that I have about the neocons and all the people who call themselves conservatives. They're not. Name me one of these fucking people. I don't know.
Discord is really bad.
As far as I can tell, they are simply. Oh, is it fucking up?
Discord has just been like, oh, your voice is like in the red. It's like trying to. It's because my internet's so shit. I see it go up and down.
I'm all green on my end.
Yeah, it's literally me.
Do you have Steam?
I do
running
have
in the background or anything.
No,
I would
just
turn all that off.
I have OBS and 2 browsers and a setting thing. Yeah, I don't have anything else on. I don't, when I start up my computer, I don't have Steam or anything booted up. I have to open that manually if I want to use it. So
okay,
I think
that's what I do. I used to have a lot of stuff popping up.
Yeah, I think it's just my internet.
In any case, okay. Well, I hope my point came across nonetheless.
Yeah, almost all of it came
basically
through,
the difference I'm trying to make. Okay, the distinction I'm trying to make between people that I don't necessarily agree with or have separate politics to me. Like, again, it's the argument with libertarians, although it's a little bit different with the libertarians as well, because the libertarians, I'm fine with you existing. I'm fine with you being on our side. I'm fine. I'm not against Rand Paul or anyone who's ostensibly libertarian. I'm not opposed to them. But the question is, well, who needs who more? That was the argument I got into with people back in the day, was who needs who more? And that was their argument. Well, you need us. And it's like, no, we don't. We greatly like the right wing, the conservatives, like we greatly outnumber the libertarians.
Yeah, you need tampons in men's bathrooms. No, we don't. We need to vote out the Democrats. No, you need to acquiesce to their demands. Why?
Yes, like you got it in one. You got it exactly right. That's the whole fucking point. It's, are you actually serious about winning elections? Or it's the question of the people who are actively trying to take down the nationalist movement in the United States or any other right-wing movement, wherever it is. Like, if you claim to be on the right and you're actively, like, all you're doing is funneling millions of dollars and doing everything in your power to try to destroy this movement, like, why the fuck are you doing that?
Yeah.
Why?
At that point, you just kick them out of the party. Honestly, that is so detrimental to the goal that keeping them around is just not good. It's just not worth it.
Kicking them out of the party, I think, is basically the question. You're raising the right point of, like, what do you do? What is the response to that? And I think that for people that are in the leadership, like such as the case of the ongoing drama of Liz Cheney in the GOP leadership, House leadership for the Republican Party, that is a good example of that person. It's not just, okay, we disagree, so defang her and leave her in the room, whatever. She is legit, and everyone agrees now. Like, suddenly everyone's on board and understands, like, no, she actually wants us to lose elections.
Yeah.
It's like, no shit.
Yeah.
No shit she wants you to lose elections. No fucking shit. It's been true the whole fucking time. So the question is, can that person stay in the room? Can you actually defang them? And it's basically, what's so funny now is that with her in particular, it's so hilarious because it's just a classic example of finally everyone's in fucking agreement that at the very minimum, we can recognize that she is detrimental.
Yeah.
She's actively inhibiting us and hurting us. So then it begs the question literally, like, okay, what then?
Yeah.
Now
Who's
what
next?
do you do?
Yeah.
And the question is, okay, and this is the big thing of like the sleight of hand that's trying to be done, especially with her, that's going on currently, is who do you replace her with? She's gone.
Yeah, that's the hard part, because you have such a because governments are embedded with such nepotistic cowards and conformists. So it's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
even if you
Well, we're
replace Liz
talking
Cheney,
about
yeah, exactly, who do you replace her with?
it's party politics, so it's like it is the exact same dynamic, but it even has the difference of like, even if they are like a dyed in the wool GOP loyalist, like let's say even if it's that kind of nepotism of like, I'm a real Republican and I don't give a fuck, I just want the Republicans to win.
I
Like,
donate to all their
even
campaigns and
that
stuff.
would be
Yeah.
preferential. Sure. Even that would be, it's like, again, Team Red versus Team Blue. That's the dynamic of I'm Team Red, they're Team Blue, fuck the other team, why I'm Team Red. Even that would be preferential to somebody who you don't trust to not stab you in the fucking back, even though you're supposed to be on the same side.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Team Red, but I really like purple, kind of thing.
No, it's not even that. It's like, I'm Team Red, except for I'm gonna actively help Team Blue win fucking elections. Even though your voting record is consistently red. It's like, if I vote 80% Team Red and you vote 78% Team Red, why the fuck are you helping the other side win their elections?
Yeah.
It's insane, but that's what's going on. And so it's
actually,
the question of go ahead.
Yeah, to wrap it up, another thing I was thinking about last year, within the Australian context is, like specifically, like, why are you helping the other side? And I'm thinking about in Victoria, or you probably heard about it. It was that bad. It was the Victorian coronavirus lockdown that went on for like 10 months. Okay. One thing I saw in an interview was like some of the Australian Conservative Party members went on the air, and it's like, oh, the idea of the interview is like, oh, here's a side that is against the lockdown. Nope, not these guys. They're like, look, I agree with the government doing the lockdown and stuff, but come on, what about Black Lives Matter not needing to wear masks and all that? It's just so hypocritical. And it's like, yes, okay, it's hypocritical, but that's not what you should be fighting against. You should be the side that is fighting against the lockdown. You should stop acquiescing to what the government wants from people and be the side that's like, no, fuck that shit. But no, it's like, oh, I agree with Dan Andrews locking the down, and oh, you should wear masks. But it's like, oh, but what about the hypocrisy? Well, they don't care about the hypocrisy. That's why they do it.
Yes.
It's like, holy shit.
It's literally, it gets back to like, and that was the big thing that I think it's really the question of, if you haven't learned, like, if you haven't learned that they don't care about hypocrisy at this point, like, goddamn, are you fucking lost?
Like, yeah, at that point, you're stuck in 2015.
I wish I lived in the fucking fantasy land that you occupy.
Yeah.
Where you think they give a shit about the hypocrisy of it. And it's like, that's at least one of the things.
That's what they say.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Except rather than being the Chad, they're the soy that have the smug face. That's them. They're not the Chad.
And it works to their favor, too, because it's like, again, it's the whining, like, you're a hypocrite versus yes, and we don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Guess what? That wins people over. That it's strength.
Mm-hmm.
It's strength. It's a form of strength. It's wrong, but it's a form of strength because they literally don't care. And the problem is that our side is so preening and so overly worried about Lolita to follow them down the same road. It's like, well, yeah, no shit. We're not fucking evil. No shit. You know, it's like,
if you support gatekeeping your communities, then you're just as bad as the SJWs because you want to preserve the community's fucking culture. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
buddy. How about you fucking drink your soy latte and just stand in the corner while we actually try to fight the real fight? You know, Like people who,
Yeah.
like I was at. So here's some trivia for you because you used the term a couple of times when you were reading One Angry Gamer. The term centrist TM comes up a lot.
Yeah.
I actually came up with
Yeah.
it. I was the one who coined it.
Oh, no way,
Yeah,
really?
yeah. That and Billy adopted it afterward. It's like the centrist TM. For those who don't know, because Kotaku and Action didn't fucking know what it meant because they were just spoken about Billy. Centrist TM is the kind of person who thinks they're in the middle of the thing, but always acquiesces to the left and whatever they want, and always tries to defend the left. In reality, they're just leftists who are like, oh, I'm not communist, but those right wing people are just doing big meanie poo poo things, and I don't like that very much. That's a centrist TM. That's what they are. They promote themselves as, oh, I believe both sides have a point in the argument kind of thing. It's like, oh, well, okay, the communists are literally saying, I want to destroy everything you believe in and fuck your communities, you're a racist and all that shit. And the quote unquote right wing that you deride is like, well, maybe we should just kick him out of the community. It's like,
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
so centrist. Such
I
wow.
used to have a criticism. What was the name of the guy that that unfortunately passed away? The YouTuber.
What did he
You,
do? Like, what did he say?
he was British. He was like I think like a reviewer. I want to say.
Oh, Total Biscuit.
Yeah, Total Biscuit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was my criticism of him.
Yeah, I remember
that he would
back when
incessantly do
you
that.
talked about Fire Emblem Fates, because he talked about that as well. He was making ridiculous arguments. It's like, oh, is it censorship if your friend says he doesn't want to talk about a thing in the conversation? It's like, that's not the question. That was never the topic. It was, is this thing allowed to exist in its original form? And the answer from the left is no. Whereas the gamers are like, yes. And it's like, that kind of like unhelpful extrapolation from some philosophical musings in this really particular context, and that means everything you believe in generally is just invalid because of this little thing I focus on. It's like, Christ almighty, it drove me insane, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I think I referred to it then. I used to have a few general phrases that I would use to the arguments that I would engage with back then, but I remember that one of like the things would be equivocation, where, well, what about this other thing? And we'll just meander about that for a while.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that has actually nothing to do with what we're really talking about.
Exactly.
And you're I forget what the actual thing that would be done, filibustering. Like, you're basically just talking to eat time.
Yeah, they're using whataboutism to kind of distract you from the main point that you're trying to get at.
The real thing that I experienced directly, going back to Chris Ray Gun, this is another big thing that happened to us, and I took both barrels when it came to Chris Ray Gun.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm not going to talk about this topic. Like, this guy brought up X, or I brought up X. We're not going to talk about X. This guy's a fucking fag. Lol. And I took both fucking barrels of that one.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the issue is that basically it really is that dirty tactic of knowing that you have a big audience, knowing that you can appeal to that sort of aspect. And it is basically, and I say that like because it is sort of that appeal that you would see in Idiocracy of, in the courtroom, lol, he talks like a fag.
Yeah,
it literally is just that.
Yeah, it's I had a meme saved on my phone where it's like, well, I have a bigger audience than you, so my opinion is correct. That kind of smugness. And I remember back then, that was, I don't want to dwell too much on the Chris Ray Gun thing because you want to move on, and that's fine. I lost a lot of respect for Chris back then. Yeah, it was old, but back then I lost a shit ton of respect for him. I used to like him a lot, but now it's like, nah. Holy shit, he is so useless.
He basically decided that I don't really want to throw around the term grifter because I fucking roll my eyes every time I hear the word, but it was literally triangulation. It was, okay, this has run its course. Now I got to figure out what I'm going to do next. Triangulate, and he did that, and that's the direction that he went. And as far as I've never seen anything I've not seen anything posted. I still have plenty of people that I follow that still follow him.
Yeah.
Nothing, not a tweet, not a fucking video, jack shit from that guy.
Yeah.
So all I can say is that the guy made his choice, and he'll maintain. He'll basically, you know, he'll fall with grace, or whatever the Buzz Lightyear phrase is, like falling with style. Like that's what it is. Like you're never gonna have any kind of real significance again unless you actually fucking really push the envelope and actually try to be somewhat out there with what you believe and what you push and all that.
It's like that
because he's not an untalented guy.
Yeah.
He's definitely not an untalented guy. But the problem is that like he basically stepped into something and blended in, and then basically said like, all right, my time's up, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
and that was
it's
it.
like that Sailor Moon meme where it's Tuxedo Mask saying, "My job is done here, but you didn't do anything." Whoosh. That's
well,
that describes a lot of people who cling to the left-wing identity, which I've noticed as well with a lot of old Gamergate types. It's like, yeah, fuck games journalism, but I'm still leftist. And it's like, okay, how's that a good thing? So you disagree with games journalists, but you still agree with them on basically every core tenet that they espouse. It's like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, but now I want to go on a podcast with Colin Moriarty and talk about PlayStation and how good Sony is. It's like, dude. Oh, fuck off! Like, you're wasting my time. Like, fuck off.
That he's definitely the guy. He peaked up for a little bit for a while, like for I think like a year. He peaked up a bit, but I am very glad that is another guy who I don't see shit about anymore, and I'm very glad for it. If anyone was, I'll say this: Chris has some talent to him. Colin is a total lightweight. He is borderline no talent, and he
still kept bitching out because Gamergate was mean to his friends. It's like, oh, shut up. That was Colin's biggest thing. It's like, I don't know if I should support Gamergate because they were mean to my friends. It's like, oh, well, your friends were literally saying that the entire gamer identity should die,
and then they all stabbed him in the back.
It's like, fuck me.
And he learned nothing.
No,
he learned nothing from that. But I for a little while, and I realized that like this is as he relates to politics, he's like Markiplier, where there is no real there. It's all persona. It is all persona. So it's like, yeah, fuck him, fuck this guy. So yeah, if he's really the guy that if I ever had a bone to pick, that the grudge is still there. Because he is the real intellectual lightweight that I don't believe.
One of the people who instigated the Mass Effect 3.
Oh, yeah.
If I remember correctly, Colin was one of the forefront arguers from.
I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was with Mass Effect that it was gamer entitlement. He coined gamer entitlement. That's what his was. And that was such a big deal. That was such a fucking big deal. And now all the worst practices in the fucking industry are just commonplace, and it's like
and now
everyone's got a big dick about it again. Now, well, I don't pay attention to him. I don't know what he says anymore, but I really don't care.
Basically, I remember their podcast started off as a PlayStation podcast. It's like, wow, I love my PS4, and it's like, here I am with my PS4, and I use it as a fucking mouse pad. That's what I'm doing with my PS4 right now, because fuck Sony and their fucking horseshit policies. Like, holy shit.
I actually put a decent amount of use. I've never been a console guy, but I've always put a decent amount of use into my PS2, into my PS3.
Yeah, me too, man.
But man,
absolutely.
I barely put any kind of time into my PS4 at all. And the biggest thing that I played on it, I think, like the most I played on it was Grand Theft Auto 5.
Really?
And that was up until it went to PC, and then I never played it on console again.
Yeah, I remember. It's such a shame you never got back to Persona 5, because I think that's a really fun game. I think.
Well,
I really like it.
know, but all I can say is that when they promoted Drag Kids in the Americanized version,
the
it
Royal
was too
version,
far.
yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Fuck
I
Atlas.
was
Yeah.
chomping at the bit to buy that.
Yeah. Me too.
And
Me too,
when
man.
they changed that, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Of
Yep.
all fucking things, of all, like, even if they changed it so they like made the gay characters like less offensive or whatever aspect to that, like, even if it was something stupid like that, I would have still bought it.
Mm-hmm.
But when they changed it for the specific purposes of promoting the idea of putting an underage character specifically in the game into drag, I was like,
Yeah.
fuck this game. Fuck this. Of all fucking things.
Yep.
I just couldn't stand it. I literally couldn't take it. I was like, I had it pre-ordered. I canceled my pre-order. I was like, fuck it. I'm not getting this game.
Yeah,
Fuck
I've
you.
done that with.
And I never
I've
did.
done that with a lot of games.
And
I
couldn't
pre-order
believe
it
it.
and find out
it
it was
shocked
censored.
me.
Yeah. No, it's so fucked up.
Well, it really is just that thing that, unfortunately, with gaming, it is. I really think that it's a lot bleaker than people realize. I think that people have this really stupid way of looking at it, that they think that, oh, they got, like, Watch Dogs Legion. Here's a good example.
Oh yeah,
Watch
fuck
Dogs
that game,
Legion.
by the way.
There
I
is,
never
like,
played that shit. Fuck that. Fuck that game.
I own it, and it's mediocre. Let's
Yeah.
put it like that. It's really mediocre, but it's not so offensive that I wouldn't say not to buy it. But I would say, like, if you buy it, realize what you're getting, and it is like chum, basically. It is oatmeal. It is not. It is left-wing bent. It has a self-contradicting narrative. It has self-contradicting themes because left-wing people wrote it.
Yeah.
So it's like they always got to be on the other side of power, and so they have to literally invent things that would never happen. And I don't know. I remember talking about this in at least one video where I talked about this explicitly about playing the game and how the internal workings of the game literally don't make sense. Like, they are literally contradictory because it is like, in order for what happened to have happened, it would have never taken the form that it did in the game.
Yeah.
But the problem is, you are left-wing devs, you have a left-wing bent, you have to come up with a bad guy. It has to be right-wing because you are definitionally left-wing. So that's what you do in the game. So you have, like, nebulous, vague support for left-wing concepts that in some ways are innocent.
Yeah.
They're in some ways innocent, but in some ways they're offensive just from my disposition, because it is actively promoting left-wing ideals in a game.
Yeah.
That is just propaganda.
So that brings me to...
Yeah.
So I recently bought a game called Ghost Runner. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I'm not sure.
Okay, it's basically a first-person action platformer where if you die, you can just reset quickly and you get right back into the action kind of thing. It's a really fun cyberpunk game. But what I didn't know going in was that even though they're a Polish development team, some of them are clearly fans of Marxism, which is why you have a character talk about, oh, we had this resistance leader called Saul, as in like Saul Alinsky. And it's like, oh, he talked about wanting to take power away from this fucking corporate bitch who turned herself into a robot. And it's like, oh, she only cares about production lines. And I'm like, can I just side with the bad guy here because I'm sick of you? I didn't know this going into the game because no one talked about it, right? It's like, oh yeah, played 120 FPS. It's like, yeah, that's really fun. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy playing it, but it's like the story just drives me crazy now. But you wouldn't have known about it because One Angry Game is gone. They would have talked about it, but you guys decided he said too many bad words. So fuck you, basically. Yeah. It's like, figure it out yourself.
Pretty much when he went away, although at that point I had pretty much given up as well, and I haven't really changed my position on it, that like the gaming industry is fucked and it will remain fucked, and you pretty much just got to find your joy where you can, and that's pretty much about as much as I can say about it, because basically the left is won, and it isn't just in gaming. Like, if any kind of big corporation exists, it is by definition left wing.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
The people within it are basically, and I've spoken to a bunch of devs, like unironically, they contact me. It's been a while since it's happened, but when I
Well,
was
yeah, because a lot
leaning
of them,
more into
yeah.
that,
Hmm.
I had a whole slew of people from big ass corporations, and like I couldn't believe it. Like I had at least one person who I talked to for like a month straight from Rockstar, and it was fucking incredible. It was like it was like an unbelievable experience. Like I'm literally talking with somebody who's actively working on shit for, like, they're doing online shit for GTA Online,
Yeah.
and I was like, wow, this is fucking insane. And they literally worked in like the main offices. I've talked to two people who worked at Activision, somebody who's like higher up, I guess. But it's like the problem is that basically all of them have told me the same tell, which is basically it's done. Like the corporation itself is just left wing. Like
Yeah.
it's coming from the top. So it's over. Like it is fucking over.
I think
I would say that
I would
what's his,
reframe it
yeah,
in
go
a
ahead.
way. I would reframe it. Generally, I agree that yeah, I don't like saying it, but yes, the SJWs have won the gaming industry. Like that's fully in their control. Um, but I think the problem with just saying that is we don't really think beyond, okay, well, what can we do next after we've come to that conclusion? And
Sure.
the conclusion I've come to is basically build your own games. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah.
it's harder. I
That's
know it's harder than, say, writing a book or whatever. Like, okay, that's definitely something you have to overcome. But if you can make your own games and appeal to the people, like the kind of anti-SJW gamers, if you could give them something that they want, they'll give you money and you can have your own little communities, just like back in the 80s. You can have your own communities where it's like,
yeah.
okay, I like this thing and I can finally not want to kill myself kind of thing.
Yeah.
You have to let the gaming industry basically kill itself. And you can
I
do
don't
that by
know.
not
I
giving
don't
them
know
money,
if that's
basically.
I think that it's just going to be a very slow decline because
It
all
is,
the numbers
yes.
show that they are very slowly losing money. They're very, like, all these franchises that go woke, they're not making bank on them anymore. They're not going to push them forward because some of these games cost like $100 million to develop because of just inflated costs,
Yep.
and they're not, if they are going to get that back, it's going to be by a few $1 million, and that's not going to get investors into your fucking, like like it's
Yeah, we're
basic,
learning
they're
with
basically
Cyberpunk
taking
the
the
hard
same.
way. Cyberpunk's
Oh
learning the
yeah,
hard way, yeah.
Cyberpunk is like all I know is that even though they bragged about how much money they made off of that, and I'm not trying to shit on CD Projekt Red, but they are literally going to kill their own studio.
Well, they're
Like
already doing it. The director for Witcher 3 resigned because the atmosphere in the studio was such that even though he was found innocent of bullying allegations, no one in the studio wants him around anymore. So they're already culling their talent.
yeah,
So
I said
yeah,
this a while ago that I had an inside source that knew devs at CD Projekt Red, and they said the same thing to me, that they're basically going through the same stages as Rockstar would be a good equivalent.
hmm,
Uh, and I guess you could say BioWare, but BioWare is the more extreme example.
hmm,
Um, but it's basically talented people who are like probably like utterly left wing, but they're not SJWs, so they don't resist anything. They just go along with everything, and they have no real power. And that the people at the top of the company are just fucking useless. Like, oh, excuse me, but I'm apolitical, so that means I'm going to do everything left wing. So it's
yeah,
like, God, you guys are. That's what I hear about CD Projekt Red. That's
yeah,
what I hear about it, is that the people at top are just useless corpo faggots,
yeah,
and they just stand around and let all the left wing shit happen. And BioWare was similar. The two brothers, or whoever it was, not the brothers, that's Rockstar. The two main guys at BioWare were the exact same way. They
yep,
were generally left wing, but they just let the left wingers do whatever the fuck they wanted. And
yeah.
what do? They promoted left wing shit. They pushed out all the right wingers. They pushed out all the talents, and then they
Do
left.
you think they went along with it because it's like, oh, they're left wing, surely that's out of good faith? Whereas
yes.
if a right wing
whatever.
person did it, they would have been like, I do know about that.
I don't really know what the impetus is for the people at the top. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't really matter. It's just that is what happened. That I have an inside source at I had an inside source at CD Projekt Red, and that is explicitly what they told me about it. And I had a person in Rockstar, and I didn't know this to the degree that I was being told, but basically Sam Hauser, I believe it was, basically radicalized. And now he is effectively like an SJW. And he got fucking moved. He was like, okay, you're an SJW, out. Yo, nigga, this is our cash cow. What the fuck? You're out. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it because I wasn't even being told about it I wasn't being told that that was going on by somebody within the studio and that could prove that he worked there. But that is allegedly what happened to Sam Hauser at Rockstar, was that he basically got woke, and like Take-Two and like the other corpos are gonna be like, yeah, Sam, we owe everything to you. But, bro, we want to make fucking money. These are satire games. Like, and the thing is, that's what happened. He became serious. That's what happened to Sam Hauser. It would be like, is it Trey Stone? The people behind South Park, the two people there.
Trey Park, I think is one of them.
Trey Parker or
yeah,
whatever Stone. I forget what it is.
Yeah, I know the guys.
Yeah, it's two guys behind South Park. If they got really serious and left wing all of a sudden,
if they bought into their parodies, yeah,
literally, like they literally bought into they literally became the parodies of left wingers in their games.
Yeah,
like they literally became the out of touch left wing stereotypes they put in their games. That's what happened to Sam Hauser.
Matt and Trey.
Yeah, Matt and Trey. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, chat.
Sorry about that, but that is effectively what happened to Rockstar. And so basically, when you basically have the guys who run the whole fucking show, at least one of those brothers becomes radicalized, you're telling me that's not going to destroy the company?
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem when so much of one studio is one fucking guy. And dude, if you look up his credits, and it's when I made a video on it, the guy was responsible for an unbelievable amount of the content of their games.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, bye, nigga. Bye. Bye, gone, bye. And it's like that. And so basically, what has Rockstar done since then? They're not even doing anything with online anymore.
No.
They haven't done shit with Red Dead 2. They're not doing shit with anything anymore.
No, the last thing they did with GTA 5 is put in a literal casino that gives you no money back. That's what they did. They put in a literal fucking casino. Promoted it as such.
I will only defend it for the sake that the shark cards existed prior to that.
Yeah.
And that the casino had been promised for an incredibly long time. Yeah. It was promised for like
just bad
years.
Timing because of the legislation.
Yes.
Being proposed. Yeah.
Yes. It was really bad timing, but the problem is that you can hit them from both ways. They roll out something they promised years before they actually delivered on, and the release itself was pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Or you basically condemn them for the fact that they have pay to play or pay to win, and I mean, and honestly, with GTA Online, if you want to complain about anything, overzealous banning, B, cheaters everywhere, C, whatever it is, the Rocket Bike Mark II broke the game. There you go. Those are the big things that make GTA Online crap. Cheaters, fucking being banned when your account's slightly off, and like your cash doesn't match up exactly. You get 3 strikes, you're done forever. Buy a new fucking game.
Yeesh.
And and I have 2 strikes on my account. Not that I really play it anymore, but I got 2 strikes, dude. And what was it? The rocket bike they put in that game, whatever it is, the Mark II, it literally broke the fucking game. It literally broke the balance of the game forever. And it makes it unfun to play. So if you're, I don't like, people bitch about shark cards. Like I bought one. I bought one 5 fucking years ago, however long it was.
Yeah.
Like, to me, it was not a big deal. If you're playing it, you're doing it just for the grind. You're not doing it to whatever. So That's my thing. It's the lack of focus. It's like the same thing like I was going to say about Watch Dogs Legion. You're focused on, well, you can buy some points in the game. Shit costs money in the game, so you can buy that. It's like, yeah, but I played the game, and I know somebody who beat the game. I know 2 people who beat the game. I never did beat the game, but eventually I'm going to go back, especially now, 6 months later, they just put out character customization in the game. It's like, the game itself is not shit, and people are complaining about the absolute wrong things when it's like the paying part of it is not pernicious. It is not pernicious in that game.
Yeah.
As Louis, it would be with maybe like, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Can you confirm live on stream that your character created in Watch Dogs Legion will be a Guido boss character?
No, because it's not one of the characters that you can create. Because, dude, they literally, I think, put it in today.
Yeah.
They literally put character creation into the game today. So basically,
from there, how are we gonna get based Don Sargon then, Louis? Well,
you could probably make them. You could probably make them now because it seems like because it was amazing. I could tell from the very day I played the game at launch, and there's a booth in the game where it shows like basically like you can customize your character, like it has that aesthetic, like it looks like a booth to where you could change your character. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this thing? And 6 months later, they're like, yeah, by the way, character creation. And they put it all in a day. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, I can't believe it's been 6 months. I thought it's been a year.
I know it feels like a fucking year because it's probably no one playing the game, but it's like, that kind of shit, they had it all ready. Dude, they also had the online screen from day one, and it took them 6 months to implement it. Like, that is Rockstar levels of slow, and with none of that Rockstar hype. So, man, all I can say about Ubisoft is they exist on borrowed fucking time. I swear to God that every game that they publish that is not going to run in the red is a fucking miracle. Because I'm holding out hope that Far Cry 6 is not going to be absolute fucking dog shit.
Well, I've come to the conclusion that it will be just because it's Western, but that's a separate discussion.
It's a roll of the day. Well, the difference is Cyberpunk 2077 was it's slightly above mediocre. It's not absolute fucking dog shit though. It's a lot of things, but it's not absolute fucking dog shit. You might say that out of anger because maybe you were hyped for it.
Yeah.
But it's trying to come up with an actual objective or at least more objective point of view of looking at something. For example, Watch Dogs Legion is not absolute fucking dog shit. However, the question is it more good than bad? And I would say maybe with a customization that they just fucking implemented today after 6 fucking months, maybe it's more good than bad. But prior to that, I definitely would question whether I would say it would be more good than bad. Because it has a lot about it that is okay, that is kind of cool, but there's all these really weird artificial limitations put on the game that don't make any fucking sense. Like, if you want to create some badass super soldier, it is you spending hours with the game rolling dice and you desperately trying to find that character in the game. And it is the worst thing possible. It makes it really fucking grindy, and it is bad for that reason. And I don't know what the fuck they were thinking when they did that in the game. And I could say similar things about State of Decay 2. State of Decay 2 is exactly like that as well, where they should have given you some ability to control traits for the people you populate, and instead it is totally fucking randomized, and it fucks the game so badly.
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap up my point with that.
The game so much of a grind, and the only difference is is the difference is with State of Decay, which made the same fucking mistake, versus Watch Dogs Legion. Watch Dogs Legion realized, holy shit, maybe we should customize this game where it's it's part of the feature of the fucking game is you could play any fucking character. Maybe we should make that part of the game as well, since it's literally a feature. Character customization. Why wouldn't you include this? So, as far as I could tell, they meant to implement it from day one, and literally the game got rushed out. As far as I can tell, that is what happened.
Well, that's the general thing they do with so many fucking Western games. It's actually kind of embarrassing, honestly.
Yes, it is. Well, that's the thing, is that I don't know why people are worried, because that's my real problem. People today seem more worried about Watch Dogs Legion having some kind of monetization where I've never seen to use it ever. That's a bigger problem than the fact that 6 months after the release, they're putting out online, they're putting out character customization when there were details for that, as though it should have been there day fucking one.
Yeah, that reminds me of
it. I don't know why people.
I think the gaming community work. Yeah, I think the gaming community is kind of, because they're all on Reddit, because of course it's Reddit. They're basically like, the only issue that matters is monetizing video games, and literally anything else doesn't fucking matter. So you'll have situations where there's a game called Devil May Cry 5 that came out in 2019, and that had a monetization system that really doesn't actually intrude the game overall. Yeah, it shouldn't be there, but it's so invisible. So people focused on that as like, well, how can this game put that thing in there? And then they ignore the fact that still to this day, in PAL regions in Europe and in Australia, one of the cutscenes on the PS4 version for those regions is still censored, but not the American one. Like that is just completely gone out the window in terms of discussion. Like, no one wants to talk about it, and the only way you can get it normally is to play it on Xbox or PC, which is how I'm doing it. I play on a PC now, but it's like motherfucker, there are more important things than monetization. I know Reddit likes to have this whole big meme, and it's like, big corpo bad because monetization bad. It's like, yeah, okay. Well, how about all your other friends that are going over to Japan and trying to ruin everything that they make over there?
Well, it's
like, no, you don't want to talk about that? Okay.
You complain about big corpo, but you buy every one of their fucking games.
Exactly.
And never finish
them. It's like, then stop giving them money. No, I have to play new thing good.
I forget what it was, but I had a few statistics a long time ago, where it was basically, one of them was the one game Greedfall.
Yeah.
The Spiders game. Not the. I like the studio. I still like it, but they got a lot more misses than they do hits. Let's put it like that. And
is it still
Greedfall
is I don't know. To the guy who's asking about DMC, I don't know if it is. Sorry.
Yeah. So the point of Greedfall is it's a game that people lavished, and I bought expecting it to be good. I pre-ordered it because I like spiders, and I thought it was going to be a good game because it seemed like they were kicking it up a notch. And it's a game that literally just falls the fuck apart in the third act. Like, it just falls the fuck apart. And no one finished it. Like, next to no one finished it. When you get to the third act in the game, it shows you on Steam, like, how many percentage of people get that achievement. It was like 2% of the players. It, like, 5 months in. Like, 5 months in, 2% of people had actually reached the third act of that game. So no one had actually reached that point. They played it for, like, 20 hours, lavished it in praise, and then never played it again.
Yeah.
And I think that is something true about a lot of games that people praise and say are fantastic.
Yep.
They put 20 hours into it.
Absolutely.
And they drop it and never play it again.
Yeah.
And that was true for fucking Mass Effect. It was true for every Mass Effect game. There was more people that didn't finish Mass Effect than did. The majority of people that played Mass Effect didn't finish the game.
I'm guilty of this because I have such a huge backlog. I like the problem overall, because I suffer the same problem, is you just need to be able to focus on the fucking thing and finish it. Stop letting yourself get distracted. But so many people just want to fucking be like, Lamau, Reddit meme, Lamau, Twitter meme, Lamau. Oh, by the way, new game came
there's
out.
got to be a
Yay, soy
hook.
face. Yeah, that's what they do.
Every game needs a hook.
Mhm.
And I can tell you that games either have it or they fucking don't. And I think that that's one of the big issues with a lot of games that correct yourself for your little echo real quick.
Yep, hang on.
All right. So, point was that I think that a lot of games either have a hook to them or they don't. And that is one of the big things that people kind of look past. And that if I really cared more, I would talk about and sort of elaborate on. But I am basically like, I am the actual, like, I don't know if you call it like a white pill or a black pill or exactly what the clown pill, like what exactly pill you'd call it. But I've basically accepted it for what it is. I don't like if people want to go off and do their own thing. That's basically how it can quote unquote improve. Is
That's
other
the only
people
thing
just
we
go do
can
their own
do
thing?
because you can't just kick out the people in the companies because literally we're all
No,
nobodies.
it's literally the companies.
Yeah,
So there is no actual chance anymore to correct any of this. Like it is simply going to be every single company on this track, every single company that involve these politics that go the same way, that make the same sort of characters, that involve the same sort of politics. Every game has a fucking resistance now. Everyone is part of a resistance. It's in every fucking game, and it is all like code words and dog whistling for the left wing.
yeah,
It absolutely is. It's so often the case that if you listen to developers, if you get them talking a little bit about politics, they will lean into the real life politics. So you absolutely know that if they're putting this in the game, they're dog whistling to other left wingers.
yeah.
So
Especially
yeah. Go ahead.
one company especially that does this is Sony's fucking Twitter account. Like, especially during the BLM thing, is like, well, property can be rebuilt, it could be remade, it could be all this, and it's like, you're the representation of a company that puts in DRM for a PlayStation Vita and puts in a time bomb for your consoles to stop letting people play
Yeah.
digital games, and you want to talk about restoring property, or it could just be rebuilt.
Well,
like, don't worry about property.
for
Your
for the
entire business runs on copyright. The whole
for
thing.
the entire fucking purpose of that for the corporations is it's really just kind of like I think EA has pretty much epitomized this is that it really is just managed decline. Like that's all it is. Like
Yeah.
they just want to keep their corpo influence in politics. They want to keep their corporate influence in the market, but they're not getting any bigger. It's just managed decline, and they're giving up effectively. Like that is really what it is.
The only major company I can think of that doesn't necessarily go down the same route as the others is, ironically, it's Nintendo. Now, yes, Nintendo
that's the only
has,
one that I'm aware of. But
Nintendo has a bunch of problems and I do not like a lot of the things that Nintendo does. But if you force me,
I don't play their games.
Yeah, if you forced me to choose between them or Sony and Microsoft and EA and all that, if you force me to choose, I will just go Nintendo because at the bare minimum, they won't censor third-party games, for example. Like that's a statement their president made not long ago. And they will let me play the booby games with minimal problems. It's like, okay, so they're the least bad out of everyone else. Despite everything that we went through back in 2015 and 2016 with the whole Nintendo of America thing, it seems like they are not as overtly censorious nowadays as they were back then. Now, yes, they're sneakier because they changed the dialogue as opposed to the costumes, but that's better progress than what we saw back then, where they cut out entire content.
Yeah,
it's like,
well,
this is the time where we're in, where Nintendo is now back in the thing where it's like, oh yeah, I like playing my Nintendo Switch now. Wow, that I wouldn't have said that fucking 6 years ago.
I would say that is as it relates to that particular topic of like the booby game sort of thing. Like my general like
It's
I don't
really
play those
thing.
games.
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the position that I take on that is, unless you come up with some kind of alternative, like unless you stage some kind of like basically my thing would be, if you want to actually do something, like everyone claims to be some sort of like 4-dimensional chess, big brain, cryptocurrency fucking investor. Literally, and I'm not even joking, like literally stage an investment coup for Nintendo
Yeah,
and
that's what I
just
would do.
take it
If I
over.
was a millionaire, I would actually be an investor for
Literally
Nintendo, and
just
I would be like,
organize
"Hey, so how about this thing? Are you gonna stop doing this?" And they'd be like, "Well, it's very important." It's like, "No, I give you money. You do this thing now. You stop. You shut the
any
fuck up and do what I want." That's what I would do.
your choices are basically to create your own markets, which is basically impossible. Or the thing you could actually do is basically get a bunch of people that like basically trick people into buying a stock, make a bunch of money off of it. So basically create a cabal, defraud a bunch of people, and get their money, and then put all that money into a corporation, and then use that money to actively leverage over the board of directors, and get them to simply accept all the games that you want on that console. Like, and again, that's just the nature of power.
Yeah.
If you don't have power, if you're not the one holding power, then it's somebody else. If it needs to be you in order to get what you want, and it isn't, then your choice is to be acted on. So they act on you, or you literally have to seize power.
Yeah, that's one
And
of the
it's not
things.
that
Yeah,
complicated.
that's
These
one of
are
the
all publicly
strategies.
traded corporations.
Yeah, that's one of the strategies I would normally propose, but the problem is most people are not millionaires, so that's really up to
Again, have
it's up to the
people
people who can
invest
do
in
it.
some scam cryptocurrency and get their money and then do it. It's not that difficult as far
Right.
as I can tell. If people can collaborate to do some stupid shit over whatever for no reason, then wait for your opportunity or create your own opportunity if you're serious about it. But
Yeah.
the complaining about it doesn't matter. All you need to do is stop. Like, it's why I think the sort of like cultural commentary thing has kind of died out, is because in
it didn't
part that
work. That's why.
it didn't work, and it's really just speaking into the ether, or speaking to the choir. And it's one of the the ironies of being called Pastor Louis, is talking to the choir of my audience. But it really does come down to the seriousness of being a tactician. The question is, do you want to win, or you just want to bleat forever about your right? If you want to win, they're gonna have to fucking do something. And I would say that anything out of a direct power move, so petitioning or those kind of moves that could result in something, but likely not, going after direct control of power over a corporation and basically taking a slice of the market itself, that's what the nationalists and the actual true right in the United States are doing to the Republican Party. We're not splitting off. We're not creating our own political party. We're not doing anything like that. No, we're taking over what exists. And there's far more that you can do with that, even at a diminished capacity, than you would be starting from zero.
Yeah, I agree. Because the structure's there, so why not use it? Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking of wrapping up with one last thing. What I wanted to do was I wanted to have a white pill section, in the sense of I want to give you something to do after the fact to have some fun and enjoy yourself, because the last couple of years have not been great for everyone. So what I am going to do is something that you have neglected, sir. You have neglected your duty to watch some anime every now and then. So
yeah, it's been quite a few years.
Yeah. So I actually have a recommendation for you specifically that I think you'll enjoy. It's called Saga of Tanya the Evil, or just Tanya the Evil.
Oh, I've heard of it.
Okay.
I've heard of it. It's the blonde hair loli.
Yes.
It's like, what is it, reincarnation or something?
Yes. The basic plot is this Japanese businessman, this hyper-capitalistic businessman, who's like, oh yeah, I love individual liberty and all that shit. So he gets reincarnated by God to be this little girl, and basically in a fantasy Germany, where it's like, you have the worst conditions, and now you're gonna praise me by the end of it all. So basically, you have this little girl now who's like ultra based, ultra nationalistic, is like, fuck these invaders. I'm going to fuck them up, kind of thing. And then it gets to the point in the movie where you're literally fighting communists by name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So please, by all means, watch the show, watch the movie. You'll love it. It's one of my favorites lately. Like my Twitter profile is literally a picture of her, of Tanya, because
the
I got the books right here actually. So I will.
Oh yeah.
Let me just pull out an excerpt. I'm trying to remember. Actually, I'll pull up Twitter just quickly because I bookmarked it. Pretty sure. Bookmarks. I will find it eventually. Hang on. It's right. I know. Here it is.
Well,
so in the book, there's a quote here that says, "So of course she laughs at the fanatics, the blind believers. She can't stand that those dumbasses are just like the blind followers of communism and other dogmas, essentially another type of religion, who built mountains of corpses through social experimentation. The feeling stems from her views on humanity. Thinking is sacred because trial and error is inherent to existence. When unthinking people force their dogmatism on others, she wonders how stupid the world could be."
Yeah, it's pretty base stuff.
Yeah. States are honestly so evil. Sorry, yeah.
Go ahead, you can finish what you're going to say about the show.
I just... States are honestly so evil. They take good people and turn them into members of an evil cult. We need to consider their potential for grossly warping people's true natures. For example, the hateful Soviet and East German secret police caused massive harm to human nature. Behold society's fear under the eye of the Stasi. Freedom. Give them mental freedom. It's high time the human race realizes that individualism is the only path that will save the world. Drop mic.
Yeah, you probably had the people who probably wrote that are probably right wing. I couldn't imagine like some non-political person writing that kind of shit.
Apparently the guy who wrote it is a little bit leftist, and this is apparently his kind of caricature of.
Oh really? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I know. Right? So it's apparently
that's
his
hilarious.
parody on Japanese salarymen and that kind of like hyper capitalistic perspective, but he just fucking dropped red pill left, right, and center. It's fucking. Oh, you gotta watch the movie at least, man.
There is a lot of old base stuff of like of that kind of nature that comes from people that are fairly left wing, who just they just want to create something interesting.
Yeah,
and they still have that mindset. And I was going to say, as it relates to, I think that is basically the real difference of why, and I guess this may go without saying, of why there is such a rise in the popularity of like Japanese media and other media. It's because like you have these random people being like, well, let's come up with this cool idea. Let's do this cool thing.
Yeah.
And it's even with like the commercial corporal aspect of like anime, manga, all that, where it's like, I forget what the genre is called, but it's like isekai, where you wake up in like you wake up in a fantasy thing.
Yeah, the translation of isekai is another world. So yeah, it's people being transported to another world, kind of like Alice in Wonderland kind of thing.
And as far as I understand, like that's turned into like a corporal thing where that's hot, so they milk the fuck out of it.
It has, yeah.
So, but the point is that even though you might get like corporal garbage or mediocrity, you still get good things.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that is the distinction between Eastern media and Western media, is that in Western media, like it's just everyone has given up. Like it's just everyone, you're either on board or you're working for these people and you're keeping your fucking mouth shut because I got kids and all this shit.
Yeah.
It is so abysmal at this point, and it's why I say about Western media. And by the way, I just want to stress the point that I think that's why Eastern media, and especially Japanese media, is so popular. It's literally nothing more than, oh, look at this cool thing. Look at this cool, fun thing. Look at this interesting idea. Listen to these jokes. Listen to these funny things being said. it's literally just standard entertainment.
It is like
even if it is like,
there's an isekai about a guy who brings his smartphone with him, and one of the girls, I think it was that one anyway. It was one of the isekai anime where one of the girls is like, I hope you're not one of those male feminists who pretend to be nice to women and they're actually shit. And it's like, oh my god, did they just say that? Kind of thing. And they actually genuinely did. I'm like, oh my god, please, more of this, please. Fucking
yeah.
So yeah, that's my recommendation. Tanya the Evil. I can link you up. I can link you up if you really if you need me to. I won't say how YouTube. I'm innocent. He buys the official release, I promise. But yeah.
Is there anywhere I can rent it? You know? Is it on anything like Amazon Prime or Netflix or?
It's on Crunchyroll, I think.
Yeah. Oh no, I can't go to Crunchyroll, dude. Fuck them.
Yep. Okay. I'll hook you up. After the stream, I'll hook you up. I know a good place.
All right, but yeah, I can't go to Crunchyroll. I used to have a Crunchyroll account, but they went way too overboard.
Yeah, I made a big deal about canceling my subscription because this was when High Guardian Spice was announced, and it's like, okay, based on Crunchyroll statements, they said they took 50% of the revenue they make from subscribers, and that 50% went into the show. So I made a whole thing on Twitter where it's like, okay, so I've been subscribed for that many years, so you use over $200 of my money on a project that I did not give you that money for, so I'm canceling it, kind of thing. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, I haven't used them ever since. Fuck them.
That reminds me. Oh yeah, the one. There was a freaking porn company, like what would it be? A hentai company that made like it was like Western versions of like Japanese content, like basically Western people making essentially Japanese hentai games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember who what their name was, but like
wasn't it the other
they
way
basically
around?
Came out.
Like, wasn't it Western characters being Japanified? Like, I remember there's a Jason Voorhees waifu figurine. I don't
remember, but whatever the company was,
mm-hmm.
they were making that kind of headtime games, and they went pro Black Lives Matter, and they're like, yeah, if you don't support Black Lives Matter, like effectively, we don't want you as our customers. And I was like, fucking wow. Yeah. And I retweeted them, and I was like, this is like one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Like, you're objectively saying if you don't want, like I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was like, wow, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And they blocked me on Twitter, and I was like, I guess I'm never buying from you again.
Was it Manga Gamer? Was it?
I don't think it was Manga Gamer. That would be crazy. I don't think it was them. It was some. I don't remember who it was.
Was it J-List or?
No, it wasn't J-List. No way. That guy's an absolute boomer. He gives that a wide berth.
Yeah.
I forget his name, Pete or something, but he gives that a wide berth.
Probably for the best, honestly.
I don't remember the name of that company. I just remember that they were creating like hentai games effectively, and they kind of had like a slight left-wing bent to them, but out of nowhere, dude, it was just like, you're either Black Lives Matter or we don't want you as our customers.
Was it?
And I like basically
Nutaku maybe.
Nutaku.
I think it's a Faku subsidiary, or at least my.
I think it might have been them.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's been a while and I don't really remember.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. I'll go on Twitter and I'll see if they've blocked me. I guess I'll have to put it in Google because I don't see it otherwise. Twitter. Oh, here we go. No, I'm not blocked by them.
So it's just
I don't remember.
It's just a distribute. Is it Sekai Project? Maybe.
That might be it.
Yeah. Because they've been a horribly inconsistent company as well, and I backed their Clanad Kickstarter years ago.
Let me see here, Twitter.
Fun fact, guys, to listening: if you have the Clanad Kickstarter book in that big collector's edition, my name's in there because I actually backed it, and I'm on the first page.
Let's see here. I'm on Sekai Games, and they don't have me blocked either, although I don't know if this is the right one.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't remember what it
Subverse?
was, but...
Was it Subverse? Like the
Nah,
Studio
I don't
Foe,
think it
not
was
Studio
that.
Foe? Because they didn't... That controversy wasn't BLM, it was Arch Warhammer. That was a whole thing. I remember where they were like... It was so wishy-washy. That was frustrating.
I could have sworn it was BLM. I thought that was it. But I don't see any of these people having blocked me. Oh, it might have been Sekai Project. It might have been them. Did they create a new account or something?
No, I think they have... They should have just 2 accounts, I'm pretty sure. Let me just check on Twitter.
Because they have an @SekaiGames _ and then there's another one. Yes, it was Sekai Project. Yes.
Yep.
It was them.
Okay.
I'm blocked by them. Yes, it was them.
I'm not blocked by them, but yeah.
Yeah, they were it. I could have sworn it was BLM, but you might be right. It might have been about Arch Warhammer.
Well,
but
that was for,
they like
that was
melted down.
That was for Subverse, not for Sekai Project. They didn't have anything to do with that. Maybe
well, I don't remember which it was, but
Yeah.
Sekai Project was the company that basically spazzed out. It might have been Black Lives Matter then, because they have me blocked, and I bought a bunch of their fucking games.
Yeah, I had a thing with P-Cube where they blocked me briefly because I criticized them for supporting BLM. If you were aware of that.
I don't know. It's been a while since I've done anything with
they're one of the they were the publishers that got censored by Sony initially, where they were trying to bring over Omega Labyrinth. They had to cancel their game because Sony wanted them to censor just about everything on it. But then after that, during BLM, it's like, hey, we at P-Cube support Black Lives Matter, and it's like, oh wow, great. How much money did I give you guys? Wow, okay. Not giving you money anymore, thanks. And they blocked me. Initially, they unblocked me after the fact, but it's like, I don't really care if you unblocked me. I'm just not giving you money anymore. Fuck you.
Yeah. Like, well, I don't remember exactly what it was. My memory says it was Black Lives Matter, but I would say to anyone listening to this, do not buy from Sekai Project.
Yeah.
Do not buy them. Buy anything from them.
It doesn't help that they still release gimped censored releases anyway. So it's probably not worth it, yeah. Like, they always have a thing about, like, 18 plus patches that they don't really like doing. So...
Yeah, well, if they want to go down, they can have fun trying to negotiate with the left to get their shit not, have them have a market. Yeah. So, hope you end up in the gutter, you fucking faggots. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And my position is you're on our side or you're on theirs, and clearly they're on theirs. So good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Okay.
Be careful who you ostracize.
Yep, exactly. So I was thinking of wrapping up just about now.
Yeah.
Chat, if you have any questions for Louis and myself, please send them in now. I want to wrap up in the next 15, 20 minutes, if possible, because I haven't had lunch yet and I'm hungry. We here at Brand support cause and stand against ism. Yep.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, dude, this was actually worse than that. This, for them, Sekai, was freaking literally a fuck the fans moment. Yep. It was literally a fuck the fans moment for them.
Yep.
And it's rare. Those are rare.
Yeah, especially these days. Fuck the fans moments these days don't pay so well. From
no, they fucking don't.
Like, an example I'm thinking of is like Nexon. They had like this Korean beat 'em up game, like MMO beat 'em up game, and they said oh, we had feedback from people that said it's a cool game, but I don't want to play in front of my kids, so we have to censor it for the people who play it at night when their kids are asleep anyway, and we're not going to uncensor it. And guess what? The game shut down like 5 months after it launched. It's like, wow,
big surprise.
Yeah. Who would have guessed?
Well, it's just. I mean, that isn't really a fuck the fans moment. That is just a total out of touch retard moment where it's a fandom audience moment. Basically, they're chasing a fandom audience.
Yep.
I don't really know what's wrong with people in corporate atmospheres. I hate the corporate atmosphere, so I never want to be one. I learned that over time. Unless I basically was in charge of it, that would be the only way that I'd ever tolerate being in an atmosphere, is that I have some amount of power, because
me too.
it seems like the corporate atmosphere is basically, you have really competent people at the top. Typically, from my experience, there's some really competent people at the top. They're like 90-hour working weeks, a workaholic types. And the people below them and in middle management are like a combination of either decently competent or like, I've been here 30 years and I'm literally fucking retarded and cannot do anything, but I've been here 30 years and I'm untouchable.
Yeah.
And if I fuck up anything, you're taking the blame.
Yeah, I remember Mark Kern, or the former WoW guy. He's cool, by the way. I think his game should be worth supporting. I remember him saying one of the issues with big companies is middle management. Like, they're just in the way all the time, and I think that's I think a good example of having no middle management was when where the guys created Doom back in 1994. Like that kind of like, okay, it's just a bunch of guys getting together. It's like no one's really overlooking them that much, kind of thing. It's like, we're just going to make a cool, fun shooter game, and oh look, we revolutionized the industry, kind of thing. And I think middle management would actually have gimped that particular series initially.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grum's Mark Kern, former World of Warcraft developer. He's working on a game called Ember. Is pronounced.
Yeah,
it's a mecha kaiju game, and I haven't supported it yet. I need to eventually when I can.
I'm not too hot on mecha games, so if it comes out, I'll give it some thought. But I'm not really big on mecha games. So
one of the things I focused on was like really good smooth movement, like being able to slide across the ground and fly and all that, because you're fighting giant kaiju with other people. So they put a big focus.
Yeah, I mean, it looks interesting. I follow the guy and all that. All I know is if I thought about this a while ago, but if I were to make a game, it would basically be, and I think I could make this into like a real hit. It would basically be combined factors of GTA and basically Life is Strange. Like, imagine Life is Strange as like an unbelievably like crazy fucking intense game that is effectively a narrative game, but it has like a kind of like bully open world aspect to it.
That'd be cool. Can the main character be Nick 2020?
No, it would basically, if I had to do it, it would be create your own character. I think that would be either
then
default
your best friend,
or
your best friend should be Nick. That's who he should be. Sure.
Hell yeah. But it would basically be that. It would be a Life is Strange environment, and it could be a variety of like settings. But it would be that aspect of sort of like over the top, slightly satirical aspect of GTA, because that is in part what made GTA such a fucking massive property. Is that it was over the top and exciting. And I think that a lot of games are either boring, they take themselves too seriously, or they are like just generally mediocre. Like, I think this is very true for Ubisoft games.
Yeah.
Where they're just generally undercooked. Like, every fucking game. Like, even when they have very provocative concepts, provocative ideas, they never fucking follow through with any of it. And I'd also say that's kind of true for CD Projekt Red.
Yeah. So we got a question from Noir saying, how do you think society would be now if we didn't have a rating system in gaming like the ESRB? Now, I just want to follow up with that by saying, actually, Louis, you've changed my mind on rating systems over the years. I remember you saying a long time ago that the ESRB and all that shit should just be scrapped entirely because it just gets in the way.
Yeah.
It's shit. Back in the day, I didn't quite agree with you, but I'm at the point now when I'm like, yeah, let's go. Let's defund the classification board. Let's throw them the fuck out. I don't need to fuck them, kind of thing.
It's a scam.
Yeah.
Like, no matter which way you look at it, it's a scam. It's so obvious when you actually do any kind of research into it that in the American context, I'm sure the actual, like, there's variations of bad. And in Australia, it's quite obvious what the bad is. It's fucking random asshole apparatchiks who are like, I don't know what the fuck's in this game, but I don't think you need to have it, so it ain't coming here. By the way, this same game, this other game that has all the exact same things except for they might be worse. Okay, that game's getting the green light. Come on in. It's just random. It's just random as far as I can tell. So roll a die.
Yeah, the way I learned that some people talked about the actual submission process. Like there was a guy who was in the board and left it a while ago, but he said when they get game submissions, it's just a written document. They don't see the game, they don't play the game, they don't do anything. They just get the written document and then they compare it to the rules, and then they just ban it because usually for drug related things, that's what they usually do.
Okay.
But yeah, they don't do anything like that. So how would we be different? How would society be different if we didn't have any of that?
I don't know really what the impact is on society. I think you would see the, like, video games cause violence, that sort of thing. That would be way worse. That you would see it be an issue on the right again. I would be very confident that the right would be talking about video games, because it seems like it is that the chum aspect. It is that red meat, useless, pretend to be doing something kind of issue. That if the ESRB didn't exist and wasn't like total corpo scam, that the right wing basically won't attack because it's our ideal. It's a monopoly that we created and has total control over the market.
Yeah.
Isn't that good? So the right has no real argument anymore outside of video games bad, get married so you can be a fucking, so we can tax you. So, that's pretty much the right's position.
Get married, have no opinion afterward. Just work.
Yeah, kind of pretty much.
Yeah.
Get married, have kids, vote for us, pay taxes. That's kind of the right wing's position when it comes to a lot of things.
That's why what gets in the way of philosophy, Carl. Just in case you're watching this.
Well, it isn't really dadism. It's really fucking cynical conservatism. It's a really cynical form of conservatism.
Yeah, I'm just poking fun because he likes to talk about being a dad, and I was like, yeah, okay, I don't really care.
Sure,
but good for you.
I would say that the only reason I'll push back on that is because I think that it comes from another aspect of conservatism that is in many ways just cynical. It is really just they don't really care. The only way in which they care is, hold on, correct your mic real quick.
Okay.
Thank you. The only way in which they care is we can't get you to do what we want you to do.
Yeah.
We want you to do X, you're doing Y. So therefore, we're going to say whatever we think is going to get you to do what we want you to.
Yeah.
That's the problem they have.
You're doing Y, so we'll take Y away from you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the problem they have.
Yeah.
And they're doing currently the same thing with pornography. It is a really fucking stupid argument that I've seen coming from the right about pornography, because it's not really the it thing, but it's always kind of like lumbering around in the background.
Yeah,
the anti-pornography aspect of the right. Yeah, and the arguments are really fucking stupid.
Yeah, what they do is they take legitimate issues like sex and child trafficking, and then they say, porn bad on brain, therefore ban it, gone, bye-bye. Kind of thing. That's
and they don't address the issue of usage.
Yeah, they don't limit themselves.
And it's not a persuasive argument. I've seen people debate it. It's not a persuasive argument. And the thing is that the problem is, from my perspective, it isn't even like defending porn or principle. It's, I want the right to win. I want the right to win. You got a good anti-porn argument, by all means, let's hear it. But you got a shitty one, shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
I want to win. Good argument or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I literally made a whole video debunking morality in media when they did the whole Steam, the whole Valve thing, if you remember that happening. That was when they went after a bunch of porn games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I literally made a whole 40-minute video just debunking so many things that they did. It was like, oh, well, video games called sexual assault. you have no evidence. Here's the actual evidence saying it does the opposite effect, kind of thing. That
Yes.
it did a whole thing.
I mean,
that.
it literally it makes people like if it influences anything, it influences being an antisocial shut-in. It influences you to go rape somebody. Give me a fucking break. But you know what's funny about that organization is that all their arguments are through a left-wing lens.
Yeah, they cooperate with them. Yeah, they said as much. It's like, oh yeah, we adopted this to make ourselves more palatable in today's society. It's like,
and realize that those people there are actually conservative. The people that run that are actually conservative. So realize once again,
the Jesuit
snakes. People. Snakes. There's snakes in the room. There's snakes that claim to be on our side. And they are going to stab us in the fucking back. They're going to bite us. Be aware. So that's one of the big things on the right that needs to change is be aware of the snakes in the room that are ready to bite us.
Yeah.
And got to wake the fuck up about it.
Jimmy Halls mentions Brittany Venti, and that kind of logic with porn is like, yep. She had a whole thing with VTubers where she said they're promoting pedos, and everyone just told her to shut the fuck up and go away because no one cared about what she said.
I listened to her. She did, I think, 1 or 2 videos on it, and I'm confident I listened to one of them. And the problem,
briefly.
Yeah, the problem, if I remember correctly, because this was a while ago, was that the argument itself was just erroneous.
Yeah.
That I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, and I just really wish that she would have approached it in a better way and thought about it more and constructed it better. It was really one of those kind of videos that you really want to construct. And I think that unfortunately, when people basically shit on her, she basically doubled down and was like, no, fuck all of you. It's like,
And the end result of that, by the way, is she got threatened with a defamation lawsuit. So.
Oh, by who?
By Cover Hololive, the people in charge of a lot of the
videos. Really?
Yeah, she got threatened with a lawsuit for defamation, because she was saying Gal Guda, which is the VTuber girl, she's a shark.
Yeah,
the
shark girl.
Yeah. She was going on about how they're promoting pedophilia and they're trying to attract pedophiles, and yeah, she got hit with a legal threat for that. So I don't know if she said anything since then, but I think I remember her mentioning it's like, but I got a thing from them, and it's like, well, you kind of fucking deserve it, don't you? I don't know. That's just
I mean, I would be a lot more sympathetic if the argument itself was better constructed, and if you're gonna go that hard, you got to have some solid fucking evidence to go that hard.
Yeah,
and.
Which is why
if you don't, you got to be tepid. You got to enter something and float an idea, because then it's a lot easier to defend you, even if I think you're wrong, if you're actually trying to put forward an argument and say, listen, this isn't something I can just prove. This isn't something that I fully vetted, but this is an opinion I have. Let's talk about it. I think that it would have been far more palatable in that sense to defend that kind of argument and say, listen, just because somebody is putting forward this argument doesn't mean you need to shit all over them.
Yeah.
Because I think with the lowly thing is that the obvious nature of it is that there are going to be pedophiles that consume the product.
Yeah, I don't think anyone denies that. What people always have a problem with is saying, if you like it, you're also a pedo, and it's like, well, no.
Yes, and the problem is that connection. And this is the big argument that I've had with several people, and the big blow up that I had with Dank, and and all that. When it came to
Lowly, he has changed his mind on, which is good. He's like one of the few people who actually bothered to change his mind. Brittany and a bunch of the Sterling Griff people, the politicians, they will never change their mind on the issue ever.
Yeah.
Like, never.
I can tell you that with Dank, not only is he a very friendly person to me in real life, very, very more than just chill, just very like a warm kind of personality.
Yeah,
which you wouldn't expect with his kind of like stature and tats and all that. That you wouldn't expect it, but man, he's a very friendly guy, and I can tell you with him, the difference is I would say that, I don't really want to insult anyone. But with Dank in particular, I can tell from talking to him, the guy's sharp. Okay, this is not like a slow-witted person. Dank
Mhm.
is a pretty quick-witted person.
Yeah.
And I would say that he was speaking from his own experience to something that he was fairly unfamiliar with, that he hadn't really put a lot of thought into. And when
Mhm.
I talked to him about it, he actually started considering the serious implications of it, and the fact that the people that he would see himself more sympathetic with, I guess you could say more emotionally. The problem is that they don't actually distinguish anything. There is no distinction for anything. It could be like any kind of like general anime or any kind of manga where there is no sexual dimension to it at all.
Mhm.
It is cute girls that fit the dimension of loli just doing cute things. It's totally slice of life and innocent.
Mhm.
There's nothing about it that's sexual. It is totally innocent. And the problem is we can distinguish that where there is legit straight up like crazy fucking hentai shit that exists out there.
Yeah, and I
And
used to
then
be
there's
on
like,
the anti-lolly argument side back when I was a feminist. This was many years ago, but I used to be on that side.
mhm.
But I've since changed my opinion, quite radically.
Well,
where I'm all on the whole lolicon is free speech thing. I'm way on that
yeah.
side. Yeah.
Well, the issue is that it's pretty much just the the all the things you're confronted with as it relates to that particular issue are things that can apply so easily to just everything else. And
Mhm.
the fact is, it's so like it's been a while since I've laid out the arguments, but it's basically the whole idea of regulation, of standardization, the actual gradient, setting the standards. Well, who do you put in charge? Like, there's so many problems revolving around that even if you were to take the side of, well, no, it needs to be regulated, you've just created a problem by which that you're just going to be censoring art, and there is going to be no recourse. And you only feel that way because you think this is gross, and it's like now
Yeah.
you've just opened the door to apply that to every fucking thing else.
Exactly, and that's why obscenity needs to be removed from your constitution. Like
Well, it's
you
from
have the ability to get rid of it eventually because you can cite
yes,
the First Amendment, and you need people that'll actually go to court and be like, no, First Amendment. But a lot of them go
yeah.
with plea deals, and that's a problem.
Yes, well, that's in particular the lowly issue itself, is that people take plea deals because
Yeah.
they're desperately afraid. And under this administration, man, I don't know, maybe you should take the plea deals
Yeah.
because fuck, man, if the difference is you get you get a fucking a rigged courtroom full of fucking retards that are like, it's basically idiocracy where everyone's retarded. And I mean, what can you do? With this Supreme Court as well, full of fucking, it's a conservative majority, except for all the conservatives that are there are useless.
Yeah.
It's not a good time for that in that sense. So basically, you got to really pick your battles. But the reality is of the actual law itself around that, and there's a bit of a distinction between the lowly issue, which is in federal law.
Yes.
But it's also the issue of obscenity. Like, that's basically the standard by which that it's upheld.
Mm-hmm.
That the problem is that obscenity itself, as basically a legal definition, is subjective.
It's morally
There
based.
is a false. Yeah, it's morally based, and there's this false notion of, no, this actually is like a real serious standard, and everything that I've read around it, it is literally assertion. Like, that is its basis. Is just everyone saying, no, it's true, no, it's serious, no, like, it is people just reiterating all one after another that it's a serious standard. If you look at the gradient, it is purely subjective.
Mm-hmm.
And all you need is, guess what? Hey, guess what? Biden packs the courts, and all right-wing thought is obscene.
Yeah.
There you go. Country's over. First Amendment's done. It's
or not even obscenity.
I don't know
it's
why
like
no
all
one talks
right-wing
about
opinions
it.
are violence. They're all incitement to violence. They could just say that as well if they really want to be
no, because it doesn't have the actual standing. That the standing under the Supreme Court in the United States is you can and basically incite a mob and get away with it under Supreme Court precedents. So there's a lot of leeway there, even under the Supreme Court. And even under the useless court that we have now, they probably would still enforce that. But all you need is somebody intelligent to pack the court, or if they get it through legitimate means, as eventually these people die off or quit, and they stack the court through, going through the process because they control Congress and the White House, and they literally overnight say all right-wing thought is obscene, and it's literally game over in a day. And I don't know why no one has thought of that but me. I have not ever seen anyone raise the issue. And I think it is because that the right wing are the defenders of they defend the obscenity standard.
Yeah, because they introduced it. Yeah.
Yes.
It benefits them.
And it does benefit them because I think they want to use it to start legitimately going after pornography.
Yeah.
Like they want to start taking down, like, basically the sort of stupid laws they have in the UK about, like, spanking and shit like that, about women and all that. The conservatives in the United States want to do the same thing.
Yep.
And the way they want to do it is through obscenity as a precedence.
And that's why that's why conservatism is just not a winning ideology, because they would rather, because they're so they want to use the government for a problem that is for the individual to sort out for themselves, minus child porn, which that should be where the state comes in.
Sure,
but they want to apply it for everything else as well.
They literally created a new standard related to, because they had the issue of, like, child sexual exploitation, which is its own thing.
Yes.
But then they had the issue of basically distributed illicit material that was related to a performance. So it literally wasn't the actual sexual abuse itself, or even I can't remember the exact thing, but it was basically like paraphernalia or advertisement for the sexual acts featuring a minor. And they created a standard to say, and I believe it's the Furber standard, that any material that involves the actual exploitation of a child is itself illicit material and is therefore banned. And it is based around the concept of the living, breathing, actual person that is being exploited in that, the creation of that material.
Yes, which is why cutie should be banned under that, in my opinion.
Yes, it is a far better standard. It is a legitimate, substantive, objective standard, and that is the exact kind of standard you want to have in law. Absolutely. Because there is no negotiation, there is no twisting it, there is no manipulating it and getting around it. It is simply that standard. And the beauty, or I guess not the beauty, but the horrific irony is that the thing with drag kids and all that cabaret shit that's going on, it violates that standard. That is not constitutionally protected expression or speech. That is specifically set up with existing precedents as being not constitutionally protected. But the reason why it's allowed, look at where it's going on. Seattle, San Francisco, New York City. It is literally getting back to the primordial. If you have laws, if they're not enforced, you have no laws. So it might be illegal, but if no one's enforcing it, guess what? It's going on and it's permitted. So those laws just don't mean anything.
Yeah. For real, to wrap up with a real clown world statement from Abrahamic Religions, Bow Before Hate. He says, cuties legal, light novels banned. What a country. Yeah, in Australia, we gave cuties the second highest classification rating, which is MA, 15+. So not even R-rated, not even X-rated, not even banned, MA. So that means teenagers legally can watch basically real child porn on Netflix.
Yes.
Fucking honk.
That was one of the most stomach churning things I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen a ton of shit that's like crazy, like snuff shit and all that, like the fucking New Zealand shooting and all that. Like, I've seen some pretty fucking crazy shit in my lifetime, but man, I watched that and it's been a while since I've done the review, but I literally had to pause that film several times. It was so bad. And
you said you
for
gagged.
real, like,
you gagged. I remember you saying,
it was so bad. And I couldn't believe it. And I don't know, it's just funny that that kind of stuff is something that is encroaching. Although the way the French are going, I don't know how much further they're going to be tolerating that kind of thing. I think the generals might pipe up and have something to say about that kind of stuff, because the person who made that video was a Muslim.
Actually say no, child porn bad. Actually,
that guy or the girl that made that film was a Muslim activist.
Yeah,
that's who made that film, was a Muslim activist.
Maybe there's a connection there.
Well, I don't know. It's basically that it's that merger. It's like Islamo-leftism.
Yeah.
It really is true. And that is one of the things. Like, that is one of the things that came from those people who came from France. That was one of the things that they were playing with, was the rejection of the idea of the age of consent. That was one of the things that they, if you go read their shit, you can go look this up, they explicitly rejected that idea.
Yeah, didn't they?
Because it was basically a boundary.
Didn't they also talk about how it's like, oh yeah, playing with kids is a sexual thrill because you get really close to touching their genitals and shit, and it's like, ew, dude, fuck off, no, just shut up, kind of thing. Like, I swear,
it's been a while since I've read any of the things that have been passed my way from those sort of.
That was a passage I saw, and I just wanted to fucking die. It was so bad.
It's the postmodernists. If you go read their material, that is one of the things that was like, I don't want to say universal, but was disproportionate, was the rejection of the age of consent.
Yep.
And it's why, like, I am very suspicious now about anything as it relates to children when it comes from them, because it's always, you have to just assume that these people are evil. And that is almost always the true case of what the reality is, because it's always some maneuver. It's always some power play. It's always a tactic. It's always for some other purpose. And it's just rules for radicals made real. And you have to understand that these people, people would call them moral relativists, but I would just say that they're immoral. Like, they celebrate immorality. They are all universal hedonistic.
Yeah, they use moral relativism to subvert you and put their own thing in place.
Yeah.
That's what that actually is. They don't actually believe in the relative cultural differences being like of equal moral value. They just want you to die.
That is a tactic. I agree with you. Yeah. I think that's a very good way of putting it. And I would say that the thing, it's one of the reasons why I've said for quite a while that I am an opponent of hedonism, because I think that is something they want. And the issue with like that sort of mindset and that sort of philosophy is like, why wouldn't you stop with the sexual abuse of children? Like, what is the real limitation that you have to stop there?
That's something I've been thinking about a lot as well with my own thing, is like, okay, what is my limiting principle on X topic? And I always make sure there has to be at least something that makes it consistent, something I can cling to. It's like, yes, this is the standard I operate on. And leftists don't do that. Their standard is just their standard. They don't have any other standard. It's just what I want.
It's power. That's their standard. Power by whatever means, or by any means. You know, it's just what gets us power. Well, that's the thing to do. And it's pretty transparent that that's where they are. And in the case of that sort of issue itself, it's just one example of the greater issue, and it's why I dichotomize it between sides. Is I'm never going to see myself as on the same side as the people that are having little boys basically, you know, set themselves up in a position where they are a suicide waiting to happen. Like, that is the thing with drag kids. That is the inevitable outcome, and everyone knows it, that they are going to be fucked up and that they are a suicide waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And I just look at it, and it is sexual exploitation of children.
It is.
It is just legitimately, definitionally that. Yeah. And I don't know why you think we have common quarter with them. And so that I would say that to the people that would push back towards us, that, you know, the centrist TM thing, that's what I would push back on them with.
What?
But at the same time,
you want to kick out the people who think drag kids are fine? You're just as bad as the SJWs.
yeah, but the same thing to the right, I would say that, as they would say, well, you might say, but you're still degenerate on the porn issue. It's like, well, you guys have to understand that you aren't going to fix the drug. You haven't fixed the drug issue by banning drugs.
No.
You haven't fixed the whatever other issue. Let's just say porn as an example you haven't fixed that by, let's say you banned it. You wouldn't fix it. It would just, overnight you'd have a massive black market. And the problem is that if you actually want to get people to, I guess, masturbate less or use less pornography, whatever, or play less video games or smoke less or drink less or whatever, do drugs less, you actually have to start at the source. Mm-hmm. You actually have to start at the impulse to want to do whatever X is. And you have to give them the option to choose something else, and for that to be the plausible choice. And I think one of the biggest black pills, if you want to, is there was statistics that just came out the other day, and it's basically like, America's birth rate is now equivalent to like Japan. Like, no one's having kids. No one's getting married. It's just, it's done. It's gone. It's record lows every single time they do the stats.
Fuck, I didn't think
it's record lows every single time.
Jesus.
And I'm not surprised by that, especially with the lockdown. But it's literally at record lows. It is way below sub replacement. Mm-hmm. It is like 1.41 or something. So it's way below replacement. And the marriage rates are crumbling. The rate of being like single and virginal and all this are skyrocketing. Yeah. Like, all the numbers are the worst conceivable thing if you are a conservative. If you want people getting married, getting into relationships, getting together, having children, being stable, they are all in the opposite direction that you want. And they literally have nothing but demonizing men to get those stats to change. It's literally, I've seen this from several people that are self-described conservatives. They have nothing to change those numbers. And it's why they're not addressing the source. They're not addressing the source. Why are women not getting married? Why are men not in getting into relationships? Why are men choosing porn over relationships? They just refuse to address any of the things that could be a source. And eventually, with the nationalist right, if they take power, porn is going to become a wedge issue. It's going to become an issue that's popular. It's going to be like a unifying thing for the right in America. That you're going to have the people that are like nationalist light or not really that conservative, but this is a chum issue that they can jump on. It's just a red herring they can throw out there and say, yeah, fuck porn. And you're going to have the nationalists and the conservatives who are vehemently anti-porn. Like, they are unbelievably against pornography. And I've listened to them talk about it. And that is in the background. That is waiting in the wings in the United States, is that we have a very serious anti-pornography movement coming. No pun intended.
Yeah.
And they're going to be dead fucking serious if they get control of Congress. That's coming. That is coming. That movement is waiting to rear its head. And part of it is trying to get men to marry women. That is part of it. And the issue is that, like, in my lifetime, I have had sex with women, and those relationships were not very good. And the problem is that literally I had a choice between continuing to have sex and being in a not good relationship or breaking up. And I chose breaking up more than once. And it's like, the issue is that, like, with conservatives, and it's like, oh yeah, don't you want to get that pussy? It's not good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not good enough. And it's one of those things where I think that this is one of the positive aspects of being a liberal in the right-wing movement, is that they really, 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 really don't want to take up the issue of like identitarian male politics. Like they'll have like all the idea of, and I've seen Darren Beattie sort of have an offshoot of this. He's like a right-wing thinker who worked for Trump, policy wonk guy. And he has aspects of this of like, and so is Nick Fuentes. He's touched on this too, of in their own ways of like, I'm gonna be Nick Fuentes' example is I'm gonna go to the gym, I'm gonna get ripped, I'm gonna be the strongest slave in the corporate plantation. And Darren Beattie says the same thing. I'm gonna be the biggest, strongest macho man who's gonna salute the rainbow flag and die for nothing overseas.
Yeah.
Like it's that thing. And conservatives have a real problem with that.
They do.
Of their only aspect of being a man is being a fucking simp. Literally. It's being this Chad, like this, it's being this like statist simp. You know, like you're the ultimate like fedora tipper for women. You're the ultimate fucking statist. Like it's something that's outmoded. It's obsolete. And it's not appealing.
Because I also remember, what was her name? Lindsey Graham. She was a girl who got hounded by a university for sharing Jordan Peterson.
Oh, the one chick.
Yeah, she had a thing where she's like, ew, porn bad and gross. Ew, my boyfriend has never watched porn. Yeah, right, bitch. Yeah, sure he didn't. He never watched porn. Okay, yeah, all right. You just die on that hill while we go and try to actually do something else and not complain about that. Okay. You know.
Yeah, she really killed her own relevance.
Yeah, she did.
But
like I was a pretty big fan of her generally. It's like, oh yeah, she's a pretty cool girl. She's right on these issues. And then it's like, ew, porn bad. It's like, okay, bye. I don't really care if you think porn bad. It's like literally going to be a losing issue for you, but whatever, you know.
Yeah, it's not a winning issue. It's something that is, according to conventional wisdom in society, I think relatively from what I understand, most people view it as a vice, which I think is correct. I think the categorization is right.
Yeah,
but
I agree with that too.
The problem is that it's basically like we have a problem with heroin. Well, okay, you can ban it, but is that going to stop the impetus for people to do heroin? No, because I'm never going to do heroin because I'm scared of it. I think it's dangerous, and I care about my life. Like those are the things.
Yeah, I've had no drive to try any drugs. I've never had that like incentive or anything. I've just not interested in trying it.
The only temptation that I've ever had was I've had several opportunities to do weed. And I basically, it's a combination of being afraid and also like legit. I have a very negative view of stoners, and even though I had friends that were stoners in the past, like I had a negative view of being a stoner. The only real temptation was I went to, I don't know how well you followed me this, but I know I've talked about this more than once.
I've been subscribed since you started on YouTube.
Okay, right. Going to a few college house parties and being offered coke more than once.
Okay.
And that was probably the closest that I've been tempted, because I didn't have that negative bias towards downers. I don't like downers. Like when I drink a lot of alcohol, it's basically 80% of the time I start feeling sick or I feel sad. If I drink enough, I either feel sick or I feel sad. Maybe about 15% of the time, like I just go from it's like I just become very confident and very loose and not really manic, but just very confident. I try to start having fun, enjoying myself. Like that's about 15% of the time if I'm pretty liquored up.
Yeah. So you do it during weren't you drinking during some of the Life is Strange 2 streams? I think you were a couple of times.
I stopped drinking at one point, and outside of having a beer with a meal, I don't really drink much at all anymore. Although I can very close to restarting last year. That's all I can say. And at some point, one of the things that I used was just the problem that I had was drinking beer as like just a daily fucking habit. And I really started to dislike that. I really started to dislike the habit I formed around drinking beer every single day. And I noticed it progressing, like getting worse and drinking more every day. And I was like, yeah, this is becoming a legit problem. I need to fucking stop. The only thing that I can say about alcohol is that I enjoy a good beer with like a sort of a hearty meal, and that liquor sometimes can definitely crack the ice for social situations and for like evening you out. Like that, I think, is a defense of liquor. Is that if you have problems with being in a social venue or social situation, or even if you're very worried about something, you're nervous or whatever, you're having problems sleeping, I would suggest that rather than, flipping a coin on, what is it, like Tylenol PM and those sort of things, like nighttime aids, whatever.
Right.
That sometimes like a couple shots or a few shots might actually like even you out and genuinely make you feel better. The difference is between dealing with the source of the stress.
I found my experience with alcohol has not been that extensive, mainly because I can't afford it. But in situations where it's available to me, I don't actually drink that much. And the most I've ever drunk is 5 drinks in about 7 hours. So I space it out really evenly. Like I don't drink consecutively one after the other. I always space it out. But I always find it's like you said, it's like, the whole buzz and how like kind of like uplifts you. I had that experience where I have alcohol and I'm better at speaking. Like I could speak clearly.
Yeah,
I've had that.
I don't know about I don't know about clearer in my situation, but I was a lot.
Like I don't stutter when I talk. When I have alcohol, I don't stutter. It's really weird.
Maybe, yeah. I could see that. I could see that because because part of that, I think, as I understand it, is mental. Like a difference between you trying to articulate your point and you thinking about the point you're trying to articulate.
Yeah. It breaks down the barrier for me. It breaks down barriers for me where I can just kind of like lower my guard a bit, or try to take a step back from trying to say a certain thing, and then it's like relaxing, basically. But I don't drink that often, so.
I usually do in social situations because I think that it helps me. It basically gives me enough positives that it gives me something to do in the meantime. I usually try to experiment a little bit when I go out doing, social drinking. I try to order different things to just see what I like or don't like, and tend not to like more things than I do.
Yeah, I've tried that a couple times. Yeah.
And the thing that I can say that it gives me is basically it allows me to relax in a way that I wouldn't otherwise unless I was around friends. There's a few like weird social situations that I was in, especially at different events where it was like the thing, the one event with whatever it was, Mythicon or whatever a few years ago, and the thing in Philadelphia, which I think was the same organization, both of which had Sargon. The second one had Dank in Philadelphia. That was good. And I would, just have a few drinks just to kind of keep me light, just keep me kind of like casual, relaxed, not really worried about anything. Because I'm not there to be stressed out. I'm not there to really worry about, what anyone thinks of me or anything like that. So if, you got a couple drinks in you, it pretty much nullifies that instinct that I would have otherwise.
Yeah.
And it very much allows me to enjoy myself a lot better, because what I loved about that is, especially in Philadelphia, I had a couple really I met some really cool people there, but I also had some really awkward encounters with a handful of people. and it allowed certain awkward situations to be turned into something positive where it was a nice interaction.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a couple negative ones where I just basically, like, the whole filter of me giving a shit about you, it just goes away. And then I just, like, I started, I don't want to talk too much about it, but basically it was in the after party, and it was this one girl, and she's trying to cling on to Carl, and I was just trying to hang out with the guy, but he's busy. Everyone wants to talk to him, and she's kind of clinging around. And she made like a couple comments to me that were kind of like sneering, and that she like kind of insulted me. And so I just started making fun of her, and I started bullying her. And basically, I just made the situation so awkward, and I was just so enjoying myself regarding that she just got up and left. And I was like, "Hey, mission accomplished! Fly the banner!" Yeah. I'm like touching down on whatever the USS Ronald Reagan, like, mission accomplished. Because that was the whole thing. Is like I was just there to enjoy myself. Like I met a bunch of cool ass fucking people there.
Yeah.
You know, I had the one guy that was like basically hosting the event. I was back in the VIP area with Dank, just hanging the fuck out. And this guy comes out, he's like, "Yeah, I need to get the fuck out of here," because some of Tim's people ratted me out. Tim Pool's people ratted me out.
Yeesh.
And I meet the same guy later in the bar who kicked me out. And him and I just strike up, and we have a good fucking, like, serious conversation. It was great. And it was like a couple hours earlier. The guy's like, "Yeah, you need to get the fuck out of here."
Fucking hell.
So the whole, if you're at an after party, if you're at a social event, you want to enjoy yourself.
Absolutely. Okay.
You know, that's what you're there for.
Yeah. We'll wrap it up with one last question from punkzos_22. Hey, two of my favorite YouTubers having a casual discussion. Sweet, thank you. He says, "Do you have any fictional stories that both of you like?" Yeah, I like sci-fi. I'm a big fan of sci-fi and giant robots, and I like my slice of life stuff. Although that's a saturated market, so that's kind of a given.
I imagine so.
I read the Hobbit earlier this year, and I've been meaning to get into the rest of the Tolkien books. I just haven't done it yet because I've been busy with stuff.
Yeah, I don't know really if I haven't really been watching very many things. I've watched a few random movies from time to time that I've there's only been a few I haven't reviewed on my channel, and they haven't really been that interesting at all. Mm-hmm. I've just been kind of like rewatching a lot of things outside of just watching. Like I've been consuming a lot of political stuff.
Yeah. I've had to take a break in a lot of ways from that. I just can't stomach about a bunch of channels.
Yeah, it basically, and well, I gotta say, if you listen to, like, you know, the stream that I just had with Sargon, that's unfortunately one of the side effects is you get a little bit too black-pilled.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of pushes you over that edge. But it's basically, and I said this to him, that you pretty much need to, as I put it, like, stare into the abyss and gain an understanding that there really isn't any real stress in that. You know, if basically everything folds, you just need to make sure that you are in the position that you are confident in your own strength, that you can rely on yourself, or that you have a small group of friends or your family or whatever. Like, even if you don't even have that, and as it relates to my family, it's pretty spotty on that. But you basically just need to look past the frightening aspects of the situation that you're in. And in areas like gaming, where I think you're absolutely saying to be black-pilled, find your joy where you can. But in society itself, and I've had a bunch of people actually quit my channel. Like, I had a bunch of people unsubscribe and message me over Subscribestar. Like, it was at least 24 people who were like, "I'm black-pilled, I'm done, I can't take anymore." And And I haven't really talked about that much, I don't think, but it's been the case. Like, I've had a bunch of fucking people quit supporting me because they're black-pilled. And if they just said my, content was shit, I'd take that as, or you're not putting out enough, I'd accept that on the chin as well. But I think that that's the case for a decent amount of people, is that they're just straight up black-pilled because they think that there's not really a way to recover. But I think that basically it's all about the I guess the positive view is sort of like the Nietzschean sort of sense of it, is that you need to start with, or the Peterson kind of sense of it a bit, where you need to start with yourself and make sure that at the very minimum you are content enough to the degree that you're not flaming out and all that kind of thing, or depressed or suicidal, anything like that.
Yeah.
And it's why I wouldn't begrudge anyone from taking a break from politics itself, because you just need to make sure that you're content, because irrespective of the worst things happening, the worst conceivable things that can come to mind, for a society, for your nation, or whatever it is, the worst things that you can imagine, you need to get over the shock of the horror that you see. You need to get past that. You need to move past that. That's part of looking into the abyss, is being able to, oh God, they convicted Derek Chauvin. Oh God, it's like, well, who cares? Fuck him. Who cares?
Yeah.
You got to get past that concept of, is it unjust? Yes. Is he literally guilty of committing 3 murders or 2 murders and a manslaughter? No. Was it a lynching? Yeah, and I put that on Twitter. But am I losing sleep? No. No. I'm not losing sleep over that. I'm not black-pilled over that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There has to be a balance between being aware of issues, which this is something I struggled with. There's being aware of issues, and then there's losing sleep over the issues. And I've had to I've had to rebalance my life in a way where, and my mentality, where it's like, okay, yeah, that news does suck, but now I'm going to go play my booby ninja game, Senran Kagura. I'm going to play that, and I'm just going to have fun and not worry about that, because if I don't, I'm just going to kill myself, basically.
Yeah. I think
that's something we all need to do. We need to recalibrate ourselves and unplug from the internet for a bit, like read a book or touch grass is another thing. Touch grass.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that completely. And I would say that this is my current criticism of Carl at the moment, other than failing to monetize his company to the degree that he can, and not working in a way that would make him a millionaire.
Not enough.
It's failing to actually, for lack of a better way to say it, self-actualize in the way that I think he should and knows better. I think he knows better that he needs to do this. That politics is abstract, and so are people getting unjustly convicted or murdered or anything else. You need to be worried about your family. You need to be worried about your friends. You need to start with yourself and be worried about yourself. But in terms of absolute fucking strangers, tragedies happening to them, well, that's humanity. Welcome to it. Welcome to humanity. Tragedies happen. And the question that you should have is, rather than stress yourself out over bad things that occur, you need to understand what you can do to actually see positive change in the small ways that you can.
Yeah.
And that could mean, like, I think you said you volunteered.
Yeah,
it could be something as simple as that. It could be knocking on doors, phone banking, fundraising, donating some money, donating $20, anything like that. Like, doing something like that goes a lot further than just complaining about something or being black-pilled. And the other problem with being black-pilled is that while we're whining and we're depressed and we're, tense and we're, all the other negative aspects, our enemies, are on the march and they are ideologically possessed. They're all miserable and fucked up, and they got everything, they're addicted to drugs and depressed and psychotic and all this shit.
And probably
And they
child
push
porn,
through.
seeing how many of them
Yeah. They're
I take the
degenerates.
debauch aspect of life, yeah.
And they fucking push through, and they're on the march. And so what I want for people is not to mirror that miserable aspect. I don't want people to suffer. I want people to make sure that they're content with the life that they have, that they can find some kind of happiness, and that if they want to delve into politics, they do so in a manner that is constructive. Doesn't have to be in a big way. It can be in a small way. And that there are if everyone were to take that advice, if everyone were to follow that kind of example, to do small things, it could be, if you don't have the money, do small things or volunteer in your area. But if you have the money, go to events, and basically whatever your cause is your, I guess it is, if I'm using the phrase correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I am, actually.
That's okay.
Anyways, it's very late at night here.
Yeah.
Or early in the morning here. But the point is that there's ways by which that you can change the world, and you look no further than people volunteering for things, people joining things, people donating money, people raising causes, people trying to create buzz around issues, writing certain things. It's writing, it's memeing, there's a million things that people can do that are all small things that are positive, that are constructive, that create things. Those things are all great. And a good example of this, to bring up Nick Fuentes, another powerful thing that he did was he literally created a cabal of his own people, went to these, whatever they were, I forget the name of the organization, like the student organization for Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I think Turning Point USA.
Yeah, Turning Point USA. He got all of his people, he coordinated all of his people to show up to these events and literally just ask questions. And it literally changed the GOP.
Yeah.
All they did was show up to these events and ask questions. Some of them, obviously more constructive than others, and real questions. Going off about the Jews, to me, is just kind of like, okay, yeah, thanks, guys.
The problem is, I really want to wrap up, but basically, it's all right. The problem is that the alt-right can say one or two things that people would generally agree with in a normal context. It's just they also pile it on with, but did you know that it wanted 6 million? That kind of thing. It's like, it's like, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just kind of a lot of baggage that come with them. Yeah. And my hope is with somebody like Nick is that from when I listen from him, I do not think that he is a dumb guy, and I don't think that he has found himself in that position just out of pure happenstance. I would say that he's somebody that I would say is probably not exactly philosophically aligned with myself, and that he would repudiate a fair number of things that I would believe.
Yeah.
But the difference is that he is very well focused on the issue of winning and how much that matters, and how much that all of the abstract ideas that have come out of the right don't mean shit. And I think that is the thing that has really changed the GOP, and I think that's why he just got prevented from having a flight. And he got mentioned on Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's a there. And it's like, does this guy probably believe bad things? Probably so. And I think that a lot of his followers are probably the crazy aspie people that Sargon dealt with in the past, and so have I in the past.
Mm-hmm.
They're not nice people, and you don't really want on your side and dealing with you, because they are pretty irrational. But the fact is that if somebody comes to your table, if somebody comes to your door with shoes covered in shit, and they make a true statement, or they ask a question that you can't fucking answer, that is an impetus for you to fix that issue.
Yes.
you can say like, well, I don't want to hear that question because I don't want them in here because their shoes are covered in shit. But it's like, well, they just asked a question that you can't answer, and they're right fucking there.
Yeah. Okay.
It's about being more honest. That's all I'll summarize with that. It's about being more honest in solving this issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, for watching. 37. That's actually amazing. I've never had that many people watching a live stream before, during it anyway. Thank you, Louis, for coming on. I had a really fun conversation. It was a very long conversation, but I kind of went into that knowing
it's the way it goes.
Yep, that happens, but that's fine. Yeah, basically, I'll wrap up by saying, weep ethno state now. Tell your mom that you love her, and fuck the communists and China and fuck all that shit. So I'll just end with that. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Have a good day, and see you.